Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 2 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 3, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Eraserhead and Midnight landed at the base of the stairs in a crouch, the 100-strong villains cautiously encroaching on them. Something wasn't adding up. Why didn't they just rush at them the second they landed? The man wearing hands hummed to himself, wasn't expecting Midnight. Oh well, difficulty modifier just increases the score. He raised his voice and spoke to his apparent lackeys. Anyone with a gas mask, target Midnight. Mutant quirks on Eraserhead. The villains followed their employer's orders, a 6-armed man with rock-like skin leading the mutants and a large man with a skull-faced gas mask leading those that had brought a gas mask. Their teamwork was disconcerting even if it was lackluster. Villains didn't often work together and certainly not in numbers like this. The large man with a gas mask made to look like a skull stomped forward and confidently growled, "She's mine." Midnight scoffed, "You're definitely not my type." His fists lit with fire 1 second only for them to fizzle out the next. Midnight smirked, "Performance issues." Midnight tore at her costume, a cloud of her quirk escaping. She swept the cloud not towards her opponents but Eraserheads, sending several into a slumber. The skull-masked man and a huge green man with horns swept back over his head lunged for her despite their quirks not working and interrupting her attack on the unprotected villains. Midnight snapped her WHP at her assailants, giving them pause. The horned villain rushed her half-ped and with little to no strategy. She snapped her WHP at his head with practiced accuracy, ripping it off his face and shoving a cloud of her quirk up his nostrils. The villain swayed and swung a lazy punch that went wide before he collapsed onto his face snoring loudly. She struck out with her WHP at the skull-masked man only for him to lunge forward and offer up his arm in sacrifice, the WHP wrapping around his forearm. He pulled the WHP taut. "Rush her," he sneered, several others with gas masks moving quickly to capitalize on the opportunity he had created. Eraserhead scanned the rest of the crowd with glowing red eyes, only to be engaged in melee a second later. He wrapped his capture scarf around the leg of a villain with a gecko quirk and slammed him into the pavement, rendering him unconscious. "Those goggles don't have lenses, do they?" The 6-armed man asked rhetorically before grabbing up a handful of powdered cement from where the gecko villain had landed and throwing it at him. Eraserhead winced as the debris made it past the slits in his goggles and blinded him. He tried to blink the debris out of his eyes as he dodged one wild swing after the other. "Shigaraki, he's still somehow erasing my quirk," the ethereal bartender stated. "Alice behind Nomu then. Remember, blow your C right away." Shigaraki snapped out. The sharply dressed mist moved behind the hulking abomination as ordered and after several seconds of being obstructed from Eraserhead's line of sight, he disappeared. The class had formed a protective circle with himself, Mai, and 𝐒𝐠 floating high above the group ready to intercept any incoming threats. They were ready for anything, at least that's what he thought. The group below him was suddenly enveloped in a massive dome of swirling purple cloud that had to be from the teleporter villain. The only conclusion he could come to was that the villain's aim was to kidnap his entire class at once. The instant we went to move, 𝐒𝐠 grabbed him and Mai by the arms in a vice-like grip and yelled, "Eno!" Not even a millisecond later the dome vanished to reveal 13 alone and whirling in search of the rest of the students. The villain reformed in front of 13 as a towering amorphous wall with sinister yellow eyes. The villain cordially addressed 13. "Congratulations 13, you have been chosen as the sole survivor and witness of what will be known henceforth as the USJ massacre committed by the League of Villains. 𝐒𝐠 let loose 2 massive blasts periwinkle spirals that crashed nearly straight down on the villain with a 𝐒𝐠 flood. The full power energy attack demolished the floor and kicked up dust from the debris that filled the newly made crater. Izuku swayed to infrared and saw some kind of metal cage laying at the bottom of the crater too small to be a body. The thing moved and Mai gasped, she must have been watching it as well. 𝐒𝐠's attack must not have scored a clean hit. Mai fired one of her electrogel rounds at the villain only for it to disappear into a portal. A voice came from within the smokescreen that was quite rude to interrupt. Tendrils of mist shot out of the crater towards Izuku, Mai, and Nejiya. They all made to evade, but the tendrils sought them out as they weaved through the air. The tendrils were moving too fast and danger sense wasn't triggering since it wasn't directly dangerous to him. "Oh no you don't!" 13 yelled as they uncapped all 10 of their fingers aimed at the crater. "Sagittarius!" 13 yelled as their quirk began to SCK all the floating debris and mist from the villain away. The force of all 10 of their fingers being uncapped was so great that not even light could escape. The inside of their cone of attack was as dark as the space between stars. The villain was quickly revealed and was obviously struggling against the sheer power of 13's quirk. "As a rescue hero you lack combat experience." The warp villain mocked as he opened a portal in front of himself and behind 13, black hole now redirected at its bearer. 13 stood tall amidst their own quirk's destructive force, completely unafraid as black hole washed past them like water around a rock. "You may be immune to your quirk, but what about them?" The villain mocked yet again as the portal behind 13 closed and reopened directly behind Izuku. Danger sense went wild as time came to a near standstill. He could already feel his mom's quirk beginning to pull at him through the portal. At nearly the same time, the sound of Mai's rifle sounded, and due to his heightened perception of time he could actually see the supersonic round travel. The round was aimed behind the villain and was carried by the pull of black hole in a wide arc that terminated as it struck the villain from behind. The villain's minimal emotions faded as the electrogel round transferred all its kinetic force and electric payload in an instant. Time returned to normal as the portal closed and 13 swayed off their quirk with a panic-filled yell of, "Izuku! He's down!" Izuku yelled. Mai let out a breath she had obviously been holding for quite a while. "Sorry, took a second to figure out the math of that shot." Nejiya glomped onto her midair and began kissing every inch of her helmet while Mai giggled. "You brilliant, appealing genius." The villain's emotions blinked back to life as he began to stir. Izuku slammed down into the crater and on top of the villain, he gripped the metal bracer in both hands. "Move and I see what's underneath this," he threatened. The man, if the barely sentient puppet could even be called such, laughed. A portal opened beneath them and they began to both sink into it. Izuku flew upwards with the villain in his grip. A massive black hand reached through the portal and snatched the metal bracer in its titanic grip. It began to pull with immeasurable strength that made it immediately clear who would win in a tug of war. Izuku let go and shot backwards into the air once more as the villain faded into his portal. Mai yelled then with a horrifying mixture of relief and despair, "I can see our classmates in the simulations and the courtyard. They're fighting villains." 13 faced the stairs leading down to where Midnight and Eraserhead were trying to fight their way through the mob to reach where Momo and Rumis were holding off the tide of bodies as the villains were now all rushing them as one. They said, "Then there's still hope. Nejiya-chan, assist anyone you can in the simulations in a clockwise rotation around the USJ. Izuku, you go counterclockwise. Mai, you provide overwatch from up here. I'm going downstairs. Move." There was a boom of displaced air as Nejiya raced to the ruins zone and Izuku towards the hurricane zone. 13 hopped on to the edge of the stairs and began sliding down towards the courtyard. Mai landed at the top of the steps and lightning quick, shot a villain that was aiming his barrel-like fingers at Himurumi while she was distracted. "Hatsune Mai protects." Mai yelled as the villain dropped like a sack of potatoes. 1 second, Okako was beside her classmates ready to fight off the villains, and the next she was falling into water alongside Kirishima. She was plunged deep into the water, with barely the presence of mind to hold her breath due to the suddenness of the plunge. She opened her eyes and attempted to gain her bearings as her eyes adjusted to being underwater. A villain with a shark mutation was swimming at her at incredible speeds with his maw wide. She aimed her grapple hook that her wonderful girlfriend Mai had made for her just the previous day and fired it. The cable shot through the water at reduced speeds, but quickly nonetheless, directly into the man's wide-open mouth. He choked on the sudden obtrusion and reached to try and dislodge the offending object, but Okako was faster. Utilizing her knowledge on sharks she had gained from countless hours of watching nature documentaries with Zoo, she punched the mother lover right in his beach nose. The man reeled in pain as she opened her fist and touched him with the pads of her fingertips, the villain sinking like a stone to the bottom of the lake. She whirled in the water to try and locate Kirishima. There was an incredible disturbance in the water not too far from her. It was Kirishima. He was in his unbreakable mode and fighting off half a dozen villains even as he held his breath and sank deeper. She launched her grappling hook once more, it connecting with his chest. She grabbed the line with all 10 of her fingers in order to increase her quirk's conductivity. Kirishima began to rise instead of sink. It worked. She removed her own gravity and swam for the surface with powerful kicks. Once she reached glorious oxygen, she rose still. Once floating above the water's surface, she grabbed the cable tethering her to Kirishima and yanked hard like she was setting a hook, just like her grandpa had taught her. Kirishima's form burst from the water and sailed through the air like a freshly caught fish. He smacked into the yacht that was floating in the center of the body of water, denting the hull. He pulled on his end of the cable, causing Okako to fly through the air and land on the deck of the ship only slightly more gracefully than he had. She quickly pulled on the tether and helped him aboard before surveying the villains wading in the water with murder in their eyes. Kirishima was effectively useless in underwater combat, and she wasn't much better since she couldn't exactly float a lake. They were truly out of their element. She could only hope that her classmates were faring better than them. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was not doing well. The fires of the Inferno Zone were proving enough to severely dampen Dark Shadow's power as well as the doppelgangers he had given 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿 wasn't doing much better. The adhesive on his tape proved to be incredibly flammable and would catch fire if it was even close to the flames that enveloped the zone. To make matters worse, most of the villains hunting them had quirks and bodies suited to the high temperatures of the zone. They were currently running through burning streets trying to lose a villain whose entire body seemed to be made of flames. They ran down a narrow street with fire leaking out of the windows above them and raining down soot. There was a corner up ahead that they could hopefully lose the villain at. They rounded the corner to find out that it wasn't a turn but the opening of what looked like a loading dock, the only light coming from the narrow street behind them. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 looked around the dead end, realizing that this area was the first area they had found that wasn't engulfed in flames. An idea struck. 𝐒𝐿, wrap Dark Shadow in tape, he said. Quickly, unsure how far behind the villain was. Okay. 𝐒𝐿 agreed. Then me. 𝐒𝐿's doppelganger chirped from behind his shoulder. 𝐒𝐿 quickly spun his tape around Dark Shadow and added layers as it grew in power and size due to the little light hitting it. Once Dark Shadow was nearly encased, he repeated the process with his doppelganger. Not a second after finishing, the flame villain rounded the corner and charged. Combo move, Shadow Mummy. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 yelled as the now monstrous Dark Shadow swatted the flame villain into the ground with a bestial roar. Dark Shadow raised his palm to reveal a woman's unconscious form, her flames snuffed out. Dark Shadow patted his palm against the ground to snuff out the tape that was attempting to light. We have to hold them off here, it's our only chance, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said. I won't be able to reapply the tape mid-fight if it gets burned off, 𝐒𝐿 warned. If they can set the tape on fire entirely, Dark Shadow and Doppel will be weaker than ever and will be sitting ducks. We have to hit them hard and fast, we can't let them draw a fight out, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said. 𝐒𝐿 blinked. Doppel. Is that its name? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's feathers ruffled. Them, he corrected. I just came up with it, he said with some embarrassment. Doppel. They said excitedly, seemingly in agreement of their new name. 𝐒𝐿 smiled and gave a thumbs up. Right on. Many footsteps thundered from around the corner, no doubt drawn by the commotion. They were coming. Toru shivered as she picked herself up from the snow she had landed in and shook the powder from her hair. She was so glad she had changed her costume. She looked around and saw a frozen hell's cape set on a mountainside. Above was a domed ceiling barely visible through the flurry produced by machines on the ceiling. 𝐼𝐴 croaked weakly from somewhere nearby. Toru spun in place and found the cute frog girl half buried in snow with only one eye open. Toru ran up to the girl quickly and began checking her for wounds. 𝐿, are you hurt? She asked near panic. No, sea cold making me hibernate, 𝐿 shivered out a reply. Relieved that 𝐿 wasn't injured, she attempted to hoist the girl to her feet, but 𝐿 stumbled and fell back down, unable to hold herself up even with help. Toru turned her back to 𝐿 and crouched low. Froggy back ride, come on cutie. Toru tried to say chippily, but the truth was she was terrified. 𝐂 was all but out of the fight, and if there were villains here they could easily track her by her footprints in the snow. She helped the half-asleep frog girl onto her back and stood. 𝐂 was surprisingly much heavier than she looked. She activated her quirk and they both disappeared from view, her feet displacing the knee-high snow being the only thing to give away their location. A glacier sprang to life suddenly, sending several people she hadn't seen flying. She noticed Todoroki at the origin of the glacier, just far enough away that he was barely visible through the snowfall. Still invisible, she trudged her way over to meet up with her frosty classmate. As she got closer she noticed Todoroki was visibly shaking, his lips were blue as well as the tips of his fingers. His ice quirk was truly not well suited to being used in an already frigid environment. Behind him, the snow stirred. Without warning, a blue-skinned villain popped out of the snow like a daisy wielding a knife, about to drive it into Todoroki's back. There was a sudden exhale of air from over her shoulder. The villain flinched before swaying and falling into the snow unmoving, Todoroki whirling just in time to see the villain collapse. Toru uncloaked and looked over her shoulder at 𝐂 with amazement. "I can still fight," 𝐂 said, her only open eye half closed as she clutched a blowpipe in her fist. "I'm naming that move Cloak and Frogger," Toru mused, earning her an adorable ribbit from her passenger. 𝐭𝐞𝐽 landed with oomph onto soft earth that still managed to knock the oxygen from her lungs. She pushed herself up with her arms as she tried to regain her breath. She was on a massive hillside with trees, cars, and houses half buried in loose dirt. She could make out the rest of the USJ beyond the boundary of the zone. More importantly, she could see at least 6 of what she had to assume were villains, approaching her from not far enough away. "Die!" Bakugo shrieked from where she had failed to notice him as he let loose a massive explosion, blasting a nearby villain skyward. Bakugo winced in pain as he clutched his heavily scarred arm. The blast was loud enough to reach the threshold of the noise-reducing headphones Momo had gifted her for her birthday. The blast was also big enough to cause the loose dirt of the zone to begin moving in a landslide that nearly swept them both away. Apparently they couldn't be too loud in the area, something neither one of them was capable of doing while also fighting off villains. "SHT. Bakugo somehow managed to screech under his breath, coming to the same conclusion. 𝐭𝐽 looked up to the top of the hill where a rock face marked the edge of the zone. "We have to get to the top before we can use our quirks," she whisper-shouted. "Don't tell me what to do, ears." Bakugo growled under his breath but began scrambling up the hill despite his words. 𝐭𝐽 rolled her eyes before they both tripped and clambered as fast as possible up the difficult terrain, their pursuers hot on their trail. Rumi landed on her feet alongside Himiko, who had not only landed on her feet but also managed to keep Momo on hers. They were in a sea of villains, FYA. "What are you doing here?" Eraserhead yelled from somewhere in the swarm of villains. Now HNDJB yelled from the back of the crowd. Every villain swept forward like a tide. She made eye contact with Himiko and they both smiled in a way some had called creepy. Himiko's form shifted and took on her own appearance. She looked good in a dress. Some dumbass screamed a war cry from behind her. She jumped and spun mid-air with her heel extended, catching the Moran right in his mouth, feeding him his own teeth. "Serves him right. Keep them off me," Momo ordered as she blasted a villain with spiraling pigtails away from her with a 40mm bean bag that Rumi could hear break at least a few ribs. "Did Tall and Busty just give us an order?" Himirumi asked salaciously as she threw one of her spikes with greatly increased strength into a man's outstretched hand, nailing it into another villain's shoulder. "She did, and I think I like it," Rumi said with a wiggle of her nose despite kicking a man's knee backwards. She didn't know what he was crying about. It's not like he was going to die. Momo's face was bright red as she shot another villain square in the groin, folding her like a wet tissue. "Would you two please focus?" "Yes, They both snapped out with needy undertones as they continued to rack up a body count. The telltale slap of one of my's jelly shock 𝐒𝐿 rounds sounded and a guy with what looked like gun fingers dropped to the ground as fast as gravity could carry him. She heard my yell from up the stairs. Rumi's smile turned feral. Now these villains were really fed. A few seconds ago Mina had landed hard among a crumbling cityscape, just her fall being enough to cause a piece of a building to crumble away. The city was in complete disarray, some buildings lay on their sides, while some balanced precariously on compromised infrastructure. The streets, if you could call them that, were uneven, broken, and littered with abandoned cars and pieces of buildings. Above, where she expected to see the sky, she saw the familiar dome of the USJ. She was currently limping on what was likely a broken ankle through the wreckage as quietly as possible in search of her classmates. She heard footsteps to her left. She spun her head in the direction. Nothing was there. The soft footsteps sounded again. Right where she was looking. "Toru, is that you?" she asked nervously, hoping against hope that whatever lay out her sight was her girlfriend. She was answered only by silence. Footsteps again, this time they were almost right on top of her. "Come on, this isn't funny," she nearly begged. The footsteps were back, but this time they were loud and fast as stealth was foregone. "I ain't joking," a male voice said that was certainly not Toru's. Mina squealed in terror and flung acid in a wide arc on reflex, some hitting the wall and some hitting something right in front of her. A man with a chameleon quirk appeared as he screamed in pain and grabbed at his face, the knife he was holding clattering to the ground. As the man writhed in pain, Mina was hearing every insult every bully had ever thrown at her, saying that her power was only good for maiming and how she had just proved them right. Amar rounded a corner, his eyes shot wide when he saw her. He leveled a palm aimed right at her. He fired his laser. The beam of energy went right over her shoulder, followed by a cry of pain. She quickly turned to see a woman with skin like concrete lying unconscious on the ground, a scorch mark on her stone-like face. The ground shook and more buildings crumbled. Ida came running around the corner then, barely able to maneuver the uneven ground and somewhat cramped spaces due to all the fallen buildings. He held one of his arms close to his chest, the metal of his suit dented and leaking bead. "They're trying to bury us," he yelled as the ground shook once more. The buildings all around them began to crumble. Mina began throwing globs of glue anywhere she saw a crack forming. It was helping, but there was too much damage already done. The tall buildings began to collapse on top of them. A blue blur crashed into the ground between the three of them. Heido Nejiya stood amidst the collapsing city with palms raised high. "Nobody hurts my cute kuhais." Huge spirals of energy exploded from Nejiya's palms, the recoil causing her feet to dig into the ground. The debris falling down on them was blasted up and away as Nejiya kept channeling her attack skyward. Hitoshi was wet and, he could admit, afraid. He was in the middle of the zone meant to simulate hurricanes, complete with gale force winds and torrential downpour. The small town meant to recreate a coastal fishing village was completely boarded up, leaving no way to escape the storm. He couldn't hear anything over the squall, which is why literally running into Kaminari when rounding a corner nearly caused him to soil himself. "You scared me half to death, dude," Kaminari shouted to be heard over the winds and rain. "Same," Hitoshi shouted back. "What? 𝐻𝐻." Kaminari screeched in fear as he pointed over Hitoshi's shoulder and shot a bolt of electricity from his finger. Every muscle in Hitoshi's body locked up as he fell to his hands and knees. He peeked over his shoulder to see a man with crab claws for hands lying unconscious on the wet ground. "SHT, sorry. All this water is going to make it hard to use my quirk." Kaminari shouted an apology and an explanation. Shoji came running up to them from around a boarded-up gas station. "You all right?" "YA. Just a little dash." Hitoshi stopped mid-sentence when he saw a dozen villains come out of the woodworks. "Hey, hero school dropouts," he taunted. "What did the corpse just say?" "I can't hear SHT over this storm," a woman wielding a katana asked. "Shut up. We aren't supposed to talk," a huge crocodile man barked. "Well, SHT." The villains charged. Shoji engaged the woman with the katana. Kaminari tried to get distance from his allies, but they were encircled. Kaminari was focused on dodging attacks as they came, giving a small shock when he could that wouldn't transfer through the wet ground. A villain managed to land a hit to Kaminari's jaw that sent him sprawling to the ground, barely conscious. The woman with the katana sliced through one of Shoji's arms that was swinging for her and was very surprised to see the limb grow back nearly instantaneously. Shoji was unrelenting as he continued to barrage the woman while deflecting any attack aimed for his torso, but the woman got closer with each swing of her sword. A nearby villain shot what looked like a harpoon through 𝐒𝐲's calf and began to pull. The crocodile man lunged for Hitoshi, snapping his jaws. Hitoshi unwound his capture scarf and wrapped it around the man's maw, sealing it shut. The man spun and lashed out with his powerful tail, sweeping Hitoshi off his feet. The man clawed the capture scarf off his face and towered over him. "Why are you doing this?" Hitoshi asked with as much faux desperation as he could. The man didn't say a word, he only smiled with far too many teeth and shook his head. Thanks to Izuku, it was enough. The man's eyes went white. He was now fully under Hitoshi's control. He pointed at the woman's slowly overwhelming 𝐒𝐲. "Kick her butt," he ordered. The crocodile man moved to obey. He ran up to the unsuspecting woman that was wholly focused on her own fight and sucker punched her. The woman shot through the air and slammed into a building where she didn't get back up. Before he could tell him not to, 𝐒𝐲 punched the man still under his control. The huge man barely flinched, but his eyes returned to normal and he snarled. "You're dead," he declared. He dropped to all fours and swiped 𝐒𝐲's feet from under him before rushing straight at Hitoshi, his maw snapping and his eyes feral. The rest of the villains decided that was their cue and fell upon them. Soaked to the bone as wind tried its best to knock him back down, Hitoshi wondered how the hell they were going to get out of this alive, let alone in one piece. Thunder cracked and light shone through the dome. There was an explosion of water powerful enough that the rain was forced away in a sphere originating where the crocodile villain was. Izuku was crouching over the villain with his fist connected to the back of the very unconscious man's skull. The villains were trembling as Izuku rose to his full height with blazing green eyes and viridian energy arcing off of him. He looked at him, then Kaminari, and finally 𝐒𝐲. His eyes widened in rage at seeing the harpoon sticking out of his classmate's leg. Izuku followed the cable with his eyes and raised a finger pointed at the trembling villain holding the harpoon gun. "You're next," he promised in a deep voice. The villain dropped the weapon and raised their hands in surrender, but too late. Izuku's knuckle-duster-clad fist was already flattening their nose flat against their face in an explosion of BLD that painted Izuku's face crimson. Izuku turned from the limp form and stared at the rest of the villains as rain and BLD mixed together and ran down his face. "Next! Next!" The villains, trembling with a mixture of genuine fear and fear manufactured by his quirk, all rushed at him as if their very lives depended on it, their fight-or-flight response having been jump-started forcibly. A muscular yellow-skinned man with red eyes and tusks jutting out of his mouth swung a right hook at him. Izuku caught the fist in an iron grip as a woman stabbed at him with knife-like fingers, her fingers failing to pierce his body while armored with black cowl. Both villains' eyes widened at how ineffectual their attacks had been. "My turn." Izuku punched the man's outstretched arm in the elbow with his free hand, causing the joint to explode backwards. The man screamed in pain and collapsed to his knees, only being held up by Izuku refusing to release his fist that was now being slowly crushed. The woman tried to pull away, but he grabbed her wrist before she could escape and yanked her forwards, causing her to stumble right into a brutal knee to the midsection. The air left her lungs in a whoosh as she collapsed to the ground unmoving. He turned to the man trying to claw his now broken fist free from Izuku's grip. He snapped out with a jab to the man's jaw that silenced his screaming. Izuku released his hold on the man dangling from his broken arm and looked up to appraise the few villains that remained. They had stopped their charge at the sight of what was likely their remaining strongest being taken down with ease. He could practically see fight warring with flight within their wide eyes. It made them unpredictable and therefore dangerous. Perhaps fear was a poor choice to use in combat. With a thought, he changed from cramming fear down the villains' throats to a despair deep enough that it would make them feel as if they had already lost and tomorrow wouldn't be coming. All the remaining villains stopped trembling, some covered their faces and began to weep while others dropped to their knees with vacant looks in their eyes. "Surrender," Izuku commanded as he slowly floated off the ground to stare down at the remaining villains. The villains wordlessly raised their hands above their heads in compliance. "I'll ask this once. What was your goal here?" With a defeated voice that could barely be heard over the winds, a villain said, "We were hired to kill hero students. He said we would get a bonus for each K kill." The guy with the hands kept saying something about not being able to kill a symbol without breaking it first. Worst case scenario confirmed, He made the villains form a tight group and wrapped a striped power line cable around the group before handing one end to Kaminari. "If they try anything, fry 'em," he instructed. "Where are you going?" Hitoshi asked while tending to 𝐒𝐻's leg. "To help the rest of the class, sit tight here and wait for backup," Izuku responded. With that said, he shot off with a boom and smashed through the dome's enclosure once more, on his way to the flood zone. What he saw when he arrived overhead in the flood zone was half a ship floating aimlessly through the air with 𝐒𝐭𝐻 and Kirishima on top trying to balance. Looking closer, he saw that 𝐒𝐭𝐻 was bleeding from a gash on her thigh from where the villain currently flinging blades of water had grazed her. The corners of his vision tinted red as his eyes snapped to the villain who had made the biggest mistake of their life. He plunged into the water hard enough to create a wave that rippled outward. A second later he flew out of the water with his prize. The villain squirmed as Izuku's hands were wrapped tightly around his scrawny neck. "You dare!" he roared in the man's face. What? The soon-to-be unconscious man choked out in confusion. Izuku inhaled deep through his nostrils as he reared his back before bringing the crown of his forehead crashing between the villain's eyes as he released his hold around the villain's neck, the villain slapping into the water below them and beginning to sink. Black Whip speared into the water and wrapped around the ankles of every villain, then in a mockery of fishing, he gripped the tendrils together and yanked them out of the water only to slap them back into the surface hard enough that they might as well have hit concrete. He quickly gathered the unconscious and sinking villains and deposited them onto the shore so they wouldn't drown. He flew up to where 𝐒𝐿 and Kirishima balanced on the section of ship that floated mid-air and carefully scooped 𝐒𝐿 into a princess carry while Black Whip picked up Kirishima. "How badly are you hurt? How much BLD have you lost? How deep is it? Can you move it? Can you feel dash?" he asked rapid fire as he squeezed every last ounce of healing out of cell activation while on their way to the shore. He was cut off by 𝐒𝐿 pulling his head down and silencing him with a kiss. "I'm fine, 𝐻 worrywart. We country gals are made of sterner stuff," she said once she pulled away from the kiss. "Oh," he said intelligently as they landed on the shore near the hurricane zone. He set them both down but caught 𝐒𝐿 wince when she put weight on her injured but no longer bleeding leg. He went to scoop her back up but Kirishima placed a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. "I got this, bro. Go help the others," Kirishima said as he pulled 𝐒𝐿's arm over his shoulders and helped carry her weight. "Go whoop some butt for me," 𝐒𝐿 told him with a grin that would make Rumi proud. He pecked her on the lips and squeezed Kirihima's shoulder in thanks before rocketing off for the Inferno Zone. Upon crashing through the dome, the heat from all the fires hit him full in the face. He heard Dark Shadow's unmistakable roar coming from somewhere nearby. He ripped through the superheated air towards the commotion and found Tokoyami and 𝐿𝐴 fighting a lone villain with several people laying unmoving in craters nearby. Dark Shadow and the doppelganger on 𝐿𝐴's back looked to be covered in 𝐿𝐴's flaming tape and were trying in vain to put the fire out. The villain was hurling fireballs from range that his classmates were barely managing to dodge. The villain spotted him flying headlong at her from above and aimed her palms at him. 2 fireballs formed into one massive one and the villain fired. The fireball raced up to meet him. Izuku raised Black Cowl to 30% and swatted the ball of fire to the side. He crashed down on the woman with dual hammer fists aimed at her shoulders. His fists collided with a dual crunch as both her clavicles broke from the blows and her shoulders popped out of their sockets, her raised arms falling limp to her sides. The woman screamed in pain as she attempted to raise her arms but found she couldn't. Izuku uppercut her in the jaw, sending her sailing into a dumpster where she stayed. "You guys good?" he asked, turning to his classmates. "Thanks to you, man," 𝐿𝐴 exclaimed in obvious relief. "Indeed, our revelry was coming to a close," Tokoyami agreed. "I can't feel any more people nearby, so I think the zone is clear. Can you find your way out?" he asked. "Yeah, wanna take Doppel with you?" 𝐿𝐴 asked while gesturing to the shadow protruding from his back. "No, you might end up needing him," Izuku said before launching back into the sky and towards the blizzard zone. While between zones he saw Nejia's spirals, Kyoka's sound waves, and Bakugu's explosions raining down from the top of the landslide zone. He punched his way into the dome encasing the blizzard zone, the sudden cold compared to the sweltering heat of the Inferno Zone shocking him. He couldn't see anything through the flurries of snow, so he swapped to infrared and scanned the area. He immediately found the unmistakable heat signature of Toru, her shimmering hair a dead giveaway. She was going toe-to-toe against a massive villain with a polar bear mutation, armed with nothing but her steel batons as she prepared to make a last stand in defense of the classmates behind her. Behind her was Todoroki kneeling in the snow, trying and failing to rise. The temperature in his right hand and foot indicated that he was experiencing frostbite. Behind Todoroki was 𝐬's unmoving form curled up into the fetal position and barely giving off any heat signature at all. He didn't remember making the conscious decision to move, but the next instant he was tackling the 10-foot villain into the snow-covered mountainside. "What the dash?" the polar bear Quirk user questioned. "I'll make a coat out of you," he bellowed as he joined his fists together high in the air while in full mount on his opponent. The man saw what was about to happen and brought his arms up to block just as Izuku brought his axe-handled blow crashing down with all the force of an avalanche. The incredible strength the man's quirk gave him proved to be enough to withstand the blow, but Izuku didn't stop, nor did he notice pushing Black Cowl up to 35%. The entire mountainside shook with the force of the blows. He battered the man's huge fur-covered arms until they crumpled beneath his wrath, broken and useless. He bludgeoned at the man's face until he was blooded and unmoving, but even then he did not stop. 𝐼𝐵LD was beginning to color the snow around the man's head. "Midori! Stop!" someone cried as he felt something wrap around him. The voice snapped him out of his violent trance. He looked down at what he had done in his rage. The villain was unconscious, his snout mangled, lips split, teeth missing, tongue half bitten through, brow split with bone visible, both eyes already swelling shut, and his breathing uneven as he gurgled on his own BLD. If the man had been even slightly less durable, he would have killed him or given him permanent brain damage. He looked to his joined fists in horror, BLD dripped from them and white fur clung to the knuckle dusters. "Look at me, Toru," said from somewhere. "Look at me, Midori," she yelled from right beside him when he didn't comply. He turned to see her face to face with him as she clutched to his side. When had she gotten so close? She reached up and cupped his cheek as worry poured off her. "It's okay, you're all right. You saved us," she promised him. He pulled her into a hug, desperate for her reassurance. "𝐬," he said, too afraid to actually ask the question. She was quick to hug him back as her small hand carded through his hair and she said, "𝐬 is okay, the cold just made her go into hibernation. I'm more worried about Todoroki honestly." His fingers were beginning to turn black. Toru squealed as he flew to where he saw 𝐬 while still holding tight to the rainbow-haired girl. Blackwhip reached out and gently picked up 𝐬 and Todoroki, bringing them both close to his chest before wrapping all three of his passengers in a black cocoon to try and warm them. "I don't need why your help," Todoroki shivered. "This is where you say thank you. Like this." "Thank you, Midori, you saved me," Toru snarked. For his part, Izuku ignored Todoroki's protests as he applied cell activation to his passengers and flew back through the hole he had made and to the entrance of the Inferno Zone where Tokoyami and 𝐤𝐵 were just exiting. "Whoa, are they okay?" 𝐤𝐵 asked. "Todoroki has frostbite and 𝐬 entered hibernation, but other than that, yes," he answered, releasing everyone but 𝐬 from the Blackwhip cocoon. "Izuku!" 𝐬 croaked sleepily into his chest, drawing all of his attention. "𝐬, are you hurt anywhere?" he asked in a panic. She didn't seem hurt but he couldn't be sure. 𝐬 hummed against his chest, comfy, smell good, the perfect mate. "She's delirious." Izuku cried in panic as he forced cell activation into plus ultra territory. Toru squished his cheeks with her palms as she turned him to face her. She was giggling. "She's fine," she said with a laugh and a little exasperation. "Are you sure?" he asked, unconvinced. Yes, give her to me and go save everyone else, handsome," she said, rolling her eyes at his worry. He was reluctant to hand off 𝐬 but he trusted Toru with her. Nejiya landed next to him then. "Is everyone out of the blizzard zone?" Nejiya asked. "Yes, Todoroki has some frostbite but other than that everyone's fine," Toru said as chipper as she could. Nejiya had an odd reaction to that. She narrowed her eyes at the heterochromatic boy with anger for some reason. We need to support the courtyard, Izuku said, deciding that now wasn't the time to ask about her reaction. Agreed. Izuku, with me. Everyone else, retreat to the top of the stairs, 𝐂𝐽𝐽 commanded with experience. I can dash Todoroki started only for 𝐂𝐽𝐽 to snap at him. I wasn't asking. Go. Trusting that she would be obeyed, 𝐂𝐽𝐽 flew upwards and towards the courtyard with Izuku following. What's the plan? He asked his senpai. We have the element of surprise, we hit their leaders and we hit them hard, 𝐂𝐽𝐽 said without a trace of her usual bubbliness. Don't underestimate the big one, treat him like you would if you were fighting All Might. Rumi is never wrong about gauging an opponent, he warned. Let's hit the portal villain first. I'll hit him with everything, then you fly in and finish him if I don't, 𝐂𝐽𝐽 instructed. Deal, he agreed. They were above the courtyard now. Himiko and Rumi were circling Momo like sharks, putting down any villain that got too close to Momo with extreme prejudice. Momo, left unchecked, was blasting villains left and right with her grenade launcher. Some, doubtlessly Mai's handiwork, simply fell over spasming. The rank-and-file villains were almost all taken care of. Midnight was stomping on the groin of some poor soul with a skull-faced gas mask while Eraserhead was slamming a mutated man into the pavement with his capture scarf. 13 was at the rear with hands spread to either side and Quirk ripping up concrete as if daring anyone to try and flank. It occurred to Izuku that he had never seen his mama or his teacher truly angry before and he had no wish for that ire to ever be pointed at him. 𝐂𝐽𝐽 fired her quirk at full power down at the portal villain. A huge portal opened that swallowed the attack with ease, but 𝐂𝐽𝐽 continued to channel her full power into the attack as spirals blasting out of her feet towards the roof compensated for the recoil. That won't work a second T-dash, the gaseous man said. Izuku flew along the ground, Black Whip yanking the portal villain away from his allies before he could even finish his taunt. With the portal now gone, 𝐂𝐽𝐽's attack fell upon the leader and his monstrosity. The portal villain slammed into the courtyard with Izuku atop him once again. I warned you, Izuku said as he gripped the cage around the villain's real body and ripped. Metal tore away as easily as cardboard and Izuku slammed a fist into the newly made opening, striking something solid, the villain's movement ceasing. No Mew, swat her down. Izuku looked up to see that the leader had been whisked away from 𝐂𝐽𝐽's attack by the beaked monster. The monster in question was already mid-leap, heading straight for 𝐂𝐽𝐽 in a near blur. He tried to intercept but he wasn't fast enough, not nearly. The thing reached 𝐂𝐽𝐽, who was just turning her head to see its approach, and slapped her bodily into the ground where she did not stir. No! Izuku screamed. No Mew, kill them all, the leader commanded, almost bored. The thing moved so fast, he could barely even track it, even with full cowl speeding up his ocular processing. Rumi could barely shove Himiko and Momo out of the way before it barreled into her and kept charging right for Eraserhead. Rumi's crumpled body sliding to a stop near the water's edge of the flood zone. Izuku's vision clouded over entirely with rage. It was on Eraserhead and slamming his face into the now cratered ground before the man could even try and move. It lifted his teacher's face from the ground, intent on finishing the job when Mai's bullet struck it, causing its muscles to spasm and giving Midnight enough time to surround its head in her quirk. Too far to help with that split-second fight, Izuku launched himself for the leader. There was a sonic boom as he broke the sound barrier, his fist ped. He struck with such tremendous force that nearby unconscious villains were swept away in the resulting gust. No Mew stared down at him with lidless eyes. The thing was not only able to withstand Midnight's gas but also move quick enough to intercept a supersonic attack aimed for its MSTR. Worst of all, it looked as if it had received no damage whatsoever. It reached for his face. Danger sense triggered. Time slowed. Faster, he had to be faster. Stronger, he had to be stronger. He subconsciously pushed Black Cowl to 100% and Black Whip past its limits to create claws as well as his exomusculature. Viridian energy no longer arced off of him but through the faux muscles like BLD through veins. The monster looked as if it were moving through molasses now. The monster pulled back a bleeding stump where its hand had once Saturday. He watched as the hand began to quickly reform. This thing was that strong, and was capable of regeneration. The next thing he knew, Himiko, wearing Rumi's form, was nearby and liking the creature's BLD off the ground. "Why don't you pick on someone your own size?" she yelled as her shape began to change. The grey mud-like substance exploded off her as she screamed and clutched at her head in immense pain. Her screams silenced as the pain overwhelmed her and she fell to the ground. Izuku lost all conscious thought then. The thing swung for him again and again, only to pull away bleeding stumps again and again. He could feel himself slowing for some reason though. His body wasn't responding like it should. That's when enough conscious thought invaded his mind to realize he was destroying every bone in his body, keeping Black Cowl at 100% even if he couldn't feel it. His exomusculature was the only thing keeping him together and moving. He could hear shouting and bullets whizzing past, unable to reach their mark through the gale force winds caused by the fight. At the rate he was slowing down, the thing would land a hit that he knew he couldn't take. Then it would rip apart everyone else. His mama and mom, girlfriends, his friends, his teacher. He called on cell activation to work harder, to keep him fighting for longer. It heeded his call. His entire body glowed with a green aura as he felt his body beginning to respond more dutifully. It still wasn't enough, he was still slowing even if it wasn't at such a rate. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Hitoshi on the sidelines fumbling with dials on his mask. "Nomu, incapacitate yourself," the villain leader seemed to say despite his lips not moving. Without an instant of hesitation, Nomu reached up with a newly regrown hand and squished its own brain between its fingers as easily as someone might squash a grape. "Cheetah!" the leader screeched. The monster began to slump forward dead, but Izuku couldn't bring himself to care, his adrenaline pumping and his rage unsated. He was on the shrieking man-child far faster than the villain seemed to anticipate, but still able to reach a hand for his face at the last second regardless. Izuku grabbed the outstretched arm by the wrist and squeezed hard enough that he could hear the bones in the man's forearm click together before they splintered in his grasp. A portal opened behind the man as he screeched in pain and tried pulling his arm away with the aid of the other. "Shigaraki, we must retreat," the voice of that thrice DM'd portal villain said as the portal began to sweep forward to encapsulate Shigaraki. That name felt familiar. "Impossible!" the voice of Shigaraki Yoichi screamed in his head. "Kill him!" the first yelled. "Kill him!" The amalgamation of every vestige's voice began screaming over and over again in his mind. Izuku yanked on Shigaraki's shattered wrist, not about to let him escape. "Kill!" the vestiges roared inside him as the man began to be pulled out of the portal. Izuku reared back his free hand, claws extended, ready to plunge into the man's chest the instant it came within view. The portal swept forward again and closed on Shigaraki's wrist, severing it. "No!" the vestiges screamed in outrage as Shigaraki escaped. A thunderous crash sounded from above him as natural light entered the USJ for the first time. He could hear faculty shouting from the top of the stairs. All Might landed right in front of him, steam pouring off him just like when he had first met him on that rooftop. He looked as exhausted as Izuku suddenly felt. His head was pounding and it felt like every nerve ending was on fire. Izuku let the severed hand drop as his body and Quirk finally gave out. "Young Midoriya!" All Might yelled in worry as Izuku collapsed into unconsciousness. Todoroki Enji, Endeavor, and Perpetual No. 2 Hero, walked through the front door of his traditional Japanese manner and was greeted with naught but silence. It had been some time since he last stepped foot in his own house, opting to sleep at the office most nights. The maid seemed to be doing a decent enough job at least. Every surface was clean, everything put away where it should be, the autumn bellflowers in the backyard pristine and ready to be taken to Ray. The silence in the once lively house was deafening, the cleanliness jarring. It was a hollowed-out corpse of what he had once thought was a home. Enji walked through silent halls where children's laughter could once be heard. He spared only a glance at the empty room that held his greatest shame, where in his weakness he had struck Ray, blaming her for not watching Tuya better. He entered the room where Tuya had attacked his infant brother. He settled onto his knees in front of Tuya's shrine, lit the incense with his quirk and bowed his head in prayer. Number 1 spot on the hero chart aside, he once thought he had everything. The wife his father had chosen for him was kind in a way he had never known. She had blessed him with 4 children, Fuyumi and Natsuo were as kind and intelligent as their mother, while Tuya and Shoto were fortunate enough to be born with quirks stronger than even his own. He made sure to nurture Fuyumi and Natsuo's intelligence with the best tutors money could buy, while he personally trained Tuya and Shoto to be strong the same way he had been, despite his wife claiming it was too much. Now his eldest was dead. His wife was in a mental health institution, blaming her for Tuya's burns having spiraled into her blaming herself for his death. Natsuo had been away at university for 3 years and refused to answer his calls or visit. Fuyumi didn't let him attend her wedding and hadn't let him even see his grandchildren. Shoto had just recently gone to UA and wasn't answering any of his phone calls either. He was taught from a young age that strength was the only measure of a person's worth, the only thing that mattered in life. He knew he was strong, so why did food taste like ash? Why did no amount of cases closed bring satisfaction? Perhaps when he finally eclipsed All Might as the number 1 would he be happy. The vibration of his phone broke him from his thoughts. It was the rat. What? He answered curtly, annoyed that he had gotten his hopes up that it was one of his kids. There's been an attack. Shoto's been Nezu said. The rat continued to talk, but he couldn't make out the words over the DMN ringing in his ears. Would he break his promise to Rei once more? Would a parent be forced to bury their child once again? He didn't think he could bear that, not again. Izuku startled awake, thrashing through water. He slowly realized he was only in the shallow surf of a black sand beach. He barely recognized it as one for all mental landscape. The once placid waters were now gently lapping at the sand while a multicolor sun blazed overhead. Where the island had once been barren, it was now lush with tropical plants. In the center of the island was a appealing beach house with Nana sitting on the stairs leading up to the deck where the others were shouting at each other. What happened to this place? Izuku asked as he approached Nana. It changed after you evolved one for all. It's pretty awesome actually, it's like I'm on a permanent vacation, Nana said around a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Well, I'm glad you aren't just marooned anymore, but what happened back there? Why was I so ready to kill that man? I think his name was Shigaraki. Isn't that Yoichi's surname? Izuku asked. Nana let out a sigh, but before she said anything the other vestiges approached, some sitting on the stairs with Nana, some leaning on the deck railing. Yoichi sat at the bottom step and grabbed a handful of sand. You remember correctly, Shigaraki is indeed my surname, but I never had children. My brother, All for One, was my only relative and he wiped our family name from history. It can only mean one thing if someone is claiming to be a Shigaraki, my brother is sending a message. Either he is still alive or he has left this new Shigaraki to take his place. It's the only explanation for his name and that creature having multiple quirks. You said he was dead, that All Might killed him. Izuku said, shocked that anyone could survive if All Might had killing intent. We thought he may still be, but we can no longer be sure, In said. Okay. But why was I so ready to kill? Izuku asked. The previous holders were frustratingly silent. He caught Nana's eye. Please, I don't want to kill villains, they deserve a chance to change. Is something wrong with me? When I was about to tear that man's heart out, it felt like the only course of action. Nana inhaled deeply before answering, you wanted to hurt him but we wanted to kill him. If he is related to All for One in any way he has to die. I think our combined emotions were strong enough to influence your own. We wanted him dead, but we didn't mean to influence you like that. We never intended to jeopardize your free will. We're sorry, it won't happen again. Nana as well as the other vestiges bowed their heads in apology, even the second and third users surprisingly, though he should have expected freedom fighters to value free will highly. Well, that makes me feel a little better knowing it wasn't me. Still a little alarming that you can influence me like that. Nana got up and grabbed his shoulders. It will not happen again. I think it was only possible due to our strong, unanimous emotions to begin with. The surroundings began to blur until only Nana's face was clear. You're waking up, Nana said before fading out of existence. Izuku's vision swam into focus, thankfully less literal this time, as he recognized the ceiling of UA's nurse's office and a privacy sheet surrounding his bed. He was more than a little surprised to not be in pain, The only thing he felt that was out of place was a weight on his chest, a familiar weight. He turned his vision down to see 𝐂𝐲 sprawled across his hospital gown-clad chest, asleep with tear tracks staining her face. He placed a hand on her back and at the same time noticed his arm had many new scars, scars earned by protecting those he loved, ones he would wear with pride. He rubbed circles into his daughter's back. Her breathing was hitched even while asleep, having likely cried herself to sleep. "Papa!" 𝐂𝐲 whispered with a scratchy voice. "I'm here, sweetheart," he whispered soothingly. "Papa!" 𝐂𝐲 exclaimed in relief as tears made a reappearance at the corners of her ruby eyes. The privacy curtain was torn aside by all three of his moms, no doubt alarmed by 𝐂𝐲's cry. The haggard expressions of all three melted away and transformed into expressions of relief as they rushed forward to swarm his bed. His 𝐵𝐻 had a few new scars as well, he saw, most notably a long one along her neck from a bladed weapon that must have just barely missed the carotid artery. "I'm sorry I couldn't protect you, Izuku." His 𝐵𝐻 said in a defeated tone he had never heard from the usual high-energy woman. "Students and my kids were harmed on my own turf. I'll never forgive myself," his mom 𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴 lamented, their eyes that looked so much like black holes shimmering with frustrated tears. "How are you feeling? Does anything hurt? What's my name? What year is it? How many fingers am I holding up? Are you hungry? Thirsty?" Recovery Girl said she was able to fully heal you due to your quirk giving you limitless stamina, but his mother 𝐿𝐭 asked in a worry-filled mutter spree. "I feel fine, just a little sore and a light headache," Izuku said, interrupting her before she turned blue in the face. Mom, please don't blame yourselves. You did everything you could," he pleaded. "We thought we lost you," 𝐿𝐭 admitted, tears forming in her eyes. A thought crossed his mind that had him sitting up abruptly, causing 𝐿𝐿 to squeak as she held on tighter. "Is everyone else okay?" he asked in a panic. "Stop yelling, you're not the only one in here." Recovery Girl yelled from just beyond the privacy screen. He threw back the screen with one arm while the other clutched 𝐿𝐿 close. He was mistaken when he assumed this was the nurse's office. This was 𝐂𝐴's infirmary. The room was huge with many beds, some of them concealed with privacy screens. Recovery Girl was standing in the middle of the room looking both exhausted and annoyed while directing several ectoplasm clones around the room. It was then he could make out the emotional signatures coming from everywhere in the room. He could feel their pain, be it emotional or physical. Ms. Qiao pointed her cane at him. "You've only been out for a couple hours. Cell activation is the only reason you aren't strapped to your bed right now. You broke nearly every major bone in your body and kept fighting anyway, resulting in many compound fractures, hence the scarring. I took a BLD sample when you were brought in. You had enough adrenaline in your veins to kill several men your size. That's the only reason you didn't pass out from the pain. You also overloaded your quirk, which is why you passed out initially, I believe. Now come help me with the ones that didn't have enough stamina to be fully healed," she said before turning and hobbling to a concealed bed. He quickly followed the surprisingly quick woman while he processed what she had said. It had only been a couple hours and they were still injured, the faces of Rumi, Himiko, Zu, Okiko, and Nejaya flashing through his mind. Qiao led him to a privacy screen, where he could hear a child's voice on the other side. They entered to see two people at the side of the bed who he recognized but couldn't place. Nejaya lay unmoving save for the uneven rise and fall of her chest. She was covered head to toe in bandages with splints to keep her limbs straight until they could be fully healed. Curled against Nejaya's side was Yuki. "Not again, not again, not again, not again," she chanted, her voice broken, her words pleading. "Yuki?" 𝐿𝐿 asked. The snow leopard child didn't respond, her chant continuing unabated. He placed a hand on her head and stroked her mane. Her eyes blinked open as she turned to look at him and 𝐿𝐿, her grey eyes hollow and unfocused. Tears began forming as her feline eyes struggled to focus on them. Small hiccups escaped her lips once she finally saw them, her hands in the universal sign of wanting up. He wordlessly pulled the girl into his chest where she threw her arms around his neck much the same way that 𝐿𝐿 was doing. She began rubbing her cheek along the underside of his jaw as she purred in a self-soothing manner while her tail coiled around him and 𝐿𝐿. "Can you heal mommy, Daizu?" Yuki asked once she found her words, It seemed as if she was about to call him something else but caught herself before she did. "Of course, don't you worry, Yuki," Izuku said, trying to lift her spirits without using empathy. He didn't like using empathy to influence someone's emotions unless it was in combat or an emergency. Real emotions, even the bad ones, were important to feel and process. He took a seat on the edge of Nejia's bed and held her hand in his now glowing one. Sensing now was a good time to introduce himself, the blonde muscular boy sat forward in his seat. "You must be Midoriya, I'm Tagata Mirio," he said before gesturing to a boy with indigo hair and elfin ears that was doing his damnedest to blend in with the chair. "And this is my boyfriend, Mijiki Tamaki." The shy boy looked like he was about to implode with how hard he was trying to draw in on himself. "I wish we could have met under better circumstances, like a spa." "Well, at any rate, I wanted to thank you for being there for Nejiya. She doesn't have many people in her life and I can tell you care about her and Yuki. Honestly, I'm a little jealous how much Yuki seems to like you already. Getting her to like me was harder than herding cats." He finished with a guffaw. "You're the rest of the big three. It's an honor, I would love to spar with you sometime," Izuku exclaimed, wishing he had a notebook for them to sign. If Tamaki's shyness was a regular thing, then his hero autograph would become insanely rare. Nejia's hand gripped his own, her fingers interlacing his. Recovery Girl must have used her quirk when he wasn't looking. He looked just in time to see her appealing periwinkle eyes flutter open and blink away the sleep as she tried to focus on her surroundings. Her eyes met his and she smiled warmly. "You're safe," Nejiya said with relief as if she wasn't the one being healed. "Mommy!" Yuki yelled before clambering onto her mother and rubbing her cheek against her in the same manner she had done to him, Eri climbing onto Nejiya to join in the hug as well. Izuku laughed. "She sure likes doing that." Nejiya blinked at him in surprise. "She did that to you?" "Why, he said, shrugging his shoulders. "She's sent marking you as hers. It's a big deal, especially for her. She hasn't even done that to her uncles," she explained, gesturing to Mirio who was pouting dramatically. He scratched Yuki right behind her little ears. "Yours here." He teased the girl, earning a giggle that was music to his ears after seeing her so upset just minutes ago. "She was really worried about you. We should probably do another joint therapy session," he suggested, knowing the girl was nearly forced to relive one of the most traumatic things she'd gone through. "You weren't worried?" Nejiya asked, trying to sound teasing, but he could feel her deflate a bit. "Of course I was. When you hit the ground and didn't move, I didn't," Izuku said, trailing off softly. Nejia's grip tightened, reminding him that they were, in fact, holding hands still. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have implied you didn't. It must have been hard to see," she said warmly. The privacy screen was pulled open and Fuyumi walked in alongside the number 6 hero, the Dragoon hero, Ryukyu. Their children, Rin and Mika, were hanging off Ryukyu with worried expressions. "Auntie!" They both cried in perfect unison before they too clambered on top of Nejiya, who laughed at all the attention. Ryukyu gave him an appraising look with her reptilian eyes that emanated shovel talk energy. Fuyumi elbowed her wife before speaking. "Hello, Izuku. I'm glad to see you well. Eri was distraught when we heard the news after going into lockdown again. It seems you've already helped fully heal Nejiya. I was here earlier but went to the gate to meet my wife," she said, gesturing to Ryukyu. He honestly hadn't even thought about what was happening back at the main campus and the fact that the daycare might go into lockdown again. "Was Yuki okay?" "She didn't handle the last one very well," he asked, afraid the child had to go through that again but without him or Nejiya to calm her down. Fuyumi side-eyed Ryukyu with an "I told you so" look that only got a huff and an eye roll in response. "She did much better this time now that she knew what to expect, and thanks to you and Nejiya taking her to Hound Dog to talk about it. You really care about her, don't you?" Fuyumi asked with a look that told him that she already knew the answer. Izuku's brows scrunched in confusion at such a question. "Of course I do," he said like he was explaining the sun was bright. Fuyumi smiled with some mirth like she was winning an argument he had no idea he was even having. Ryukyu growled slightly before speaking. "I heard what you did at the USJ, impressive stuff. It's no wonder you have a collection of women at your beck and call," she said with a taunting tone that made Izuku's eye twitch. Izuku stood up abruptly and entered the pro-hero's personal space until he was looking straight down at her from his considerable height. Ryukyu was not impressed, judging by her not only standing her ground but glaring back with the ferocity of an apex predator of myth and legend. "Don't speak about them like they are objects," he warned the number 6 hero in a too calm voice. Ryukyu's hard eyes softened as her predator's smile turned friendly despite the sharp teeth. "You pass," she said smugly. Izuku blinked. "What?" he asked wisely. "Had to make sure you weren't some womanizer before I continued to let you be around my brood," Ryukyu admitted with a grin. Fuyumi grabbed her wife's ear as Recovery Girl smacked Izuku in the shin, causing both parties to wince. "I told you to be nice." Fuyumi somehow managed to sing-song a threat into her wife's captive ear. "We got more patience, come on," Recovery Girl ordered as she led the way. Eri hopped off the bed and grabbed his hand as they followed the woman to the next bed. "My legs are only a little broken, it's fine," Rumi's unmistakable voice argued from behind the curtain. "Stay in the diamond bed, you little SID," Mr. Ogiro's stern voice argued back as they entered. "I got her," Mai said as she held Rumi in a half suplex with her power armor. Now to most Mai would appear unfazed, but thanks to empathy he could see her inner turmoil as plain as day, and she was barely keeping it together. Rumi was attempting to get out of the bed despite both her legs being splintered along with one of her arms, while her adoptive father and girlfriend were trying to force her back into the bed without exacerbating her injuries. "Mamas!" Eri cried excitedly as she ran up to the bed, dragging Izuku with her. Rumi let out a defeated sigh as she fell back onto the bed with barely a wince despite her injuries. She looked at him with narrowed eyes as Mai scooped up Eri and began tossing her gently into the air. "Hey! How come you're allowed to be up already? They said you were worse than me," Rumi demanded, not a little petulantly. "It's not my fault that my cell activation works in perfect tandem with Recovery Girl's quirk," he said with a grin that he knew would PSS her off. "Judging by the vein on her forehead, it worked." "Then hurry up and heal me so I can kick your—" She turned to make sure Eri was giggling too much to hear and continued, "Effin' butt." He rolled his eyes and sat on the bed, his glowing hands tracing her new scars decorating her legs and arm. "I was worried about you too, when that thing hit you," he admitted quietly. "They said if you didn't have cell activation you would have died," Rumi said with a small hitch in her voice. "All done," Recovery Girl said, cutting in. "Woo!" Rumi yelled as she tore the dressings off and leapt out of bed. Mr. Oguro approached him and placed a weathered hand on his shoulder. "Thank you, son. They're saying that the villain that hurt her had multiple quirks, is that true?" "Definitely, it had strength and speed on par with All Might, regeneration like I've never seen, and was able to take a hit from me like it was nothing, probably some kind of impact reduction," Izuku said. Mr. Oguro looked like he had seen a ghost. It deeply unsettled Izuku to see the expression on the usually gruff man's face. "You said it was fast. Do you think it had a super speed quirk? Like O'Clock's, if you remember him?" Mr. Oguro asked, seeming to fear the answer for some reason. Izuku hummed in thought. He certainly remembered the high-speed hero, O'Clock, who had retired in his prime with no warning or explanation. The hero was unrivaled when it came to speed, even by All Might. "I don't think so, I think its speed was just a result of its strength enhancement," he answered after a second of deliberation. Color returned to Mr. Oguro's face as he released a breath he had been holding. Good, he said, patting Izuku on the shoulder. "Thanks again, I wouldn't survive losing another daughter," he whispered as he walked towards Eri, trademark grin plastered on his face once again. Izuku couldn't even imagine what the man had gone through when he lost his daughter to the villain Queen Bee. Even the thought of losing Eri or even Yuki despite her not being his made his mind go to dark places. "Grandpa Knuckles!" Eri yelled as Mai lowered her to the ground and let her rush the old man. "How's my favorite pipsqueak?" Mr. Oguro asked, Izuku gasping in mock hurt. Izuku approached Mai with Rumi. "You okay?" he asked. "I didn't get hurt," Mai said a little too quickly. "Come on, Mai. I can tell you're not all right," he pleaded. "Please talk to us," Rumi pleaded as well. Mai's visor slapped shut. If Okiko didn't have the grapple, she would have died. If Zu didn't have the dart gun, they might have all died from what I heard. I should have made her a climate control suite for her suit. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 needs more ranged options. I could have done more, I could have made more, I should dash. Alright, enough of that, Rumi ordered, her foot slapping the floor in irritation. You're worth more than what you can give, Mai. You saved lives with your babies, be proud of that, Izuku tried. I guess, Mai said, not sounding entirely convinced. Mai, he said, worried for her mental state. I'll let you off the hood for now, but we're talking later with Hound Dog, Rumi said, ending the conversation there. Mai's mom came tripping through the privacy screen. I'm here. Come on, whippersnapper. Recovery Girl said, waving her cane at him threateningly. Where's my hug, Kit? Rumi asked Eri as he followed Recovery Girl. The instant he passed the threshold of the next privacy screen, he was grabbed by large hands and all but dragged to the bedside. Hurry up and heal her. Vlad King all but yelled into his ear as he manhandled Izuku. Too loud, Himiko grumbled on the bed and she held her head in her hands. Sorry. Her father yelled again, causing her to wince again. Izuku sat on the bed and began undoing Himiko's messy buns, both his hands glowing with cell activation as he did so. Izuku, they said you were in rough shape, Himiko asked as her eyes fluttered close in pleasure. I got better, he said with a smirk. Smartus, Himiko said with a toothy grin. What happened to you? You drank that thing's BLD and just started screaming in pain, Izuku asked. They said I suffered a quirk burnout, same as you. When I tried transforming into that thing, it felt like trying to be multiple people at once, it felt like I was being torn apart, she said, wincing at the memory. That thing had multiple quirks, maybe that's why. Izuku wondered aloud. That, or it was made of multiple people, Himiko said. That repulsive possibility was enough to silence them both. Recovery Girl gave Himiko a quick kiss just to make sure she was completely healed before saying, well, that's everyone that can be healed, thanks Izuku. Izuku's eyes shot wide at the implication. What do you mean can be healed? Are 𝐒𝐿𝐴 and 𝐒𝐻 hurt? I thought their injuries weren't severe. I knew it. He said, beginning to panic. Himiko's hand palmed his face and turned it to look him in the eyes. They're fine, they were in here earlier before their parents picked them up. Then who? Izuku asked. Todoroki. He lost a couple toes and his pinky finger to frostbite, the idiot, Recovery Girl said, irritated for some reason before she stalked off. Izuku raised an eyebrow at her being mad at Todoroki, it wasn't like it was his fault. Right. I'm going to go find the girls, Izuku, Himiko said, kissing him on the cheek before leaving in search of her girlfriends, her father following. Izuku stepped out from the privacy screen to see a scene unfolding. The Endeavor was trailing after a limping Todoroki. The heterochromatic boy seemed to be still getting the hang of walking on a foot with a few missing toes. What Izuku didn't understand was why Todoroki looked so demon-possessed as he hurried to escape the number 2 hero. Do you really hate me so much that you would do this to yourself, Shoto? Endeavor demanded more than asked. Todoroki whirled on the man with pure vitriol in his mismatched eyes as he responded, yes. Is that our uncle? Rin began. And grandpa? Mika finished. Ryukyu pulled her daughters behind her and snarled in a way that was in no way human. That depends on them, Ryukyu gritted out an answer. That depends on them, Ryukyu gritted out, her twin daughters looking back and forth between Todoroki and Endeavor. Did that mean that Endeavor was? They're my grandchildren whether you like it or not, Endeavor all but growled, his supposed grandchildren hiding behind their mother's legs in response to his cruel tone. Upon seeing their reaction, Endeavor's flames adorning his face petered out for a second, a pained look flashing across his face before he turned on his heel and marched out of the room. Shoto, for his part, just stared at the little girls while a million emotions poured off him too fast to discern. What do I have to do? Shoto asked seriously, confused but brimming with hope. Fuyumi held her hand over her mouth as she was barely able to choke back a sob. Ryukyu walked up to the boy and placed a hand on his shoulder. First, pack a bag. You're staying with us for the weekend, she ordered not unkindly. It was Sunday, 2 days after the USJ incident as the news was calling it, and most of the class was still staying with their parents. Izuku understood, but he wished he could see for himself that everyone was safe. Sure, Okiko and Zu were keeping in touch, but it just wasn't the same. Currently, he was headed to Nezu's office, having scheduled a meeting with his mentor himself. Nezu's door swung open as a woman exited the Chimera's office. She was above average height, pitch black hair that went just past her shoulders, wore a black-on-black suit as well as a harsh expression, her bright purple eyes standing out in stark contrast to her attire. Between the way she carried herself with lethal grace and the way she seemed to size him up in a second, he knew this person was dangerous. She almost seemed familiar, but he couldn't figure out why. Midoriya, the strange woman said with zero doubt as to his identity. Thank you, she finished curtly yet with sincerity. You're welcome. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name, he tried, curious as to who this could be. That's because I didn't give it, she said simply before stalking down the hall. Izuku stepped into Nezu's office. Who was that? He asked. Nezu sat at his desk sipping on his tea as if he hadn't overheard every word of the conversation. That, Izuku, was the Yororozu family's head of security. She was here to ensure UA is making the steps appropriate to make sure that something like the USJ incident cannot happen again, Nezu said casually. If Izuku was anyone else, he would have taken the dean's casual demeanor for face value, but he could feel the Chimera's underlying stress and notes of fear. You're scared of her, Izuku claimed, knowing he was right and terrified because of it. Anyone that could make the rat overlord himself feel fear deserved respect. Nezu blew out a sigh. You would be too if you knew who that was, he said mysteriously. So who was it? Izuku asked, his curiosity piqued. I'm afraid I'm under an NDA that makes that impossible, Nezu said regretfully. Now that really made him curious, who exactly did Momo's family have employed? Now what did you want to discuss, Kit? Nezu asked, clearly eager to move on. Izuku set the identity of the mysterious woman aside for why he was really here. He sat on Nezu's expensive leather couch, his expression turning serious. I'm not here as a student or even as your protégé, sir. I'm here as a father. What's to stop that portal villain from showing up right in the middle of the daycare and harming A, or Yuki? He asked, Yuki's safety being just as important to him as A's for some reason. Nezu took his time to sip at his tea while he gave Izuku an appraising look. Young Hatsune is collaborating with myself and Powerloader to sync the turrets up to the villain's portal signature. I must say that I'm surprised she did not mention this to you, Nezu responded. She didn't mention it. She's been in the workshop a lot since the USJ, he said, somewhat ashamed that Mai hadn't told him. He had figured she was just distressing her usual way, but perhaps there was more to it. Is there anything else, Kit? Nezu asked. One more thing. As long as you vouch for them, I want to evolve every staff member's quirk. If anything like the USJ happens again, I want the deck stacked in our favor, Izuku said. Nezu smiled in a way that he knew to be predatory. I'll send them to you, the Chimera chirped happily. With his business concluded, Izuku stood and made his way to UA's support course workshops in search of Mai. Izuku walked through the workshop's open door, the cacophony of power tools telling him Mai was indeed here. As expected, he saw Mai with her back to him hunched over a table working on something with feverish determination. What he didn't expect to see was Momo right alongside her working just as hard, the light of her quirk lighting up her soot-stained face each time she used it. Both women wore matching coveralls tied around their hips and a black tank top. Mai's strong arms were covered in a sheen of sweat and grease, her pink locks dirty and tied in a ponytail with a cable. Momo's slender arms might have appeared less muscular, but she was also 6 feet 4 inches compared to Mai's 5 feet 2 inches, and Izuku knew all too well how difficult it was to appear muscular at that height. He honestly didn't know how All Might managed to look like a Mr. Universe winner at 7 feet 3 inches. A shoulder bumping into him broke him from his observations. Looking to his side and down, he saw Kyoka staring forward with a look of concern. Good to see you up and about, Green, Kyoka said casually yet sincerely. I was worried about you too, Izuku said dead serious. Kyoka's cheeks tinged red. I only had a few cuts and bruises, it was nothing compared to you, she said. Still, it's good to see for myself that you and Momo are safe. How are you two holding up after what happened? He asked. Kyoka sighed. I'm okay. Momo's been blaming herself for Rumi's injuries, saying that she wasn't fast enough and that she had to rely on her and Himiko too much. Then there's her photographic memory. She'll randomly get this blank look in her eyes, then she'll start shaking in fear. I think she relives it daily. I don't know how to help, she admitted, her hands balled into fists. Izuku leaned into the petite girl lightly, making her adjust her balance. Mai isn't doing too much better. She insists that everyone's injuries could have been prevented if she only had made enough babies for everyone. We had a talk with Hound Dog about it, but I think she's still carrying around some misplaced guilt. You two should talk to him. I'm sorry about Momo's memories. If I hadn't evolved her quirk maybe he said, getting cut off by a small foot stomping on his. Knock that SHT off. If you hadn't evolved her quirk she might have died when she ran out of lipids. Instead she didn't, because of her evolution, Kyoka reprimanded. Izuku laughed. Okay, he said with his hands up. We should probably make them take a break. And hey, if there's anything I can do to help you or Momo, in any way, don't hesitate to ask, he said. Kyoka smiled bashfully at him. I'll keep that in mind, Green, she said, unslinging her backpack and opening it to reveal it was packed full of water bottles and high-calorie nutrition bars. Let's hose the girls down and get 'em fed and watered, YA. Izuku stifled a snort of laughter. YA. Rumi grunted as she finished her squat set on the magnetic weight machine. That's 10 representatives at 5,000 pounds, you beat your personal best. Izuku cheered, trying to lighten the mood. He and Rumi had hit the on-campus gym that evening to train. The base effectiveness of their quirks heavily depended on overall strength and they were simply not strong enough at the USJ. They had already been here for hours. It's not enough. What happens next time we aren't strong enough? Rumi yelled in frustration. Izuku sat heavily on the bench. I don't know, he admitted. Rumi sat beside him, steam rising off her bare thighs. She leaned her head on his shoulder, her ears drooping. I'm sorry I snapped at you, she whispered. He laid a hand on her leg and activated cell activation to jumpstart the recovery process of the torn muscles fibers. You're right, we need to get stronger, but we aren't going to make it happen in a single day. We should get back to the dorm, get something to eat, he suggested. He was starving after being here for so long. Cell activation made him able to work out near endlessly, but he still needed food to fuel the recovery process lest their bodies begin to metabolize their muscles for fuel. I could definitely eat, Rumi admitted, her stomach growling as if to punctuate her point. I wonder if anyone else has come back yet, Izuku wondered aloud as he and Rumi approached the dorm's large double doors hand in hand. I hope so, it feels so empty with everyone at their parents', Rumi said. Izuku opened the doors and was relieved to see the common room abuzz with activity, only Todoroki was missing. Hell, even Bakugo was there. Izuku took a moment to appreciate the scene and the fact that he could finally see for himself that everyone was safe. Rumi leaned into him, apparently content to see everyone as well. On the couch, Momo and Kyoka held game controllers in their hands. Sitting on the floor in front of them were Toru and Mina, also with controllers in hand. They looked to be competing in a shooter video game, and judging by Mina and Toru's exclamations of "screen peeker," the two were losing badly. Momo's back was rigid as she sat perfectly proper, her years of etiquette showing. The only thing out of place was the very tip of her tongue poking out of the corner of her mouth in concentration. Kyoka leaned forward, her elbows on her knees, her eyes nearly unblinking, her knuckles white. Mina ducked and weaved her head with the movements of her on-screen character, her tail wrapped tightly around Toru beside her. Toru, for her part, just seemed to be having fun. She was visible, her luminous hair and eyes drawing the eye even more than her exaggerated movements, too used to needing them in order to be seen. Over at the dining table was Shiro, Kaminari, Kirishima, and Bakugo retelling their experiences at the USJ with obvious dramatic flair if Kaminari's waving arms were any indication. Bakugo appeared by all accounts to be annoyed, but his feelings told the truth. He was just happy to be included, and was confused by it. Nejaya sat at the breakfast bar next to Ei and Emma, all three in their tea party vestments as they judged Shoji and Tokoyami's decorative apple slices with as much snobbery as possible. 𝐼𝐬𝐽 was wearing the SHT out of a fake diamond-studded gown as he spoke judgmental-sounding French through his pursed lips. Shoji and Tokoyami were both wearing frilly aprons and chef hats as they presented their finest works of apple slices. Ida, Hitoshi, Mai, Okiko, and Zu were all cheering on a game of cat and mouse, or cat and cat in this case. Himiko had her shoes off and was on all fours chasing after Yuki, who similarly had no shoes on. The two raced all around the common room, Yuki giggling as she ran. Himiko was certainly slower since she didn't have a pure big cat mutation quirk like Yuki, but she was giving the little girl a run for her money. He had actually never seen Himiko run on all fours before, but it was obvious her dual quirk allowed the hip flexibility necessary to do it. Maybe it was her way of training. Eventually Himiko's greater stature led her to winning by catching Yuki in a tackle that had them both tumbling across the floor laughing. "I haven't been chased like that in forever," Yuki exclaimed excitedly, causing Izuku's stomach to drop at the realization that she had meant since before her parents were killed. Himiko's eyes widened at the same realization, and then again when Yuki nuzzled her cheek against her jawline just as she had done to him and 𝐒𝐽𝐽. Tears came unbidden to Himiko's wide eyes. "What's wrong?" Yuki asked, seemingly worried she had done something wrong. Himiko trilled in the same way he had heard her do when she first met Yuki, getting the same response as then. Yuki immediately relaxed at the sound, purring in response. "My mom used to do that to me, a very, very long time ago. I never realized how much I missed it," Himiko said sadly, rubbing her cheek on Yuki as she held the girl close on the floor. "There ya2 Okiko yelled, being the first person to finally notice him and Rumi watching from the doorway. Izuku's smile only grew as he watched her approach without a limp from her injury, finally having proof that she wasn't still hurt. Zu was right beside her and fully cognizant this time. The sight only lifted his mood further. "You're all sweaty, ribbit," Zu greeted. "Ah, sorry, I didn't say I didn't like it," Zu interrupted. "Zu!" Okiko whisper-shouted with a blush that told him that she didn't exactly disagree. Izuku and Rumi shared a look before laughing loud enough to draw the attention of everyone in the common room. Nezu flicked off the video feed of 𝐼𝐴's common room as he smoothed over his raised fur. Himiko's statement had resonated with him on an animalistic level. Perhaps he should pay a visit to the women's correctional facility where Himiko's mother was incarcerated. Perhaps he would visit during her mother's yard time. Perhaps he would have a meeting with the warden. Perhaps the yard speakers would accidentally be swayed on and tuned to the warden's office right after Nezu asked what Ms. Himiko's charges were. After all, it wasn't a pattern until it happened 3 times, just an unfortunate coincidence. Izuku woke Monday morning not by his alarm but by a message on his watch from Nezu summoning him to a meeting before class. He needed to get up and get ready a bit early, but there was a problem, several in fact. Zu was curled up on his chest like he was a heat rock in a terrarium. Yuki was starfished out across Himiko, 𝐒𝐽𝐽, and himself. Turns out when Yuki and Ei both beg for a sleepover, they get it. He doubted he would ever be strong enough to deny them. Okiko was half laying on top of him with Ei snuggled into the non-existent gap between them. Rumi had somehow managed to flop across nearly all their feet. Mai was lying on 𝐒𝐽𝐽's legs, her head resting on her stomach, her arms coiled around her in a sleeping embrace. Izuku stared helpless at the ceiling of his room. Even if they were messy sleepers, this felt right, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 and Yuki included. He needed to have a talk with his partners later. He wasn't sure when his feelings of admiration for 𝐒𝐽𝐽 had turned into love or when he began to care about Yuki the same way he did Ei, but he owed it to his partners, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 and Yuki, to address it. Now, he just needed to get out of bed without waking everyone. Fighting Nomu again sounded easier. Izuku stepped into Nezu's office. To be honest, Izuku was surprised that school wasn't cancelled after the USJ attack, but with the sports festival hard scheduled to take place in 2 weeks' time, Nezu likely didn't have much of a choice. With the festival being the most watched televised program as well as a national event, it couldn't so easily be rescheduled, even due to an attack. In Nezu's office he found Mr. Torino, Aizawa, and Toshinori also in attendance. Toshi stood immediately upon seeing him and gave him a hug. "It's a relief to see you well, my boy. I knew you were safe, but seeing you is just different." I'm sorry I haven't been able to see you until now. The attack on Mustafa and Yue emboldened villains all across the country, so I've had a very busy weekend. I'm afraid I may have shortened my limit again, All Might admitted, rubbing his hand together nervously as if expecting a scolding. You what? Nana yelled as she popped into existence, her incorporeal hand aimed in a slap going straight through the back of Tosh's head. Sora, slap him around for me, she said in a frustrated huff, no doubt wishing she could do it herself. All Might shuddered as Torino sighed tiredly. I already did, but to be fair, he only had to go overboard because most of the villains were using trigger. That DMN drag turns zygotes into actual threats, Torino said. Fine, but you need to let others take some of the load, Toshi. You're only human, Nana nearly pleaded with Toshi, maternal worry evident. Toshi smiled brightly as he nodded. From Izuku's understanding, Nana might as well be Toshi's mother, and seeing the two interact always brightened Izuku's day. It's good to see you and Aizawa as well, Izuku said with a smile aimed at his mentor and family friend. Are you going to tell us why we're here, rat? I could still be sleeping, Aizawa asked with a sleepy and annoyed voice. Izuku moved to where Aizawa sat, or more accurately melted into the chair, and placed a glowing hand on his shoulder. How's your head, sensei? Izuku asked. Thanks, problem child. I had a skull fracture but it healed fine. Hatsune saved my life with that shot, he said, visibly more alert and awake thanks to cell activation. Nezu coughed, getting his attention. The dean's animal face twisted into something a human wouldn't recognize, but Izuku felt the seriousness of the expression. Now that All Might is back, we can properly have this conversation. I dislike bringing a student into a talk this serious, but this matter directly affects you, cub, Nezu said, looking directly at Izuku. The man that invaded the USJ was called Shigaraki by his cohort according to the statements from those that were there. Shigaraki was also the family name that Yoichi, or the first wielder of One for All, gave when he introduced himself. I'm assuming as my protege you also caught this? Nezu asked Izuku. Izuku bowed his head. Yes, sir. I didn't want to bring it up until All Might was back. Yoichi himself confirmed that this is no coincidence. The villain that orchestrated the attack has some kind of connection to All for One. Whether or not All for One survived somehow, I don't know, Izuku said. Gran Torino swore. There's no way he survived, his grey matter ran through my fingers, All Might said quietly, what he had done that day still haunting him, his emotions a mess. Indeed, Nezu agreed. But there's more. I just got the results back from the DNA test we ran on Shigaraki's hand. He might as well not even exist, Nezu said. Nana said from where she sat on the couch. The test did find something though, a relative. This relative, likely his father, had several minor charges when he was young. The father was in foster care from a young age and by all accounts was a troublemaker in his youth. The only thing that was suspicious was that he along with his entire family died suddenly and violently in a villain attack at their home. The villain was never caught or even named, Nezu said. Sounds suspicious, a cover-up. Aizawa asked. The entire family died, yet Shigaraki survived. You think he was the one that did it, maybe a violent quirk awakening? Izuku suggested, Aries quirk awakening coming to mind as an example. Nezu nodded. That is my suspicion, yes. That's horrible. What was the father's name? All Might asked. Himitsu, Nezu answered. Torino's eyes bulged and Nana shot to her feet. His given name. What was it? Nana demanded, voice threatening to break with emotion. Kotaro, Nezu said, the resulting silence deafening. Nana collapsed to the floor, her incorporeal body making no sound. She covered her face, tears escaping their restraints as her shoulders shook and her chest heaved for breath. Gran Torino rushed to his friend's side and began whispering to her, trying to calm her. My baby boy, my grandbaby, what have I done? She wailed before vanishing. Now that she had retreated back into his quirk, he could feel her grief. It was all-encompassing, all-consuming. He couldn't bear the weight of it, it was too much. Then, suddenly, it vanished. As if a string tied to an anchor was cut, the weight that was drowning him vanished. Young Midoriya. Are you all right? All Might questioned, having bulked up as he caught Izuku. Caught? When did he fall to his knees? Was he crying? I think I'm fine, Izuku said unsurely as he wiped the tears from his face. What the hell just happened? Aizawa demanded. Himitsu Kotaro was the name Nana changed her son's name to when we put him in foster care to hide him from all for one. We failed him, Gran Torino said, looking completely lost and overwhelmed for the first time since Izuku had known him. Everyone present sans Torino went silent in shock, empathy certifying their reactions as genuine. It seemed not even All Might knew of Nana's child. Yuichi, where is Nana? Izuku thought. She's here, 9. She severed her mental connection with you for the time being. We were serious about not influencing you again. Worry not, we will watch over her, the first said. Please do, I don't want her to be alone, Izuku begged. If that was what it felt like to lose a child, he was determined to never experience it again, at any cost. He knew he wouldn't survive that pain. Classes went by in somewhat of a blur for Izuku, too focused on Nana, what losing a child felt like, and the fact that Shigaraki was her grandson. His classmates were understandably worried by his absent-mindedness, his girlfriend and Nejaya promising to have lunch with him plus Yuki and Eri on Yue's lawn when he confessed that he was thinking about what would happen if something happened to Yuki or Eri. So, when it was finally time for lunch, he was justly upset when he found the path out of the classroom blocked by a throng of curious onlookers. No fair. The class is full of babes. A purple-haired child complained. Move, he ordered reasonably, not the least bit mad. Nope, not at all. You're blocking the hall. Rumi yelled, annoyed. Scooch. I wanna see my baby. Mai yelled, annoyed as well. They're here to scope out the competition, want to see the class that took on villains, Bakugo explained in a growl before he began all but elbowing his way through the crowd. If Izuku was thinking more rationally, he might have followed suit, but alas, he was not. Move, or be moved, he ordered again, definitely not threatening anyone. I'm from Class B next door. I came here to hear about the villain attack. Don't get too full of yourself. If you bark too much, it'll be embarrassing when you get into a real fight. A boy with shark teeth and truly extravagant eyebrows yelled. Bark. A real fight. He would, personally, show each and every one of these people standing between him and his daughters what a real fight was like. To think that they allowed such a brute, a delinquent, and a freak into UA's sacred halls, yet alone into the hero course, a too familiar snide voice taunted. Izuku's eyes snapped to a head of blonde hair. Monoma, Izuku growled. What the hell is going on here? Vlad King yelled, pushing his way through the crowd. 1A, my daughter included, fought for their very lives at the USJ and you harassed them for it. The crowd seemed cowed by the man's words, but Izuku didn't care. He waded through them like knee-high water until he was standing in front of Monoma. He laid his hand on the boy's shoulder in a manner more akin to a threat than the friendly gesture it seemed to be. There's something I've always wanted to ask you, Izuku said, his grip tightening. You rely on others to even use your quirk, he stated, his grip tightening further to the point of pain. So why are you so unlikable? He asked, genuinely curious how someone like him intended to become a pro-hero that relied on teamwork despite his atrocious attitude. Indignant rage flared within Monoma before he tried to shove Izuku. Tried being the key word since Izuku didn't so much as budge, Monoma's rage swelling at his failed attempt. I challenge you to a duel, Monoma said, trying to sound as if he had won something. YA. The boy with eyebrows yelled in agreement. At a second look, the boy didn't seem all that malicious, just straightforward to a fault like Kirishima. Hell, they even looked alike. I accept, Izuku agreed readily, his lips pulling back not in a smile but a baring of teeth. First years aren't allowed to settle grievances by duels. Vlad King corrected. I'll allow it, Nezu chirped over the nearby speakers. Izuku leaned in close to the blonde. When you wake up in the nurse's office, remember that you asked for this, Izuku whispered, glad to finally have a chance to shut the annoying brat up that he had endured for all of high school. Monoma's only response was to laugh in his face in a feeble attempt to hide his fear before walking off, Izuku releasing his grip and allowing the retreat. The duel will take place 1 hour after classes at the PE grounds. I will be the referee. Vlad King announced to everyone present before leaning in to whisper into Izuku's ear. Teach him some manners, will ya? I haven't had much luck. Yes sir, Izuku happily agreed. Lunch on Yue's lawn with his daughters was exactly what the doctor ordered. He never felt more relaxed as he watched Zu and Okiko with Ei while Yuki was in a game of tag with Himiko, Rumi, Nejaya, and Mai. In hindsight, he probably could have handled the confrontation in the hallway with a little more decorum, but he couldn't bring himself to regret his actions or words. Are you my new mamas? Eri asked Zu and Okiko from the frog girl's lap, Okiko right beside them. Izuku's BLD pressure spiked immediately, having completely spaced on talking with Ei about Zu and Okiko joining their relationship and what that meant to the girl. That depends if YA want us to be, Okiko said, hope rolling off her. It does? Eri asked, confused. Yep, ribbit. Okiko and I love your papa and mamas very much, but that doesn't mean you have to think of us as your mamas, Zu said, so cool-headed that it made his head spin. Eri squirmed in Zu's lap and turned to look at the two. Would you want to be my mamas? She asked shyly. I would, Zu answered easily. Okiko looked like she was trying to rein in a squeal before answering, of course. Eri turned around fully and wrapped herself around Zu in a full-bodied hug, her eyes closed. Mamazu, Mamachako, Ei sounded out, trying the words on for size before continuing. I like it, she said happily, her small body squeezing Zu. Okiko let out a strangled noise before she wrapped Zu and Eri up in a hug, rapid, happy croaks coming from Zu. Yuki raced up to him, clearly out of breath, and slapped his shoulder, yelling, tag. You're it, daddy. Before sprinting off on all fours, completely unaware of what she had just called him. Rumi, Nejaya, Mai, and Himiko all stopped in their tracks to stare at him with wide eyes, none wider than Nejaya's. Izuku, for his part, had so much serotonin flooding his brain that he couldn't remember how to articulate words. Did she just? Okiko asked. Yep, Zu answered. Sisters. Eri yelled in triumph before getting up and running off, seeming to join in on the game. Well, now they really needed to talk about Nejaya and Yuki. The bell rang. Once classes were over, Izuku and Momo headed to their first class representative meeting with their neighbors, Hero Course 1B. He really hoped that Monoma wasn't a representative. That would be a whole new level of awkward to have a meeting with the person you were going to fight in what was essentially a grudge match right after. Are you okay, Midoriya? Momo asked as they walked. Izuku ruffled his hair and smiled at Momo's caring nature that seemed to come so naturally to her. Why, just hope Monoma isn't a representative, he admitted. Momo's eyes widened slightly, not seeming to think of that possibility until now. That would certainly be unfortunate, though I doubt someone with his disposition would garner much support, Momo said. Izuku laughed, finding Momo's roundabout way of saying there was no way anyone would elect him but like Monoma hilarious. You're probably right, thanks. Oh, this is it, Izuku said, sliding open a door. Holy Esidi, what are they feeding you to? A green-haired girl with sharp teeth asked the second they walked through the door. Izuku and Momo shared a look of both surprise and understanding. They were, after all, 6 feet 6 inches and 6 feet 4 inches respectively. They must look quite the sight coming through a door shoulder to shoulder. Don't be rude, Set. We already got off on the wrong foot thanks to Monoma, a redhead with a muscular build tried to whisper. The redhead stood and approached the pair, Set following. Kendo Itsuka, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Class 1BS representative and I'd like to apologize for Monoma and Tetsutestu, the redhead said with a bow of her head. I'm the vice president, Tokage Setsuna, and the pleasure is all mine, the greenette said with a wink aimed at both of them. Ruzumu, I'm vice president of 1A, Momo greeted cheerfully, Tokage's flirting going right over the heiress's head. Izuku stifled a chuckle at seeing his fellow greenettes pout. I'm 1 as representative, Midoriya Izuku. Don't worry about Monoma or Tetsu was it? Odd name. You can't be responsible for every action of your entire class. I'm just glad he isn't a representative, Izuku said. Ha! He wishes, Tokage laughed. Midoriya. Any relation to Midoriya Inko? Kendo asked. She's my mother, Izuku answered, a little confused at how she could possibly know his mother. She's the lawyer that got my dad off on light charges since he was saving a kid and into a villain rehabilitation program. Kendo said, gratitude pouring off her. Izuku raised an eyebrow, that story sounding familiar. What's his name? Izuku asked. Kendo Rapper, she answered. The rapper. He's the one that saved Eri, Izuku said in realization. I owe your father a great debt, Kendo. That kid that he saved, I adopted her. Without him, she may have never come into my life, he said, hoping to convey just how much the man's actions changed his life for the better. Tears sprang to Kendo's eyes only to be wiped away. I'm sorry, it's just that my mom always told me that my father was a deadbeat thug and a murderer, so to hear someone talk about him like that, I've actually never met him. Well, my mom says I did when I was little, but I can't remember. Kendo went silent, but Izuku could feel hesitation in her emotions. What is it? Izuku asked, not unkindly. Kendo chewed on the inside of her cheek before answering. It's too much to ask, you don't even know me. I very much doubt that. If it is, I can always just refuse, so ask away, Izuku tried. Ya Prez. This isn't like you, just spit it out. Tokage cheered. Kendo blew out a breath. I want to visit him, to finally meet him, but it feels so overwhelming. I was wondering, since you don't think he's just some villain, would you come with me? Izuku smiled wide and genuine. I would love nothing more than to meet the man that saved my daughter's life. She'll probably want to come too. When? Kendo smiled just as wide and just as genuine. This Saturday work. Sounds great. Now we should probably get this meeting started. I wouldn't want to be late to my dance with Monoma after all, Izuku joked. Izuku stepped onto the circular concrete arena to the sounds of 1A and Nejaya cheering him on. The arena was located on the PE grounds near the front of Gym Gamma. He was wearing UA's PE uniform, hero costumes and equipment being expressly forbidden in personal duels. Judging by the size of the crowd of onlookers, nearly everyone from the hallway had shown up to watch the fight, 1A included. Kendo and what he could only assume were the rest of 1B were also in attendance, as well as Mirio and Tamaki. Fuyumi was kind enough to agree to watch the girls after class. He promised to make this quick. Across from him was Monoma looking down his nose at him despite the height difference. It was almost impressive. This was going to be cathartic. From the sidelines, Vlad King cleared his throat loudly, the crowd going silent. This duel is between Midoriya Izuku and Monoma Nito. The fight will go until one loses consciousness or concedes defeat, not before. Mr. Khan bellowed before pointing at both him and Monoma. Fighters ready? He asked, him and Monoma nodding in response. Vlad King raised his hand, eyed both combatants, and chopped forward while shouting, fight. Black tendrils of pure energy snaked under his uniform along his skin, forming an exomusculature while viridian energy crackled. With Black Cowl at his newfound maximum of 35%, Izuku stomped forward slowly, the concrete cracking with each step. He wanted to give Monoma the first move. He didn't want the blonde claiming sucker punch. He wanted for Monoma to see him coming. In the second it took for Izuku to begin to stomp forward, Monoma's hair turned from blonde and short to green and long, resembling thorny vines. Said vines grew at an alarming rate and shot towards Izuku with a life of their own. Danger sense pinged, but Izuku didn't dodge. He wanted to crush Monoma, not just win. The thorny vines wrapped him up from head to toe, their thorns failing to pierce his carapace of faux muscle but biting into his head, hands, and feet. Even still, Izuku continued to stomp forward. Monoma's eyes went wide as the vines strained before snapping, Izuku walking through them even as they tore at his exposed skin. His uniform was shredded to ribbons. If it wasn't for Black Cowl, he would be stark naked. Izuku bared his bloody teeth at his target as rivulets of BLD ran down his face, the shallow wounds from the vines already knitting themselves close. Suching up tactics, Monoma's hair changed back to normal as he dropped into a crouch and placed both palms on the ground. The concrete began to turn into a liquid, Izuku's feet sinking into the quagmire until he activated float. Monoma's face screwed up in disbelief as Izuku began to literally walk on air towards him. The liquid concrete turned solid as Monoma's skin took on a shiny, metallic quality. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 touched down right in front of the boy, having finally reached him. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 stood there without his guard up as Monoma punched him square in the jaw, his fist feeling like solid metal. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 spat out a globule of BLD, Rumi hit harder. Please, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 jeered, his eyes glowing green as he began funneling despair into Monoma. Before Monoma could react, a fist slammed into his gut, causing him to double over and lose everything he had eaten that day. Next was a Muay Thai knee to the nose that had Monoma straightening back up with the force of it. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's next move wasn't exactly skillful, but as Rumi would attest to, brute strength was a valid strategy. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 reached down and grabbed Monoma's ankle while he was still reeling. Monoma sailed over 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's head so fast that the air parted in an audible whistle. He slapped into the ground hard enough to be buried halfway into the concrete. The only thing keeping him from being broken and blooded was the metallic skin quirk. Concede, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 offered graciously. And never. Monoma refused, at the very least showing some backbone despite the amount of despair and pain he was no doubt experiencing. Good, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said with some glee, maybe there was hope for the blonde after his attitude adjustment. What proceeded was, what looked to onlookers, more like someone beating a dirty rug against the floor than a fight. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 only stopped when Monoma's borrowed quirk finally gave out nearly a full minute later, the blonde completely limp, blooded, and certifiably unconscious. Vlad King stepped onto the ring and bellowed, "Midoriya is the winner." Before muttering under his breath, big surprise. 𝐒𝐿 stepped off the raised arena, all but 1A were shocked into silence. Todoroki and Bakugo were the only classmates not cheering or at least clapping, the two seeming contemplative. Himiko was biting her bottom lip hard, a dribble of BLD escaping from the corner of her mouth. Rumi was actually breathing, her hot breath misting the air as she rubbed her legs together. Zu was croaking in what he could only describe as a mating call, her tongue partly lolling out of the corner of her mouth. Mai's eyes were manic as they roamed his body, her hands clutching the front of her uniform in a white-knuckle grip. Okiko had a blush that reached the tips of her ears, a hand clasped over her own mouth, pinky out. Nejiya seemed to be at a loss for words for what was likely the first time in her life, her eyes wide and unblinking as she stared at him. If it wasn't for the lust pouring off her, he might have thought she disapproved of what he had just done. Mina and Toru had laughably similar expressions of slack-jawed awe while they clapped robotically. He had to switch to infrared to see Toru's face and expression, but, as usual, it was worth it. Kyoka had her hands up in the air giving him double horns while sticking her tongue out. Momo was blushing nearly as bad as Okiko as she stepped towards him, her steps unsure. She handed him a new, folded, PE uniform. He looked down to see that the only thing covering him was black cowl, essentially making him a walking anatomy diagram. 𝐒𝐿 gladly took the clothes and put them on, hearing several boos as he did so. That evening, after watching a movie together, Nejiya had taken both Yuki and Eri to her room for a sleepover. The moment they were out of their room, Rumi was tugging at his shorts. "Hold on, Rumi. We need to talk first," 𝐒𝐿 said, his girlfriend stopping immediately albeit reluctantly. "Is something wrong?" Okiko asked. "Is it about Yuki calling you daddy?" Zu guessed. "Partly, but first I owe you two the truth about my quirk. It may be a lot to believe, but I hope you will," he stated seriously. His girlfriends sat at attention on the couch while 𝐒𝐿 paced in front of them. 𝐒𝐿 explained the truth about his quirk and its origins as well as the significance of Shigaraki and what it could mean, something Rumi, Mai, and Himiko didn't yet know. "Staying with me could put you and your families at risk. If any of you want out of the relationship, I'll understand," 𝐒𝐿 said with some melancholy at the possibility. "We've effin' been with you for 3 effin' years, we aren't going effin' anywhere," Rumi growled, Himiko and Mai voicing their assent with less expletives. "So your All Might's successor, have his quirk, it evolved because of a hidden quirk you've always had, and now the boogeyman himself may be coming after you and everyone you love?" Zu asked with very little inflection, even if her primary emotion was incredulous. "And you're asking if we want to cut and run?" Okiko asked, her eye twitching, clearly upset. "That about sums it up," 𝐒𝐿 said, dreading their next words. "I won't lie, ribbit. The whole thing is a bit far-fetched and I wouldn't believe it if I didn't know what you're capable of, but I do." I am worried about my family, but I'm not going to leave any of you over that, especially in a time of need. 𝐒 said, making his heart sore. I love all of YA, and if YA think I'll abandon YA and that adorable girl that called me mama for the first time today, you're clearly not thinking straight. I don't run from a fight, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said, the look in her eye warning him not to press the matter about them breaking up for safety reasons again. Izuku let out a breath. I hoped you would say that, he admitted. Don't ever doubt us again, Rumi warned. Yes. Izuku snapped out, earning a chuckle from everyone. You wanted to talk about Yuki calling you daddy. 𝐒 suggested. Why? Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head before continuing. I owe it to all of you to tell you the truth. I love Nejiya and I can't help but view Yuki as another daughter, he confessed, nerves threatening to bring his stutter back. Mai jumped to her feet and crushed him in a hug while shouting, I love her too. Thing finally, Rumi exclaimed in exasperation. Seriously, Himiko said, seeming to agree with Rumi. Honestly, Ribbit. We thought she might already be part of the polycule when we joined, 𝐒 said, confusing him to no end. We saw her leaving your room early in the morning one day before we joined, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 clarified upon seeing his expression. So what does all this mean? Izuku asked, Mai still trying to squeeze the life out of him. It means we're okay with it even if some of us aren't as in love with her as much as you and Mai are. We'll have plenty of time for each relationship to grow, Himiko said. We care about Nejiya and Yuki both. Our bed feels a little empty without them, Rumi said. 𝐒𝐴 and I are obviously okay with it, Ribbit, since we thought she was already part of the relationship when we joined. We were honestly a little disappointed when we found out she wasn't, 𝐒 said. I mean, come on, she's super hot and her kid's an adorable furball. Who wouldn't want to date her? If Yuki calls me mommy, I'm going to float into the sun, 𝐒𝐴 warned. Well, that settles it then, Izuku said. Can we mate now? 𝐒 asked so bluntly that she might as well have used a bludgeon. Smut, you're both ready. Are you on BRTH control? Izuku asked. Yep, Ribbit. Watching you overpower that Monoma guy really did something for me, 𝐒 said. I'm ready. 𝐒𝐴 said, her eyes filled with determination as she stared at his PP. If. That was apparently all Rumi needed, as the next second he was laying on his back with something warm on his PP. Whoa, it's even bigger than I thought. 𝐒𝐴 said, staring at Rumi choking herself on his PP. Breed me, Ribbit, 𝐒 commanded, monotone. Rumi released him with a pop. Just warming him up for YA appealing. He sat up to see 𝐒 crawling towards him, hunger in her big expressive eyes. Behind her, 𝐒𝐴 was tearing off Himiko's boy shorts and shoving her head between her legs. Mai had moved to behind 𝐒𝐴 and began working her sweatpants down. 𝐒 reached him, her tongue reaching out and wrapping around all 12 inches of his PP before swallowing all of it into her mouth with ease. The feeling of her tongue wrapped tightly around his length as well as the heat of her mouth and throat had his eyes rolling back nigh instantly. Holy s, you're making me look back, Rumi complained good-naturedly as she made her way to behind where 𝐒 was on all fours and dove under 𝐒's t-shirt dress saying, Itadakimasu. 𝐒 ummed onto his PP, causing him to buck his hips. 𝐒 began to work the length of his PP in and out of her throat with shocking ease as her tongue massaged him at every angle. He wasn't going to last long with this amount of attention, and by the sounds Himiko was making, she wasn't holding out much better. Izuku bucked his hips as 𝐒 slurped, nearly at his limit. 𝐒's tongue slithered and coiled around his ball tightly, cutting off his orgasm at the source. 𝐒 released his PP from her mouth. Not there, Ribbit. 𝐒 sat up on her heels, Rumi whining at the loss of her meal, and pulled her dress over her head to reveal she wasn't wearing anything underneath. 𝐒's naked form was breathtaking. Her 4 feet 11 inches petite frame was packed with the lithe muscle of an avid swimmer, her hips wide to better wield her strong legs, her BRSs a perfect handful each and perky enough to defy gravity. 𝐒 spun around, giving him a perfect view of her taut rear as she sat on her heels. With one hand, she reached back and spread her cheeks apart, revealing her dripping PP and slightly puckered butt. Breed, 𝐒 said simply. Getting the hint, Izuku tore off what remained of his clothes and got on his knees right behind 𝐒 as Rumi began sking on her NPL. Now 𝐬 was now sandwiched between himself and Rumi. He reached down and guided his PP to 𝐬's entrance while the other gripped her waist. 𝐬 began to let out the same croaks he had heard earlier, definitely a mating call then. Rumi reached down and began rubbing circles into 𝐬's CLT with her forefinger while she kissed all along 𝐬's neck. 𝐬 reached back with one hand and forward with the other, pulling both her partners closer into her. 𝐬 ummed as 𝐒𝐬𝐽 inched deeper, shuddering with pleasure as she took him all the way to the base. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 didn't move, giving the petite woman the time she needed to adjust to his size. She grabbed his hand and placed it on her stomach where he could feel the outline of his own PP resting inside, seemingly just under the skin. He might have been worried he was hurting her if she wasn't currently umming and shuddering from him just being inside and Rumi's ministrations. 𝐬 began to rock her hips, signaling to him that he was good to move now. 𝐬 was positively melting. Between them when he began to roll his hips, his PP sliding halfway out before sliding back in. 𝐬, you're so tight, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 ummed. It wasn't long before she shuddered from head to toe and screamed, I'm leaking. A few minutes later and 𝐬 was leaking more often than not, her tongue lolling out of her mouth, her eyes unfocused, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 and Rumi never ceasing their two-prong attack. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 reached his limit when 𝐬's walls constricted his PP in what had to be her 10th orgasm. I'm gonna come, 𝐬, he barely managed to say between heavy breaths. Breed me, 𝐒𝐬𝐽. I'll give you as many tadpoles as you want, 𝐬 ummed. He pulled her tight against the base of his PP as his orgasm erupted into her, filling her with his cum. Rumi cupped her hand beneath 𝐬's PP as it began to leak with cum. With a final buck of his hips, his orgasm ended and he kissed 𝐬 on the back of the neck. I love you, 𝐬, he whispered against her flesh, causing her shudder again. I love you too, she whispered back a little out of breath. Rumi held up her cupped hand now full of his cum to 𝐬's mouth and began to pour it in, 𝐬's eyes rolling back in pleasure. That's a good girl, Rumi praised as 𝐬 swallowed the last. I love you, 𝐬 said, her eyes half-lidded. Love ya too, appealing, Rumi said before kissing the greenette deeply. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 pulled his PP free with a hiss at how sensitive it was, 𝐬 whimpering into Rumi's mouth. He looked over to see 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 laying on her back and on top of my on the couch, the pinkette playing with 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲's puffy areolas trying to coax the inverted nipples out. 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 was on her knees with 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲's legs wrapped around the back of her head pulling her into her PP. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 got up and walked over and slapped 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 on the butt, earning a SNSL mule from the blonde as she looked up to see him. Oh, is it Chaco's turn to get ped down? 𝐒𝐭�𝐽𝐲 asked with a fanged smile, 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲's juices covering her face. Instead of answering, he kissed her, his tongue invading her mouth. When he broke the kiss he liked some of 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲's orgasms off 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲's face, making sure to make eye contact with the brunette as he did so. Oh God, 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐲 ummed as she opened her legs wider for him. He took a moment to soak all of her naked form in while he positioned himself above her. Laying on her back as she was, her beads seemed even larger than they already were as they pillowed out in every direction, Mai's hands digging into the doughy mounds and kneading them. Her stomach, scrunched up as it was with her legs up and ready to receive him, had a few rolls. He never really thought to consider if a little pudgy was hot or not, but looking at 𝐒𝐽𝐲, he had his answer, it was way hotter than it had any right to be. Her wide, childbearing hips wiggled in anticipation, her already puffy PP inviting him in. He pressed his still slick PP against her entrance and began to slowly enter her. You're so much thicker than 𝐬's tongue, 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐲 ummed as he continued to plunge deeper and stretch her walls further. 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐲 gasped when he fully sheathed himself at last. He leaned forward and kissed her, whispering, I love you, 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐲. 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐲 hummed against his lips and whispered, I love you too. After a few seconds he began to move, 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐲 letting out a shaky breath with each pull-out and a grunt with every move. His PP shone in the light with the amount of wetness on it as it plunged in again and again, 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐲's nipples finally coming out from hiding from Mai's teasing. Holy effin' 𝐒𝐻𝐻. 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐲 gasped out each word between the sounds of flesh slapping. With his PP already sensitive he was quickly approaching another CLMX. With a grunt he came with one final slide, 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐲's legs wrapping tight around him, locking him in close. Even as he pumped her full, 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐲 combed his hair out of his face before kissing him on the nose and smiling brightly. That was perfect, 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐲 said softly. He pressed his forehead to hers and whispered back. It was, sensing that Mai was beginning to get uncomfortable, he pulled his PP free from 𝐿𝐭𝐼, his seeds spilling out as he stood. No sooner did he stand was he tackled to the floor again by Rumi. She grabbed him by the ankles and folded his legs up and mounted him in an Amazon press, taking his entire PP in one go with an animalistic grunt of satisfaction. You should probably turn on full cowl or I might break your pelvis, Rumi warned, not joked. He barely had time to activate full cowl before she began to slam down on him hard enough to kill most people. Even with the room being soundproofed, people had to hear or even feel the reverberations. Bakugo Katsuki sat at the breakfast bar and poured milk into a bowl of his long-time favorite cereal. As a kid, he had claimed it to be his favorite for the name alone. Sure, having an explosion quirk and having sugar explosions be his favorite cereal was probably amusing to some people, but changing something so ingrained wasn't easy. Scowling at his spoon as it hovered over the cereal, he found his mind wandering. How was playing with little Izuku-san? Bakugo Mosaru asked. Katsuki looked up from his bowl of sugar explosions that he could barely reach from his chair to see his dad smiling kindly down at him. We went on patrol for villains. Izuku says he isn't getting a quirk but is going to be a hero with me anyway. Katsuki said excitedly at the idea of being heroes with his friend. His dad hummed in thought while rubbing his chin before asking, so he thinks he'll be just as great as you even without a quirk? Even without training hard like you? Does he just think that he's so much better than you that he doesn't even have to try? Little Katsuki looked at his spoon, his eyebrows drawn together in confusion. I don't know, he wouldn't think that. Would he? He asked. His father shrugged and smiled the same kind smile he wore all the time. Who knows, but it makes you wonder. Doesn't it? Katsuki could only nod. The sound of someone coming down the stairs brought the world back into focus. Turning his head, he saw Midoriya limping down the stairs and looking like he hadn't slept a wink, his entire polycule. Following him in similar states. Midoriya made a beeline straight for the fridge and pulled out 2 entire armfuls of sports drinks before hobbling back to his polycule. Katsuki huffed and returned to his cereal. It was soggy. Damn it. Damn it, Izuku was tired. Cell activation may make it so he was never truly tired, but he could feel his brain crying out for REM sleep. Maybe fing the night away on a school night wasn't the best idea. He walked towards Class 1B's dorms after classes with one on his mind, getting this over with so he could get to bed early. At his request, 1B was given and had passed a background check as well as signed the necessary non-disclosure agreements. It was past time he offered them the same offer he offered 1A. Stepping through the front doors, he was immediately greeted by Kendo. Midoriya, why are you here? She asked, straight to the point but not rude. To offer something to your class, could you gather them, please? He asked. Kendo eyed him, trying to decipher what exactly he would be offering before shrugging. Sure, she said before heading upstairs. A few minutes later, Izuku found himself standing in front of the assembled Class 1B with the lone exception of Monoma. Monoma wouldn't come out of his room, Kendo said. No matter, he, like 2 of my classmates, will have to ask me for help if he wants it, Izuku said before turning to address the entire class. My name is Midoriya Izuku and I can evolve quirks. With the sports festival approaching, I'm here in the spirit of good sportsmanship to offer a quirk evolution to each of you. Silence. Well, he couldn't say he didn't expect this reaction. Kendo, come here and I'll prove it, he ordered not unkindly. The redhead in question stepped forward with a light blush dusting her cheeks. So what now? She asked. Izuku held out a glowing hand, palm up. Take my hand, he instructed. Kendo's blush darkened a fraction as she did as told, her teal eyes glowing from within as her quirk was left with no choice but to evolve. Now try to use your quirk, he said, letting go of her calloused hand. Kendo's eyes swam with both confusion and wonder as she began to grow, the seams of her school uniform beginning to tear at the seams. Realizing what was about to happen, Kendo shrieked in embarrassment before turning off her quirk and returning to her normal size. You really can evolve quirks, Kendo said in suspended disbelief before seeming to have realized something. We probably shouldn't divulge the details of our quirks to the strongest first year, who also happens to be one as president, right before the sports festival. We have to think about our internships. I'm sorry, Kendo said sincerely. Izuku smiled at that, thinking about the interests of those that counted on her seemed to come so effortlessly to the woman. I understand, you're just looking out for them. After all, I don't plan on telling you everything about my quirk or those of my classmates. Tetsu stepped forward then and slammed a fist into his own chest before bowing. A real man knows when he's wrong. I was wrong to say what I did, I'm sorry. Standing up straight again, he continued, a real man also knows when he needs help, he said, his skin turning into metal just as Monoma's had. You beat my quirk like it was nothing, please help me grow stronger, he begged. To say that Izuku was blown away by the sincerity of the apology and subsequent request would be an understatement. As a side note, he really needed to introduce him to Kirishima. I forgive you, Tetsu. Take my hand, he said, offering a glowing hand. Tetsu dropped his quirk and took Izuku's hand. Next to approach Izuku was a woman with a familiar head of vines. My name is Shiozaki Ibara, it is a pleasure to meet one so blessed by God, Shiozaki said with a slight bow of her head. Now that was a surprise, it wasn't often that you saw religious people anymore. Not many organized religions had survived the advent of quirks, people developing powers that allowed them to turn water into wine, walk on water, and heal the sick with a touch of their hands kind of disproved a lot of religions. Shiozaki smiled serenely at his surprise. It's okay, religion is fairly rare now so your confusion is warranted. Would you like me to explain my beliefs? If you don't mind, he said, his curiosity piqued. Most religions are based on the teachings in books written by men, that is why they were flawed and eventually came to ruin. I believe in God in the most abstract sense. I won't try to interpret the will of a higher being capable of creating the universe and life itself. Quirks were the downfall of most religions, but if God created everything then so too did they create quirks. That is why I said you were blessed by God, Shiozaki explained. If I'm blessed, then what do you think of the quirkless or those with weak quirks? He asked leadingly. Shiozaki's serene smile only grew. They are God's creations as well, she said simply before continuing. I believe those born strong have a duty to aid those weaker than them. Villains use their strength to prey upon the weak, it is why I wish to be a hero, she said, and he could feel the depth of her belief that held no trace of malice. I believed I was quirkless until I was 15, Izuku confessed. Shiozaki took his hand in both of her smaller ones, her smile turning radiant. Then you are strong yet understand the plights of those weaker than you. You will truly make a hero to behold. Shiozaki's evergreen eyes glowed as he activated evolution. Next to approach him was a woman with black, shoulder-length hair, blue eyes, and an expressionless face that made Zu look lively. Was all she said as she took his offered hand, even if he could feel her gratitude as well as lust. Oh boy! Her name's Kodayu, you've been warned, Kendo said helpfully. Next was a boy with skin that wasn't just black but seemed to eat the light around it. I'm 𝐒𝐻𝐼 Shihai, and with this newfound boon, I shall stare into the abyss even if it stares back, he said absolutely seriously. Next was a girl with silver hair that obscured one of her blue eyes. She held her hands in front of her remarkably similar to the way Zu did. I am called Yanagi Leiko, you're spooky, she said. If it wasn't for empathy he wouldn't have realized that for the compliment it was. He seriously needed to introduce Tokiami to these two, he had the feeling they would get along scarily well. Next was a girl with some kind of cow mutation, her hooves and long horns giving it away. She had blonde hair and very large doe eyes, blue in color. She grabbed his hand in a handshake, throwing him off immediately. Tsunotori Pony, call me Pony, she greeted with a heavy southern United States accent. You evolve, I grateful, she said in broken Japanese. Izuku returned the handshake and activated evolution. You're welcome, Pony. Next was a boy with what seemed to be some kind of mantis quirk. Kick-ass, was all the boy said as he grabbed Izuku's hand. Next was a man covered head to toe in thick fur. Kamakiri is a bit brash but he's a good man. Shishida Jirota, a pleasure, the gentle giant greeted. Next was Tokage, who made DMN sure he saw her swaying her hips as she approached. Couldn't keep away here. She flirted with no shame. How could I when I know you're here? Izuku flirted back, having figured out a while ago that the best defense in these cases was an offense. His plan backfired if her liking her lips and I fucking him were any indicators. Next was a tall man with a heteromorphic appearance he couldn't quite describe, maybe a glue bottle topper. Bondo Kojiro, thank you, the man of seemingly few words said. Next was a boy with no lips, his teeth on full display. Honinuki Juzo. The softening Quirk Monoma was using his mind. You might be a hard counter to me but don't count me out, he said. Wouldn't dream of it, Izuku said. Next was a girl just as short as Zu with a brown-haired bob with bangs concealing both her eyes. By all accounts she appeared to be a wallflower but her smile and emotions told an entirely different story. You seem like a fungi. I'm Komori Kinoko, I think I'll really grow on you, she greeted. Flirted. Threatened. Made mushroom puns. Thanks. Izuku said, not sure how to respond. Next was a boy with a speech bubble for a head. How did he breathe? Or talk? Well, if he needed any more proof that quirks were bullshit, this guy would be the golden example. Fukidashi manga, and yes, my parents are both hilarious and cruel, he said in a way of greeting. Next was a shorter portly boy with silver hair. In contrast to his stature, the boy carried himself like an experienced boxer. Shoda Nirenjiki, thank you for this opportunity, he greeted politely. Next was a boy that looked to be of Chinese descent with his black hair pulled back into a ponytail. Greetings, my Doria, I am Rin Hiryu and I will not forget this kindness nor will I waste this opportunity, he declared. Next was a boy with light brown hair sporting a grin. Tsuburaba Kosi, I'm a big fan, he said. A fan? Izuku asked, confused. Why, you've got a HM right? Tsuburaba asked, causing Izuku to frown. It's called a polycule, calling it a HM cheapens the relationships my girlfriends have with each other. Please don't make that mistake again, Izuku asked. Alright, didn't mean to offend, sorry, he said. Next was a boy with black hair wearing a blue and white bandana. And here Izuku thought he had a bad fashion sense. A waist yosetsu, the boy said tensely. Next was the most average, get lost in a crowd-looking person he had ever seen. Izuku felt a little bad about his harsh judgment, but he knew he would forget the boy's face the instant he turned around. Kaibara-sen, he greeted with a solemn voice. Well, that's everyone. I hope you realize that just because you helped us doesn't mean we'll go easy on you or 1A, Kendo said, stepping forward as Kaibara took a seat. I'd be insulted if you did, Izuku said. You still owe me a spa, a face on the floor said. Wait. What the? Izuku exclaimed. Tagata Mirio popped out of the floor and landed in a heroic pose wearing only a pair of golden briefs. Many of the assembled class just rolled their eyes, seemingly used to the theatrics. Tagata-senpai. What are you doing here? Izuku asked. I'm 1BS dorm advisor along with Tamaki. Tagata yelled boisterously, still in his pose. Taking another look around, Izuku spotted a Magiki Tamaki peeking around the corner of the stairwell. I'm glad you're here, I wanted to evolve both your quirks as well, Izuku said, his glowing hand outstretched. Aho! Willing to give me an advantage before our spa? Tagata asked a little incredulously. The stronger you are, the more I stand to learn from the experience, Izuku said. Tagata laughed and took his hand and said, I can see why Nejaya likes you. His blue eyes glowed for a moment before he stepped back and sank into the floor before popping out once more. Was all the warning Izuku got before Tagata grabbed him. He couldn't see, couldn't hear, he couldn't even breathe. The only sensation he felt at all was the feeling that he was falling. Next thing he knew, he was rocketing out of the floor as if he had rockets strapped to his feet. Izuku landed HD on his feet, barely able to maintain his balance from the sudden drop. Boo, Tokuj said for some reason. Kodai agreed. You aren't naked, curious, very curious, Tagata said with curiosity. What was that? What do you mean not naked? Izuku asked, only a little flustered at the situation. You probably know about my quirk from what Nejaya said about your notebooks, but what you probably don't know is that I can't see, hear, or breathe when I'm using it fully. Light passes through my eyes, air through my lungs, and sound through my ears. My clothes fall right off too, Well, except one's coded to my DNA like my sweet briefs. Now, however, it seems I can create a kind of envelope that I can extend to others. This'll make rescue way easier. Thanks, pal. Togato exclaimed his thanks with a slap to Izuku's back that nearly knocked him over. He was much stronger than he looked, and that was saying something. You're welcome, senpai, Amajiki. Izuku asked, wondering if the shy boy was going to come out. I'm going to my room, a quiet voice said from around the corner. Oh no you don't, Togato said before running off and dragging a defeated-looking Amajiki over to Izuku. You don't have to if you don't want to, Izuku said, not wanting the boy to feel like he was being forced. Thanks, the elfin-eared man said barely above a whisper as he took Izuku's hand. After the glow in his eyes died down, Amajiki's hand morphed into the shape of a lobster claw. The last time we had lobster was a week ago on our date. That's way past your normal limit. Togato said, just as boisterous as always. Maybe now I can stop carrying food around in my hero costume's pockets, Amajiki whispered, the corner of his mouth turning upwards in what was no doubt a rare smile. On the way back to the dorms and his bed, Izuku was updating Amajiki and Togato's pages in his hero notebooks when he noticed the emotional turmoil of someone up in the tree he was passing under. Looking up, Izuku could only see a familiar white and fluffy tail. Izuku activated float and ascended into the massive tree to find none other than Yuki sitting on a thick branch, tear marks on her cheeks. Well, this just wouldn't do. Izuku landed softly next to the pint-sized snow leopard he already viewed as his daughter. Are we hiding from someone? Izuku asked playfully. Yuki startled, her fur bristling before smoothing out once she saw that it was him. She smiled huge, her predatory teeth on full display as she happily began, before abruptly cutting herself off, her smile falling as she began to sniffle. Aizu, she said sadly, his heart breaking at the sound. Nope, not having that. Izuku scooped the little 4-year-old up into his lap and ran a hand through her thick mane trying to calm her. What's wrong, sweetie? Why are you up here? He asked softly. I'm hiding from mommy, she admitted. Izuku's eyes widened. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a must be beside herself with worry. At a second look, he noticed that her watch was missing, meaning 𝐒𝐻𝐼a couldn't track her with the GPS feature. Why are you hiding? Your mommy must be worried sick, he tried. Yuki deflated a little at hearing that before saying, she said I can't call you daddy because she isn't with you. I don't know what that means, but it's stupid and so is mommy. Izuku scratched behind the girl's ear, eliciting a muted purr from the child. Come on now, you don't mean that, do you? He asked. No, Yuki admitted. I'll tell you a secret, but you have to promise not to tell, Izuku whispered conspiratorially. Yuki just leaned into him, burying her face into his chest and shrugging her little shoulders, too upset to answer properly. I love your mommy and I'm going to ask her to be with me, Izuku whispered. Yuki immediately perked up, her limp tail flipping about behind her as she looked up at him with stars in her eyes. Really? Does that mean you're my daddy? She asked. If your mommy loves me and my girlfriends, and even then only if you want me to be, Izuku said. Daddy! His daughter exclaimed with pure joy, tears of happiness rolling down her cheeks as she clutched to him as if he was going to disappear. I love you, and I always will, Yuki. You and Ei are the best daughters I ever could have asked for, he whispered to his daughter, who was emitting a mixture of purrs, sniffling, and giggles. He held the little furball close as he slowly descended from the tree to go find her mother, who was no doubt losing her mind trying to find the kit. Baby, a periwinkle missile screamed as it descended, landing right in front of Izuku. Mommy! Yuki yelled as she springboarded off of Izuku into 𝐒𝐻𝐼a's open arms. Never do that again. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a reprimanded as relief rolled off her in waves. I'm sorry, Yuki said quietly. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a let out a breath. I'm sorry for yelling, but you scared me half to death, she admitted. I should text the group chat and tell everyone we found her, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a said absent-mindedly before turning a baleful gaze on him. Why weren't you answering your phone, Izuku? She asked in a tone that made him sure she was annoyed. Izuku nervously fished his phone out of his pocket. I didn't get any. Oh, it's dead. Yuki perked up and said, don't be mad at daddy, he loves you. Yuki attempted to reprimand, spilling their secret in the process. I'm not Ma. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 began only to stop, her eyes going wide and turning to him. You do? She asked softly. Izuku gave Yuki a half-hearted glare that only caused his daughter to giggle and bury her face in 𝐒𝐻𝐲's neck. It was supposed to be our secret until I could tell you proper, Izuku tried to say, but was cut off by 𝐒𝐻𝐲's soft lips meeting his own in a kiss that had him involuntarily activating float as he reciprocated with fervor. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 didn't need to say it with words for him to know she loved him as well, the emotion burning like a star in her core. The world fell away in more ways than one as he held 𝐒𝐻𝐲 close, Yuki giggling as the three of them slowly drifted into the sky. Looks like you found more than Yuki, the voice of Himiko said below them. No fair. Come down so I can kiss her too. Mai yelled in indignation at being left out. Izuku broke the kiss and tucked a stray strand of periwinkle hair behind 𝐒𝐻𝐲's hair, laughing as he did so. Shall we? He asked. Is this a dream? 𝐒𝐻𝐲 asked in a breathy voice. Not the kind you have to wake from, Izuku promised. Good, 𝐒𝐻𝐲 said as she rested her head on his shoulder while they slowly descended. It was early Saturday morning when Izuku walked into the villain rehabilitation building. Eri had fallen asleep on the train ride over and was currently being held by her papa while she drooled onto his shoulder. Kendo was right beside him, walking close enough that her shoulder bumped into him every other step while she chewed on the inside of her cheek, her nerves evident to Izuku even without the use of empathy. Yuki and his girlfriends had wanted to come as well to pay their respects to their daughter's hero, but that many people coming to visit didn't seem like something a secure facility would allow. It was a testament to 𝐒𝐻𝐲's greater experience as a parent that she was able to see through Yuki's crocodile tears and convince their daughter they would be able to come next time. The villain rehabilitation organization itself went by the name of Phoenix, and was privately funded by people like Nezu and other like-minded philanthropists that looked at villains and saw them for the people they were instead of the cartoonish monsters the media made them out to be. In today's society, once someone was branded as a villain, their life was all but over. No other paths left to them but a life of crime. This was the standard for criminals even before Quirks only making the issue worse. Back then it was referred to as the lifer trap. After checking in as visitors and donning their name badges, they were scrayed to a small room with a camera in the corner. The room, like much of the building, had hints to its past as a psychiatric hospital, even if it was well furnished and livened up to be less dull and depressing. The walls of the room were painted a calming teal that he couldn't help but to compare to Kendo's eyes. In one corner were several beanbag chairs and a small bookcase filled with well-worn books. At the very center of the room was a bolted-down steel stable with attached chairs. Filling one of those chairs to capacity was, who he had to assume, Kendo Rapper A the Rapper. The gargantuan man stood as they entered. Seeing the man now, he could better understand how he had managed to rip through an entire Yakuza organization. He could also see that the man had paid for his rampage in blood and flesh. The 8-foot Goliath was covered in scars in all shapes, even what appeared to be bullet wounds, and that was just what he could see while he wore his white short-sleeve jumpsuit. The left side of the man's face was heavily scarred, his left eye covered with an eye patch, his lip pulled back exposing teeth in a permanent snarl. His wild red hair and remaining teal eye bore a striking resemblance to Itsuka. Itsuka, the man rumbled in a gravelly voice that stood out in stark contrast to the soft emotions evident behind it. How? Itsuka began to ask, no doubt wondering how the man recognized her after not seeing her in so many years. The huge man walked up to Itsuka slowly, as if to not scare her off, and said, "You're my daughter," as if that answered the question, and really, it did. It didn't matter if it was a decade or a century, Izuku was confident he would recognize Eri and Yuki. Itsuka reached out to touch Rapper's face but stopped short. Did you get these saving Eri? Why, but you should see the other guys, Rapper said with some pride. Rapper? Eri sleepily asked while rubbing the sleep from her eyes and the drool from the corner of her mouth. Hey kid, the man answered before eyeing Izuku and saying, you must be 𝐒𝐴𝐼𝐿's kid. I am, sir. I came because I wanted to thank you personally for what you did for Eri, Izuku said. Rapper grunted, his lone eye darting to Itsuka then back. They hurt a child. I'm no hero, I don't know what you've done or who you were, but you showed your true colors when you put your life on the line to save a scared child without a second thought. You are and always will be a hero to me and my family, Izuku interrupted. While Rapper stood there in silence processing Izuku's words, Eri reached a hand out and touched Rapper's heavily scarred arm, completely unafraid of the intimidating man. Did they hurt you? Because of me? Eri asked, clearly upset at the prospect. They did, but I would do the same thing all over again even if it killed me. Kids deserve to be protected, he said, his lone eye darting to Itsuka again before continuing, at any cost. Eri's eyes watered but she didn't cry, instead she reached out for a hug. Rapper seemed taken aback as he looked to Izuku for permission, Izuku nodding reassuringly to the huge man. Rapper gingerly accepted the hug, his palm covering most of Eri's back as he held her. Thank you, Eri said with a watery voice. Anytime, shrimp, Rapper said, eyeing Izuku critically again. He treating you good? He asked, Eri completely missing the promise of violence in his tone if the answer wasn't correct. Her next words were likely far more important than she would ever realize. Eri lit up, her previously watery eyes alight with joy. "Ya. Papa and my memas are the best. I even have a sister now," she declared. Rapper's eyebrow raised. "Memas? Sister? How old are you?" he asked Izuku. "Polly and adopted," Izuku answered simply, Rapper humming in understanding. Rapper set Eri on the ground and walked back to where he previously sat. It's been what? 15 years. You could fit in my hand the last time I saw you, Itsuka. Would you tell me about yourself? Please. Sure, Itsuka said, her emotions telling Izuku that there was something left unsaid. Izuku sat across from Rapper and next to Itsuka with Eri in his lap so she could see over the table. Izuku remained respectfully quiet and Eri drew while Itsuka slowly opened up to her father over the course of 2 hours. Eri was currently over by the bookshelf picking out something to show off her reading to Rapper when Izuku asked the question that had been plaguing his curiosity. You obviously care about Itsuka, so why did you stay away for so long? Izuku asked. Rapper looked to Eri and back to Itsuka, his eyes becoming distant as if remembering something but remaining silent. Did you not want to be there? Itsuka asked, hurt. Of course I did. He snapped in a whisper, a look of fury passing over his face before vanishing just as fast. He turned to make sure Eri didn't hear his outburst before sighing and continuing. Your mom and I broke up soon after you were born, we just didn't work out. I still visited all the time to see you and help raise you despite that. Your mom's boyfriend wasn't a big fan of that but I didn't care, I was going to be there for you. He said, his face turning grim and pausing. Are you sure you want to hear this story? It isn't pretty, he asked, Itsuka nodding immediately. It happened when you were 3. I came over like I always did after work and let myself in. Your mother was working late and I wanted to make sure you were taken care of. The house was too quiet, the door to your room was cracked. Your mom's boyfriend was asking you to do something that I won't repeat. You saw me through the crack in the door. He paused, closing his eyes tightly. I'll never forget how scared and confused you looked. I didn't black out, I made the conscious choice to beat him into a puddle. Your mom, she didn't believe me. I did time and when I got out she wouldn't let me see you anymore. Without you, without my daughter, I spiraled. I think I was just looking for a good place to die. Tears threatened to fall from Itsuka's eyes as she held her hands over her mouth. Izuku was shocked into silence. It was your first kill, you had to know there was no going back, so why? Itsuka asked, her voice hollow. You're my daughter, Rapper said simply yet answering everything. Itsuka stood and rushed around the table, Rapper standing as well just in time for her to pull him into a hug that held the emotions of a lost decade and a half. Dad, Itsuka whispered into the giant man's chest. My little firecracker, Rapper whispered, choking on his words. The next day Izuku found himself watching the UA staff train their newly evolved quirks in one of the mock cities. It was humbling to say the least. Hound Dog's quirk had taken a frightening turn when evolved, he more accurately resembled a hellhound than a mere dog. His brown fur with black stripes was now as dark as pitch, his eyes blazed the glow of hellfire, flames leaked out of his maw when it opened. It wasn't just his appearance that had changed, no. He was not only stronger but he was capable of breathing out a short-range flame cone that was capable of melting steel. Ectoplasm's clone limit had shot up from 30 to an easy 60, if he pushed himself he could make double that number. He was currently using his clones as sparring partners against his fellow teachers. Power Loader's evolution wasn't as flashy as some of the others, but it was a substantial upgrade nonetheless. His iron-tipped fingers were now diamond-tipped, making him capable of digging through anything. Vlad King could always regenerate his BLD faster than he could spend it with his quirk, but now he could just simply regenerate nearly any wound. His regeneration might not be as strong as 𝐿, but still it would keep him safe in nearly any situation. 𝐿 now had far greater control over all things concrete and didn't need to be the epicenter. Entire skyscrapers rose in seconds without 𝐿 even needing to be near them. All he needed was to be touching concrete that was connected to the area within line of sight. Snipe was taking down ectoplasm clones all over the city while calling out shots. His quirk was now able to specify where he hit as well as being able to control how strong it hit, up to the bullet's natural force. Present MIC's evolution made him able to deepen the base of his scream at the cost of range, making him capable of bringing down the skyscrapers 𝐿 was making for target practice. Anytime someone got tired they went to where Lunch Rush had a row of barbecue set up, a pair of floating white gloves manning each. His quirk was now capable of infusing the food he made with restorative properties not dissimilar to cell activation. Anyone that ate the food found their stamina restored and their minor wounds healed. Even Fuyumi was here at Izuku's insistence that if she was watching his children she needed every advantage possible. She was obviously out of her depth but was doing her best to train her newly evolved quirk. Her ability to create snow out of thin air was now capable of creating 5 semi-sentient snow golems. The golems didn't seem to melt in the sun or even with the application of mild heat, and when destroyed they merely reformed themselves. In appearance the golems took on a humanoid shape with no face save for 2 eyes made of blue ice. Before Izuku knew it, the sports festival was upon them. The 2 weeks had flown right by with the amount of hellish training he and his class were doing. Aizawa had put together personalized training regimens for each member of Class 1A, and they were being graded on how well they followed those plans. All Might had done something similar but more focused on teamwork drills. Those weren't quite as demanding since they focused on building teamwork instead of pushing the upper limits of their quirks and bodies. The only one that struggled in the drills was Todoroki. He barely even participated. Even Bakugo seemed to be making a conscious effort to at least try and work together, even if he snapped out every suggestion and ruthlessly criticized everyone else's plans. In fact, both All Might and Eraserhead seemed to be increasingly frustrated with Todoroki. They often pulled the boy aside to talk to him, with the end result of Todoroki storming off each and every time. Currently, Izuku was taking 𝐿 and their daughters to their seats for the sports festival. He still couldn't believe how well 𝐿 had taken it when he told her about One for All and all the danger that came along with it. She had apparently suspected something from the beginning. Her response was to simply tell him that he was stuck with her and Yuki no matter what came knocking. Some people might confuse her inquisitive nature with airheadedness, but that simply wasn't the case. She was much sharper than she let on. Looking over at the woman in question, he couldn't help but to stare. She had a glow about her since joining the relationship that brightened everything around her. It had only been 2 weeks and he already couldn't imagine a future without her. She wore a beige cardigan that went down to her knees, and under that she wore a grey dress and black tights. Eri wore a periwinkle t-shirt dress and was resting her head on 𝐿's shoulder. Yuki wore a matching t-shirt dress but emerald in color and was doing much of the same on his shoulder. The both of them had wanted to be carried since the stairs were too hard. He knew that one day they would claim to be too old to be carried, so he was going to take every chance he had to carry them until that dreadful day. "You're staring," 𝐿 commented with a wry smile at having caught him. "You're appealing," Izuku explained simply. When they entered the UA faculty seating area, Izuku realized he had overlooked something crucial. He had forgotten to tell his moms about 𝐿 joining his relationship and the small matter that they had a new grandchild. 𝐭𝐸 shot from her seat and pointed at his and 𝐿's joined hands, then gasping again when she noticed that Izuku was the one carrying Yuki and 𝐿 was carrying 𝐒𝐸𝐽 stuttered out of sheer elation. "Aro Ainen said. Grandbabies. Plural." Nemurai shouted at the top of her lungs before leaping over chairs and people to get to them. Vlad King shot up as well with a, what? Heido's little girl. Has she called Himiko mama yet? Get it on video. Yuki, these are my mom's and Himiko's dad. Which makes them your grandparents if you want, Izuku explained to Yuki, who was looking between the nearly rabid adults and him. Daddy, what's a grandparent? Yuki asked innocently, his mom's nearly fainting at hearing his daughter refer to him as such. At the question, Izuku could feel 𝐒𝐻𝐼a's mood drop, likely feeling guilty even if not having parents was wildly out of her control. Izuku squeezed 𝐒𝐻𝐼a's hand and caught her eye with a reassuring look. A grandparent loves you like 𝐒𝐻𝐼a and I do, but will probably let you get away with more and spoil you rotten, he teased and explained simultaneously before delivering a kiss to the child's forehead. Grandma Inko always has candy in her purse, whispered. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a gently lifted off the ground with her quirk and kissed him on the cheek before taking Yuki into her other arm. For luck, now get going, she commanded softly. Class 1A sat in silence, nerves high as they anxiously awaited the start of the sports festival. To some this may have been a mere sporting event, but to them this was the beginning of their hero career. This was where they had the chance to show the world who they were and what they stood for. While everyone else was in their PE uniforms, Mai and Momo stood out in their hero costumes complete with support gear due to the fact that they were also support corps students and they were allowed to bring anything they had personally made. Izuku felt a deep sorrow suddenly that dulled the world's color. Nana, he thought. Why, it's me, I just wanted to wish you luck and tell you congrats on becoming a dad again, she said within his mind, her voice ragged. Thank you, Nana. If you want to talk, I'm here. You aren't alone, Torino, Toshi, and I miss you, he thought. Thanks, I might take you up on that. Seeing you three sounds nice, she admitted with a trace of hope in her tone. And then she, along with the accompanying sorrow, vanished once more. It was then that Todoroki stood from his seat and approached Izuku like a man on a mission. Looking at it objectively, I think you're stronger than me, he admitted. Izuku shrugged, not wanting to gloat but not disagreeing. Even so, I'm going to beat you, the heterochromatic boy declared. Izuku stood and looked down at the boy in confusion, then at the rest of the class, their determination palpable to him. You really think you're the only one with something to prove? He asked, a little incredulous at the necessity of the declaration of war. Minutes later, the whole of the first-year classes walked onto the field to the sounds of thunderous applause and the voice of present MIC announcing each course. They might not be getting the same attention 1A has been, but don't underestimate them. Men, women, and gentlefemmes, I present Class 1B. Present MIC shouted. Izuku looked to the class to see if he could glean any information on how their quirks might have evolved. There were only two that appeared different. Shiozaki's vine hair had small yellow flowers growing out of the vines. Tokage appeared to have a lizard tail now, complete with green scales. She noticed him looking and winked at him. Were her dark green eyes always slitted? She then stuck her tongue out at him, revealing that it was not only a dark purple in color but forked as well. Midnight cracked her WHP, silencing everyone. That's better, she purred into her MIC. If ever there was a time that Izuku wished he could switch off empathy, it was now, as he did his best to ignore the outpouring of attraction his peers and the crowd had for his mama. Representing the first years is Midoriya Izuku from Class 1A, come on up, she said, with a crack of her WHP accentuating the end of her sentence. Izuku walked towards the stage to the sound of hushed reassurances from his girlfriends and the annoyed whispers of some other courses claiming that the hero course always got all the attention. His mama gave him a reassuring smile filled with maternal pride. She had personally trained him in media relations and public speaking for years. He had come a long way from the stuttering mess he once was. Izuku grabbed the MIC and made direct eye contact with as many of the students in the other courses as possible. This event is the chance to show the world who you are, no matter what course you're in. Show them that all of you deserve to be here. Begin their climb. Do I have to be here? Aizawa droned over the speakers. I wish I could be closer too. Present MIC screamed into his microphone. Hitoshi groaned next to Izuku in embarrassment, his hand dragging down his face. At least they don't wear a DMNTAX outfit as their hero costume, Izuku commiserated. Ha! I can't even imagine how you feel, Hitoshi said. It wouldn't be so bad if I couldn't feel everyone's attraction to her, Izuku lamented. Hitoshi laid a hand on Izuku's shoulder. That's rough, buddy. Rules are simple. The higher on the hill, the more points you get per second. Anything goes, but you'll only get points while in contact with the ground. Present MIC explained. Start, Eraserhead said unceremoniously just before a buzzer sounded throughout the stadium. The ground around Izuku cratered from the force of his jump before he flew off towards the top of the hill. He landed first, Black Cowl snapping into position as he readied himself to defend his position. After the 2 weeks of intensive training, he was not only able to push Black Cowl to 40%, but it was now capable of covering his hands and feet. Looking around, he could see that the students without mobility-enhancing quirks were barely 10 feet from their starting positions. One entire half of the stadium was frozen, the contestants frozen in place with Todoroki running ahead of them. He also saw that there were more people capable of flight than he had anticipated. Rin Hiryu was covered head to toe in green scales, draconic wings beating in the air. Pony Tsunotori was riding on one of her horns as if it was a witch's broom while 7 more horns floated beside her. Kaibara-sen's arms and legs were spinning in a blur so fast that he was creating cyclones of air powerful enough to give him flight. Izuku couldn't believe his eyes when he saw what Fukudashi manga was doing. He was driving a colorful clown car that looked as if he had pulled it straight out of a GG manga. Tokage Setsuna's head flew with a swarm of what looked to be puzzle pieces comprising the rest of her body behind her. Since the pieces of her body didn't appear to be ND, he assumed she had managed to get a DNA-infused uniform. Bakugu was flying low to the ground with the aid of small explosions. Turning, he saw Mai traveling faster than he thought was possible for her suit. Had she upgraded the thrusters? The skeletal-like thrusters that made up her wings were spread wide as she descended like an avenging angel. The moment she landed, she had her Exitus pistol raised directly at his face. Izuku raised his forearms to block. The moment after the first shot landed, he would counter. The round struck with the force of a kick from Rumi, the electricity of the electrogel round not traveling through his carapace of energy. He lowered his guard and prepared to rush his girlfriend, but danger sense blared and time slowed. Mai wasn't lining up a second shot. Stabilizers had unfolded from her armor around her feet and drilled deep into the concrete. The 8 thrusters that made up her wings were angled over her shoulders and pointed directly at him. He tried to dodge out of the way, but he found that his feet were encased in pink riot foam from her Mai flies. He could break through the foam, but not fast enough. He would have to block whatever was coming. Exterminatus! Mai yelled through the speakers in her helmet. The thrusters roared to life and 8 beams of plasma combined into one. Izuku barely had time to raise his arms again before the beam of plasma hit him full force. The sleeves of his uniform evaporated as what amounted to an oversized plasma cutter struck him. The beam didn't get through Black Cowl, but it was getting hot. He could feel his skin beginning to burn. Periwinkle enveloped his entire world as something hit him hard enough to send him tumbling through the air and off the side of the hill. Righting himself, he saw Nejiya land on the top of the hill wearing a slasher smile that was very much Himiko. Himiko's uniform didn't seem to be bursting at the seams around her curves, so she must have gotten a hold of a DNA uniform as well. That's got a kick, Nejiya said. Mai rose to her feet behind Himiko, the dust cloud kicked up by the attack having concealed her, her armor scored but functioning, her anchors having kept her from getting launched off the hill. Himiko whirled, having sensed her movement, but Mai was faster in her power armor. The knuckles on Mai's fist crackled with electricity as she swung for Nejiya's gut. The electricity arced to its target, causing the muscles that would normally help to absorb a punch to lock up just before the fist collided, sending Himiko tumbling and clutching her stomach over the edge of the lip of the hill. Izuku slammed onto the top of the hill once more, but so too did someone else. Rumi landed and seamlessly transitioned into a roundhouse to Mai's back that sent her over the edge after Himiko. Her ruby eyes snapped to him alight with excitement. "We haven't had a proper spar since you figured out Black Cowl. Let's see if you still can't beat me," she roared before rushing him fast and low to the ground. She wanted to get under his guard. "Fine." He raised his joined fists in the air before bringing the axe handle blow down to intercept Rumi. Rumi smirked as she stopped short, the ground beneath her cracking from the sudden shift. She used her momentum to pivot into a kick that sailed over his joined fist straight for his head. He was only barely able to shift so that he took the blow in the shoulder instead, the hit sounding like the boom of thunder. There it was, the main reason he could never beat her. He was probably as strong as her now, maybe even more so, but she didn't have to plan out each attack like he did. She had honed her animalistic instincts into a finely tuned weapon to the point that everything was just reflex. Izuku's left foot dug into the concrete to avoid being toppled by the kick. When the second kick came blurring at him, he was able to block it with his forearm and throw a punch at Rumi's jaw. Instead of dodging the blow, Rumi grabbed it and wrapped herself around his arm in a flying arm bar, her impossibly muscled legs squeezing the life out of him before he even hit the ground. Every muscle in Rumi's body was dedicated to the task of breaking his arm, her gym uniform ripping at the seams as her arms and legs bulged with effort. Izuku was able to resist her enough to keep his arm from breaking immediately, but he didn't know for how long. He activated empathy and began channeling despair into everyone around him. "It'll take more than that to break my spirit." Rumi bellowed in defiance as she redoubled her efforts to break his arm. Izuku activated float and lifted Rumi and himself off the ground before rocketing back into it with Rumi between him and the concrete. Rumi gasped as the air was knocked from her, her death grip on him and his arm loosening enough to escape. 𝐻𝐸 watched as Izuku fought their girlfriends for control of the top of the hill. Mai's laser attack looked like it was about to overwhelm Izuku if Himiko wearing her form hadn't intervened. How fast could Mai fly now? Could that laser carbonize cells? What was its range? Himiko looked so happy to be wearing her form, could she pull off that smile too? Who was faster, herself or Himiko wearing her form? She wanted to find out. Oguro and Midoriya duke it out for the crown as they literally blow away the competition. Present MIC yelled over the speakers. The fight between Rumi and Izuku was escalating to the point that nobody else could get near them, the force of the blows creating booming shockwaves and gale force gusts of wind that sent anyone seeking to interfere back down the hill. They didn't even seem to notice the intensity that their fight was getting to or the people that attempted to take the top of the hill and were subsequently blown off it. They were in their own little world as they fought with the intensity most pro heroes couldn't hope to match. Who was stronger? Faster? How much stronger was Black Cowl compared to Full Cowl? Was Izuku not using smokescreen because he knew it would just get blown away? Was Rumi too strong to be captured with Black Whip? Was Rumi immune to empathy or just fighting through it? 1B looked to be content where they were. They had banded together and took up a defensive position near the top of the hill on one side. On the other 1A were fighting amongst themselves near the top and anyone from the other courses that tried to ascend. 1B was on the opposite side and it was difficult to make out their quirks from the camera feeds. It wasn't fair, she wanted to see. 𝐻𝐸 was brought out of her observations by Eri tugging on her clothes to get her attention. "Mama, why are Papa and Mama's fighting?" she asked, sounding both confused and worried. "I don't like it," Yuki said with a light tremble in her voice, her ears flat to her head. 𝐻𝐸 smiled at her daughters reassuredly and bounced them on her knees. "Don't worry babies, it's like a game. They're showing off so they can prove they'll make good heroes," 𝐻𝐸 tried to explain in a way they would understand. "But Papa and Mama's are already the best heroes," Eri countered, sounding less worried but even more confused. "Why A?" Yuki agreed, her ears popping back up. "I agree. Let's cheer them on," 𝐻𝐸 said, trying to inject some excitement. Her girls both raised their little fists in the air and began shouting encouragement as loud as they could manage. "Did you get that on video?" Inko whispered a little panicked. I got it, Ainen whispered back. "Send it to me." Khan whisper shouted. "Me too." Mr. Yagi, who she now knew was All Might, said, not even bothering to whisper. Now that she knew, she was kicking herself for not seeing the similarities between his personality and All Might. 𝐻𝐸's attention was brought back to the fight by a sudden drop in temperature. Turning back to look, she saw that a glacier now covered the side of the hill that 1B was on. Looks like she found where Todoroki was. It wasn't looking good for 1B if they couldn't get out of that. A creaking sound filled the air as cracks began to rapidly form in the ice. Not a second later the glacier exploded and in its place stood a giant Kodai Yui with her right fist held high and her left bicep flexing. Kodai declared, the deep rumble of her giant voice carrying throughout the stadium. Was that her hero pose? It looked like she practiced. Maybe in the mirror. She wasn't naked. Did she get a DNA uniform like Himiko? Mirio must be jealous that those are so easy to come by now. The buzzer blared, signaling the end of the first event. There was still time left, so why did it end? The 42 participants still able to continue will move on to the next event. Present MIC announced. Don't underestimate wide-range attacks, Eraserhead commented. The camera all zoomed in to focus on the hundreds of participants covered head to toe in mushrooms who were trying and failing to stand at the base of the hill. The cameras then panned over to Komori Kinoko smiling and making a peace sign at the camera, then turning and patting the heads of little mushrooms with arms and legs. She had so many questions. Mount Lady spit out the takoyaki she had charmed the stall worker into giving her at what she had just seen on the breakroom's TV. You turned to Kamu Woods and wiped her mouth on her sleeve. I need her to intern with me. Help me fill out the form, please. She begged her boyfriend. You can do it yourself, consider it payback for always stealing my thunder, Shinji said. I said I was sorry, she whined while giving her best puppy dog eyes. That isn't fair, Shinji declared while crossing his arms. Whoa, Rumi and Izuku said in perfect unison at the sight of Kodai. She was almost as big as Mount Lady. Izuku turned to Rumi. Her uniform had been reduced to shorts and a muscle tee, the same as his. Call it a draw, he asked. Rumi blew out an annoyed breath before answering, fine. Pretty sure I have a few fractures, Izuku admitted with a smile. Rumi gave a short laugh. Same, you hit way harder now. Izuku sidled up to her and threw her shoulder over his so they could help support each other's weight for the walk down the hill. They hobbled their way down the hill to where everyone was gathered away from the hill so that Cementos could remove it. Many were brushing off mushrooms and looking like they were about to pass out from exhaustion. Most of 1A was looking a bit battered and bruised while 1B looked ready for more. Mai approached them while carrying Himiko in a princess carry, the blonde clutching her midsection. My exterminatus worked great. The shock punch too. I think I broke her rib, Mai stated proudly. Definitely more than one, Himiko said with a wince. Maybe don't use that exterminatus attack on someone unless you know they can survive it, okay? Izuku asked. Sure, Mai agreed a little too easily. Zu limped up to them, Okako supporting her weight with a shoulder. Okako was beaming with joy despite her black eye and blooded knuckles. Don't worry, Ribbit. I cut my foot on Kirishima, he's sharper than he looks, Zu said. Was that a joke? Rumi asked with a half smile. Zu's only response was a languid wink that was so slow he couldn't be sure if it was actually a wink or just a one-eyed blink. Green vines snaked through the crowd, Shiozaki speaking once they had. Please, allow me to tend to your wounds. Small yellow flowers bloomed on the vines and released a cloud of pollen from each. As Izuku inhaled the pollen, he could feel the fractures that cell activation was still working on mend immediately. Looking around, everyone was watching in awe as their wounds vanished. Kyoka marched up to him with anger rolling off of her. Before he could ask what was the matter, she grabbed his wrist and dragged him away. He could only shrug at his girlfriend's questioning looks as he let himself be taken away. She continued to drag him through the crowd until they reached the outskirts of the gathered students where Momo was sitting in the grass. What's wrong? He almost asked but stopped when he saw Momo's hands trembling and the distant look in her eye. She was doing fine until your quirk fed with her emotions, Kyoka said through gritted teeth. He hadn't considered the possibility of empathy triggering panic attacks. He didn't like influencing people's emotions unless it was for combat or an emergency, but this counted as an emergency in his book and it was his fault. Izuku kneeled next to Momo as he channeled calm confidence into the ravenet. He watched as her ragged breathing evened out and her hands stopped trembling. I'm sorry, he said, turning to look both Momo and Kyoka in the eye. Kyo, I told you not to blame him, Momo said. Kyoka's rage-filled expression softened as she opened her mouth to speak, but Izuku beat her to it. It was my fault. I should have corrected the negative emotions at the end of the fight. It won't happen again, Izuku said. So you'll still use it? Kyoka asked, not accused. Please don't handicap yourself just because I'm incapable, Momo pleaded. Momo, Kyoka said softly. I'm not handicapping myself by being more careful with empathy, and you're not incapable. Far from it, in fact, Izuku stated, affection from both women scenting the air. After a short break to rest, get water, and replace damaged uniforms, the remaining participants met back on the field where Midnight strutted back onto the stage as the wheel of activity spun. Looking around, it seemed like everyone from the hero courses made the cut. The only two people that weren't in the hero program were a familiar small boy with grape-like hair and a stocky boy with a rock-like face. The next round will be capture the flag. Each flag will be worth the combined point value of its team. She yelled before the screen changed to show the rankings from the last event and each person's point value for this event. Second place was Rumi and was worth 197 points. Mai was third with 194, Himiko was fourth with 191, each subsequent place worth 3 less points. Made sense. He was in first like he had thought, so he should have 200 points. So why was he worth 10 million? Heavy lies the head that wears the crown, Midnight purred. Izuku watched as teams formed around him, their members eyeing him and likely coming up with a game plan to fight him. Mai had almost literally jumped at the opportunity to team up with her fellow inventor Momo. Those two could be a problem if Mai could convince Momo to go along with her ideas. Hopefully he wasn't about to see any surface-to-air missiles firing at him. Himiko said she wanted to try teaming up with someone else since they did the battle trials together already. It was understandable that she wanted to experience being with other teammates. Todoroki, Zero, Hitoshi, and Ida had formed a team. Bakugo was voluntold that he was teaming up with Kirishima and Kaminari. Tokoyami, Mizo, the rock-faced boy he now knew was named Koda, and the diminutive boy with grape-like hair had formed a team. Minoma, Tsuburaba, Kaibara, and Kuroiro were on another team. Tetsutetsu, Juzo, Awase, and Shiozaki had joined up. Kendo, Yanagi, Tokuge, and Komori were on the same team. Kodai, Bondo, Manga, and Shoda had teamed up. Shishida, Rin, Kamakiri, and Pony were also on a team. Izuku glanced over to Rumi, who was standing beside him with her arms crossed and looking like she was ready to take on the world. The other students eyeing them like lunch was only serving to lift her spirits further. Her reasoning to stick with him was simple. Everyone was going to be aiming for his team and she wanted to fight everyone. He knew he shouldn't be surprised at this point in their relationship, but still. Zu and Okako came walking up to them then. Room for 2 more? Okako asked with her adorable accent. He still couldn't believe people had tried to make fun of her for it when she first moved to the city from the country. He was glad that instead of hiding it she had doubled down, which led to bullying and Okako getting into a surprising amount of schoolyard scraps. For you too. DMN right there is. Rumi boomed. You're not worried about everyone coming after our flag? Izuku asked. I don't run from a fight, Okako growled with determination that was honestly as frightening as it was attractive. All we have to do is play defense and we win, Ribbit, Zu said before pressing her petite frame against his much larger one. Besides, why wouldn't I want to be with as many of my mates as possible? She gets it, Rumi chimed in. Izuku glanced at Rumi with a raised eyebrow, but she said. Rumi's resulting blush and embarrassed expression was enough to tell him that she hadn't told him the whole reason for wanting to be on his team. Instincts of animal quirk users were fascinating. He really wished he had a notebook. Ah, Okako squealed, compersion rolling off of her. Compersion was a fun word Nejaya had taught him that essentially meant the opposite of jealousy. It was nice to better describe the feeling of happiness he felt when he saw his girlfriends being in love. Once the teams had been assembled, everyone was ushered off the field for a few minutes while they made alterations. A short while later they were allowed back into the stadium only to discover a veritable forest where the open grass field had once been. Midnight handed out a flag with the cumulative point value of the team proudly displayed to each team. Ectoplasm clones guided each team to their respective base where their flag was to be planted. The trees were plenty thick enough to conceal where each team had gone. The flag was planted in a concrete base with empty holes for many more flags. The only real rule was that a team couldn't move a flag once they had planted it, making the strategy of playing keep away null and void. When the timer ran out, only the flags that were planted would count for a team's total. The other rule, the one that concerned him, was the rule stating that anyone that was KO'd would be out regardless if their team had won. The rule made sense in a practical way since anyone that was KO'd in the field would be helpless and as good as dead if a villain had anything to say about it. So what's the plan? Rumi asked him as the ectoplasm clone began to walk away. Defense is our best strategy since we already have the points to win and nobody knows where our base is. That being said, we have to plan for our flag getting stolen at some point. Zu, Okiko, are you two up to going after as many easy-to-get flags as possible? I'm willing to bet that some lower point teams will all but abandon their flags in favor of going fully on offense, Izuku asked. Sounds like a plan, Okiko agreed, the other girls nodding in agreement. Himiko kicked off her ill-fitting, uncomfortable shoes and flexed her toes, the claws extending and digging into the soft earth. Her and her team that consisted of Mina, Toru, and Ieyasu had just gotten to their flag and were awaiting the start of the round. Whoa, have you always had claws on your feet? Mina asked, pointing at the claws in question. Himiko hummed an affirmative as she closed her eyes and scented the air of the small forest. She had no clue how UA made a forest spring up in the middle of the stadium, but it even smelled real. I used to file them down so I could fit into shoes more comfortably, Himiko said after a moment of silence. But not anymore. Toru asked. Did you know that Yuki hates wearing shoes? She only wears them because she doesn't want to be the only one without them, Himiko said instead of explaining. What does that have to do with it? Ieyasu asked, his eyes sparkling as if he knew the answer. Himiko blushed lightly in realization that she couldn't escape answering. I thought that if I stop wearing shoes then Yuki would feel more comfortable not wearing them too. I don't want her to feel ashamed for being different. Magnifique mère! Ieyasu exclaimed, his hands framing his face as if for a photo. Mina crashed into her and squeezed her in a hug, her pink tail wrapping around her, aiding her arms. You're so sweet, my teeth hurt. She declared very loudly, right in her face, her bubblegum-colored hair bouncing with how animated she was being. The floating uniform that was Toru joined in on the hug. She didn't stay invisible however. As Toru melted into the hug she became visible once more, her prismatic hair and eyes shining in the light as she beamed at her. Eri and Yuki are lucky to have you as a mom. I thought you didn't like to be visible outside of the dorms. Himiko asked. Toru shrugged, her prismatic eyes sparkling. I want you to see me. She explained, making Himiko's light blush grow with the declaration. We should think of a plan, no. Ieyasu reasoned. Himiko broke from the hug reluctantly, already missing the warmth. On that note, I wanted to limit myself to only using the BLD of my teammates. I know that in the future I will be in a situation where I don't have my pick of BLD or even my reserves and I don't want to become complacent. If that's okay, I don't need much. It felt silly to be nervous, but this was different. She knew they didn't despise her for her quirk the way her mom had, but tolerating her drinking BLD and giving their own were two very different things. Mina didn't even miss a beat. She moved her arm out and rolled up her sleeve. Let me know if it's spicy. I've always been curious, that intrusive thought almost won a few times. She said, laughing at her own half-joke. Toru rolled up her sleeve and bounced closer. Dibs on next. She rushed out. Ieyasu rolled up his sleeve while making the smuggest look she had ever seen. First or last, it makes no difference, mine shall taste the best, he declared as if he was stating that water was wet. Himiko couldn't hold back her laugh, she shouldn't have even worried. Mai's breathing was shallow and fast as her, Momo, and Kyoka followed Mr. Pegleg. She was just so excited. Ideas were running through Mai's head almost faster than she could comprehend. Almost. With Momo at her side, the sky was the limit. No, atmosphere. Space. Galaxy. Whatever. They could make anything. She was brought back to earth by a tender touch of the back of a hand to her forehead. "Are you alright? You don't seem to have a fever, but you're breathing. Sounds too fast and you haven't been responsive," Momo asked gently. "I'm just excited. Together we can make anything. Should we make missiles? Automated turrets? A mech?" Mai asked, getting louder and louder with each question. Momo looked relieved at first but quickly returned to worry as Mai voiced her ideas. "I would rather not violate any international treaties," Momo said. "Those DMN demilitarization treaties ruining her fun once again. I'll just be over here twiddling my thumbs if you two geniuses need anything I can actually help with," 𝐂𝐽𝐽 said with some sarcasm that went right over Mai's head. "Dear." Momo sighed. "Great. We'll let you know." Mai began but stopped, her vision zooming in on 𝐂𝐽𝐽's calloused fingertips. Mai was on her faster than 𝐂𝐽𝐽 could backpedal, holding up her hands for closer inspection. "Do you make things too? Something small? Circuit boards? Nanomachines?" While 𝐂𝐽𝐽 was gaping like a fish at Mai's sudden proximity and questions, Momo answered. "She makes music," Momo said fondly, her lips curling into a closed-mouth smile while her eyes became unfocused, as if remembering something pleasant. "It's not like playing guitar will be helpful, right?" "No w," 𝐂𝐽𝐽 yelped in surprise as Mai grabbed her by the shoulders, lifted her off the ground with the strength of her power armor and began to spin her around in circles. "I've got the best idea and you're center stage." Mai yelled in excitement. The klaxons blared to signal the start of the round. Okiko and Zu creeped into the forest, already beginning their mission to sneakily grab as many low-point flags as possible. Several minutes passed without anything happening, even if he could hear fighting elsewhere, leading Izuku to wonder if they would win this round simply by nobody finding their base. With a time limit of only 15 minutes, it was looking like a real possibility. This is boring." Rumi complained loudly, her foot tapping hard enough to compact the dirt beneath it. Turns out, Rumi only had to wait a few more seconds before a fur-clad beast barreled through the trees. The beast, who he now recognized as an enlarged and more bestial Shishida, was not alone. Hopping off his back, Kamakiri announced his arrival by growing blades along his arms and beyond. He swung one bladed arm through a tree's trunk as if it wasn't even there. Instead of toppling, the tree stood upright until Shishida grabbed it and swung it like an oversized baseball bat. Izuku and Rumi jumped over the wild swing and rushed forward to meet the attackers head-on but gave pause when the ground in front of them exploded. Above, Pony sat side saddle on one of her own detached horns while she made fake horns with her index fingers. Countless horns shot downward and exploded in small concussive blasts. Rin was once again covered in green scales with his similarly scaled wings beating in the air. He had both arms pointed downward, an endless stream of scales shooting at them from his forearms even if they weren't very accurate. "I'll go high," Izuku shouted to Rumi. "I'll go low," Rumi replied. Izuku shot into the air. He knew how to deal with projectiles, his training with Gran Torino made sure of that. Hundreds of energy tendrils lashed out from his body in every direction, danger sense guiding the black whip tendrils in intercepting the barrage from Rin and Pony. "SHT. Pony swore in English as Izuku quickly closed the gap. Izuku lunged for Pony, but the constant explosions from her horns were obscuring his vision, causing her to successfully evade him. Deciding that it was time to pull out all the stops, he tapped into empathy and began to channel despair into the entire team while taking a mental note to correct the emotion after the fight. Finally seeing a chance to use smokescreen, he released a cloud of it big enough to conceal the tree tops without hindering Rumi on the ground. Okay. Pony was no longer having fun. This was hopeless. She couldn't see anything through the black smoke that suddenly enveloped everything. Not trying to cause friendly fire, she stopped her horn cannon and listened carefully for her airborne opponent. The fight on the ground made it difficult to make out, but she could barely hear the whistling of wind. Then, there was a faint glow of green followed by the sudden boom of a blow that cleared some of the smoke. Izuku floated at the center of the pocket of clean air, Rin's limp body held up by one hand, the other was coated in BLD and ped back in a fist ready to deliver another blow if needed. Izuku's glowing green eyes snapped to her as the smoke once again obscured her vision. Pony screamed in fear and resumed her horn cannon in the direction she had seen Izuku. She hit nothing but air. She was beginning to panic as she whirled in search of Izuku. Viridian lightning flared to life mere feet away, illuminating a humanoid form in the dark and countless writhing tendrils as well as two glowing eyes that were boring into her very soul. The Lovecraftian horror shot forward faster than she could control her horns. She closed her eyes in fear of the blow to come. A boom sounded. Nothing hurt. Hair. She cracked an eye open to see that she had caught Izuku's fist on reflex, and by the wide-eyed look he was giving her, he was just as surprised as she was. Animalistic instincts taking over once again, she lashed out with a hoof aimed for his chin. Black tendrils of energy wrapped around her leg, stopping it before it could reach him. More and more tendrils wrapped around her leg as she struggled against them. "I underestimated both of you," Izuku said before his other fist snapped forward in a blur of color that was the last thing she would remember. Izuku lowered Pony to the ground and leaned her up against the same tree he had placed Rin against, only to find medic bots carting Rin off on a stretcher and down a metal ramp that had not been there before. It made sense that they would be carted off the field once they were out, since if they were left on the field they would be in danger while defenseless. Izuku rose into the air again to better surprise the other attackers while idly thinking about those he had just defeated. Pony had surprised him. She was much stronger physically than he had anticipated for a backliner. Pulling his first punch was a mistake that could have cost him his life in the real world. Then there was Rin. He punched him without Black Cowl on the assumption that full cowl provided enough durability to withstand his scaled armor. He was not expecting the scales of his armor to change direction and point outwards, making it like punching razor blades. Izuku clenched his fist as cell activation finished healing the cuts left from the punch. "Mothif!" Rumi shouted from below him. Surprised she was having any difficulties, he looked down with infrared vision and saw Shishida looming in front of Rumi while she was tourniqueting her arm just below the shoulder with her own hair. Below it was a deep cut with bone just barely exposed. Hot BLD ran down her arm and dripped into the earth next to an unconscious and battered Kamakiri. Izuku cratered the ground and had glowing hands on her wound faster than his brain could consciously order the chain of commands. Her bleeding was slowing and her flesh was knitting itself back together, but much too slowly. He pushed cell activation well beyond its limits until all of Rumi was glowing green and her flesh was pulling itself together faster than he ever thought was possible with the limited healing of his quirk. The moment that she began to glow, he felt himself begin to calm, the panic bleeding away unnaturally fast. "Shishida is still out there," Rumi wearily. Looking up, he saw that Shishida was indeed nowhere to be seen. "How did I don't know. He fights like a wild animal. If that animal had a 200 IQ, that is. His a problem," Rumi interrupted. Well, anyone that Rumi deemed a problem was certainly worthy of the title. "He's hunting us," Rumi whispered, her ears twitching in every direction. Izuku summoned Black Cowl and swayed to infrared to scan the forest. The second he caught sight of a large emission of heat, it was blocked by something cold. Danger sense blared. He dragged Rumi flat to the ground as an entire tree sailed over them like a missile. Izuku stood as Shishida was upon them. He was fast for his size. Faster than Izuku could react, a huge hand slapped his entire torso, the blunt force of the blow echoing past his carapace of foam muscle and throughout his entire body, sending him careening through a tree. Coughing up a small amount of BLD, Izuku hastily got to his feet in time to see Rumi engage Shishida. Rumi ducked an open-hand swipe and kicked the hulking opponent in the side of the knee, causing him to roar in pain as he dropped to a knee. His other hand, however, was not idle. Even as he was dropping, it reached down and scooped up a huge handful of soil that he whipped into Rumi's face, blinding her. "You're so annoying to fight," Rumi bellowed as she kicked blindly into the cloud of dirt, clearing the air with the force and revealing that Shishida was no longer there. Behind Rumi, Shishida towered, about to strike. A black tendril of energy cracked through the air faster than the speed of sound and sliced into Shishida's thick hide, making him retreat backwards. Izuku kept his eyes on Shishida as Rumi tried to get the dirt out of her eyes. By sacrificing the area of Black Cowl that protected and strengthened his hands, he was able to create WHPS of energy that he held in each hand. His arms were at his sides, tendrils of Black Whip trailing behind him as he approached Shishida. Midnight Cowl. He roared the name of the super move that paid homage to his mama. Both 𝐔𝐻𝐵 snapped out several times faster than the speed of sound in rapid succession, each strike just barely nicking at Shishida's hide, causing him to wince and try to retreat. Each time Shishida tried to get out of range, Izuku would circle him and crack the WHP where he was going. If he wanted to, he could probably dismember the boy with the powerful WHPS, but that, of course, wasn't the goal. The goal was to corral and distract. When Izuku intentionally left an opening, Shishida was quick to take the bait, desperate as he was. Rumi was there waiting. Luna Tijeras. She roared as her legs wrapped tightly around Shishida's thick neck in a scissor lock. Shishida was quick to reach for her and tear her off, but was stopped when WHPS of energy lashed securely around his wrists and began to dig into the flesh. Rumi's legs bulged as she squeezed the breath from the boy, the seams on her uniform breathes splitting once again. Seconds later, the 10-foot-tall behemoth crashed to the ground unconscious, Rumi backflipping off of him and landing gracefully. "Thanks," Rumi said. "Anytime," Izuku said. "How did cell activation heal me that quick, and why were your eyes glowing?" "You weren't using empathy since you weren't even paying attention to Shishida," she reasoned. "How did he do that?" "Wait. Eyes glowing without using empathy. Cell activation suddenly being stronger. Did he just evolve cell activation?" He was cut off by the deafening boom and crunch of heavy footsteps. The tree canopy was parted by the biggest hand he had ever seen. Yui boomed from far above the trees. "Several minutes ago." Mineta huffed and puffed as he tried to keep up with Shoji. "Moments ago, someone wearing some kind of metal armor flew right past his sticky traps and snatched their flag right from under their noses." The cackling he could hear as the armored figure flew away would probably haunt his dreams. After what felt like an eternity later, he caught up to Shoji, who had mercifully stopped at the tree line of a small clearing. Shoji turned to him and motioned to be quiet. At the center of the clearing was a steel cage placed over the top of the flag capture area. The cage was surrounded on all sides by the biggest speakers he had ever seen. Standing on the roof of the cage were two people and one absolute babe. Maybe during the coming fight he could sneak in a feel. The armored one was finishing securing their flag into the slot and relocking the cage. The babe with the biggest milkers he had ever seen was checking over some wires. The flattest girl he had ever seen was holding a purple electric guitar. One of the girl's earlobes was connected to the guitar while the other was connected to some kind of switchboard. The one in the armor flew off again and Shoji signaled that it was time. Mineta and his teammate burst from the tree line to the sound of music. The girl with the purple hair had her eyes closed while she bit her bottom lip in concentration as her fingers flew over the guitar strings. The ground shook with each plucked string of the guitar as they raced forward. Tried to race forward. Sound waves blasted from the speakers with each note played, the rhythm only increasing in intensity. He tried to throw a pop-off ball, but it just came flying back and over his shoulder. The skin on his face rippled from the force of the sound waves hitting him. Shoji's arms combined together on each side and stretched for the distracted guitarist. Just when it looked like he was going to succeed, the Ravenet leveled a grenade launcher and fired. The RBB buckshot blasted Shoji's hand away from its target. A pyrotechnic display of flames shot upwards, temporarily blocking the two opponents from sight. It was at this exact moment that the already quick pace of the guitar became a frantic pace no human should be capable of. The ground shook with the force of an earthquake, the nearby trees rocked away from the epicenter of sound. The sound waves that already made forward movement almost impossible now sent them flying backwards, tumbling but over tea kettle. Then, he heard the purple-haired girl sing into the embassy. On a cold winter morning, in the time before the light, Mai could not stop cackling as she flew through the sky to the fading sounds of Kyoka's guitar. "I call dibs on the little rocker for internships." Present MIC yelled over the stadium speakers. "That's not how it works," Aizawa drawled. "Respect the dibs." Present MIC countered. Mai's cackling redoubled, her plan was a success. She continued to fly around the arena while avoiding the giant girl. Other than her, she was unopposed in the sky. Either Izuku had already been defeated or more likely he was defending. Searching through infrared and X-ray vision, she zoomed in and out in search of poorly defended flags. She saw drill hands and Monoma being carted away by cute little robots. She couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the mean blonde being unconscious. Her heart sank when she saw 𝐬 and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 struggling to stand with mushrooms covering every inch of their bodies. Next to them was a mushroom with arms and legs aiming said arms into the air and spraying a mist of water. Mai had to remind herself that they weren't on her team and therefore shouldn't be helped. It might be the hardest thing she had ever done. They were her partners. Partners protected each other. Breaking that rule felt wrong. Going against her own rules, she flew on. Nearby, she spotted the flag that her partners were likely trying for. There was nobody near it, so she swooped down and grabbed the flag. When she did, the leaves of a nearby tree rustled. Out of the tree flew a head leading many pieces of a body. The head gave chase. It wasn't as fast as her, but she didn't want any competition in the air. "My fly," she said enthusiastically, while pressing the button on the canister on her lower back. The miniature drones flew straight for the head and its associated pieces. The sharp-toothed girl tried to dodge the drones, but was only partly successful. The drones exploded on impact, sealing large clumps of the swarm of pieces and successfully capturing the head. Mai drew her pistol and shot, the round striking the riot foam clump of body parts, the shock from the electrogel round proving too much for the sharp-toothed girl. Turning from the now earthbound and unconscious body, she flew towards her base to plant the flag. For some reason, Mai didn't feel like laughing. 𝐬 could barely stand, let alone fight. The mushrooms that covered her regrew no matter how many times she swiped them off. What was worse is that the mushrooms seemed to be parasitic. Every second the things remained on her, the more tired she felt. The little mushroom familiars would just reanimate every time she squashed one, rendering fighting them utterly useless. Believing the flag to be undefended just because they didn't see anyone was a mistake, they fell right into Komori's trap. "I don't think I can go on," 𝐒𝐿𝐴 slurred next to her. "Are you giving up?" 𝐬 struggled out. 𝐒𝐿𝐴's face took on a look of defiance as she stubbornly raised herself from her kneeling position with shaking limbs. "Oh, you two are made of sterner stuff than the others," someone said from nearby. 𝐬 looked to see Komori waltzing out from her hiding spot, her eyes hiding behind brown bangs, her smile wide and confident. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 needed no prompting. She lunged for the opponent on wobbly legs, falling face first at the mushroom girl's feet. While 𝐒𝐿𝐴 was no longer moving, Komori began to gently float upwards, free from the chains of gravity. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 had landed a hit. "What?" Komori asked, bewildered. 𝐬 couldn't find the second wind that 𝐒𝐿𝐴 had, but she had other options. Her tongue lashed out and wrapped around Komori's ankle. With her last bit of energy, 𝐬 jerked her prey to the side and into a tree with a satisfying thunk. With her last moments of consciousness, she took solace knowing Komori was out cold. Bakugo pushed through the searing pain in his arms as he chased after Ida with the added speed of his explosions, leaving Kirishima and Kaminari in the dust. It took a mental effort not to refer to them as shitty hair and dunce face. The speedster 𝐵𝑆𝑡D had his flag, and the one he had just planted, he wouldn't stand for it. He wasn't about to be shown up yet again. Ida was slowly but surely losing him through the trees, the added maneuverability from the thrusters in his arms proving enough to navigate the rough terrain with ease. Bakugo entered a small clearing with 𝐒𝐿𝐴 and Hitoshi waiting for him and Ida nowhere to be seen. "I'd call you a bombshell, but bullies aren't really my type," Hitoshi lazily said while inspecting his fingernails. "You know nothing," Bakugo sneered as his entire body tensed, ready to attack. Hitoshi snapped his fingers and winked at him. "Leave," Hitoshi commanded. Bakugo's body was suddenly not his own. In an act of betrayal, his body did an about-face and began to march back towards his own, flagless, base. Was this really how he was going to lose? Without even being able to fight back. Himiko dropped Toru's form as she planted the unguarded flag she and Toru had found when she sensed someone nearby. Whirling, she saw two cuties breaking from the tree line. Kendo finished rolling up the sleeves of her uniform to reveal well-muscled arms, smiling confidently as she did so. Yanagi held her hands in front of her much like 𝐬 while stepping so lightly it was almost as if she glided over the ground. 2 versus 3. "Doesn't seem very fair," Mina lied. "OUI," Amar agreed. Kendo's smile grew, as did her entire body until the previously average height girl towered over them at 20 feet tall. She then shifted into a wide stance, one leg in front and one behind with the foot turned slightly out. Her arms snapped into position so fast that it caused the air to displace, one arm high with a closed fist in front of her forehead while the other was positioned over her front thigh. Himiko knew that stance. It was karate in origin and was called the immovable stance. It was an advanced stance that you didn't even begin to learn until you were a black belt. How about now? Kendo asked, a confident smile still affixed to her face. A tense silence filled the small clearing as the two teams faced off. The silence stretched on until the sound of a tree limb snapping broke. All hell broke loose. First to fire off an attack was Yanagi. Branches from nearby trees snapped and launched at the team, seemingly of their own accord. Mina acted fast, swiping at the air while acid sprayed from her palm. The wooden missiles hit the wall of acid and melted into it. Acid veil. Himiko quickly took on Ayama's form and shouted, "Toru! Now!" Called the voice from the invisible Toru right in front of the gargantuan Kendo. Both Oyamas unleashed 3 beams of energy each, one from each palm and another from their belly button. The beams converged at their intended target, Toru. "Say cheese!" Toru yelled as the 6 beams of light hit her back, refracted through her and shot out of her chest as a wide, single beam more powerful than the sum of its parts and struck Kendo full-on. When the intense light faded enough for Himiko to see, she saw Kendo still standing with her forearms drawn together in front of her. The skin on her forearms was scorched and dribbling blood down to her elbows, but she had tanked the combined attack nonetheless. Kendo's front leg flashed forward almost faster than Himiko could see and struck the still invisible Toru in an expertly executed snap kick. The kick, which was intended for pure speed rather than power, sent Toru ragdolling all the way to the other side of the clearing. Toru's uniform became visible when she finally came to a rest, the control over her invisibility field failing as she lost consciousness. "Toru!" Mina shrieked in a gut-wrenching cry. Yanagi moved for the first time, lifting off the ground with arms still positioned sedately in front of her as she glided closer to Mina. Himiko couldn't be sure if she was seeing things or not, but she would later swear that she could see human handprints in the soil below Yanagi as she floated forward. Mina gave a war cry and launched a large globule of glue at Yanagi. The glob of RBB cement-like substance was stopped mid-air before reaching its target. At first, it looked as if caught by telekinesis, but that was not the case. It had struck something unseen. As the glue dripped down, the shape of a hand could be made out, rotating as if to better inspect the glue that coated it. Then, the hand simply ceased to exist and the glob of hand-shaped glue dropped to the ground. "Acid Man!" The garbled voice of Mina cried as her acid coated her entire body in a thick layer. Mina charged, a dozen invisible arms speared into the acid, arresting Mina's forward momentum. The arms, now more visible, were long, jointless, and arching directly from Yanagi. Mina was lifted into the air by the invisible arms as they wrestled through the acid. Mina was helpless as she watched the hands burrow to her and wrap tightly around her neck in sleeper hold. "Spirit shackle," Yanagi murmured, barely above a whisper. While this was happening, the others were not idle. When Yanagi moved, so did Kendo. There was an explosion of dirt as she launched forward at the same time both Oyamas fired their lasers once again. This time the lasers were more narrow, more focused, and more dangerous. Kendo shrank mid-air as the lasers traveled towards her, the lasers hitting nothing but air as they missed her now much smaller body. She rolled and stood just to the side of Ayama and swiftly delivered a knife hand strike to the nerve center at the curve of his neck, dropping him like a sack of potatoes. Frustrated, Himiko dropped Ayama's form and lunged for Kendo on all fours, claws extended. She aimed for the tendons at the backside of the knee, but Kendo's reflexes were enough for her to turn just enough that the swipe struck the meat of her thigh. Kendo winced as she bounced back, away from Himiko, narrowly avoiding a second swipe. Much faster than the first time, she grew to her full height of 20 feet and readied to counterattack. Himiko threw a rock at Kendo's head, which she easily swatted away. At the same time, she held her breath and cleared her mind. With her presence successfully erased at the critical moment of distraction, she let her body do as it will. Kendo turned her huge head from side to side in search of the opponent that was previously right in front of her. Himiko struck. Her claws cleaved through the skin over Kendo's gigantic Achilles tendon but failed to cut all the way through the tendon itself. Kendo yelled a guttural cry of pain as she swiped Himiko away with a gargantuan hand that only grazed her, but had her tumbling backwards nonetheless. Himiko came to a sliding stop on all fours. BLD ran down face and into her eyes from a head wound. She raised her blooded claws to her mouth and licked the BLD clean with a wide smile on her face. Invisible hands wrapped around her limbs and lifted her into the air. Yanagi had set her sights on her. Himiko laughed sickly sweet despite her predicament. Her laugh changed as did her appearance. Kendo laughed and laughed as she began to swell in size until the hands that tethered her could no longer keep her bound. As she grew, she felt stronger and stronger to the point that it rivaled the strength she felt as Rumi. It was intoxicating. I know my body better than anyone, it'll take more than that to beat me, Kendo declared as she lunged forward with a limp. The two titans clashed in a resounding thunderclap of flesh. Himiko folded her fingers back to strike with the middle knuckle, the leopard punches aimed for Kendo's throat. Kendo was on the back foot as she redirected the blows away over and over again until she found the opening she had been looking for. With Himiko over-committed to offense, Kendo swayed from defense to offense in a flash just as she parried a blow. Double knife-hand blows struck Kendo at the slope of her neck. Himiko collapsed to the ground, taking on her own form again, her eyes blinking shut as she saw Yanagi grabbing her flags. Oh, she's mine. Rumi claimed and prepared to run forward but stopped, her ears twitching in almost every direction. Incoming, lots! She yelled. Tokoyami as well as Koda came into view through the trees. Ida raced into view, Todoroki sliding into view on a patch of ice right behind him. Tsuburaba and Kuroiro showed up on the other side, Kuroiro slipping out of a shadow and Tsuburaba floating on what looked to be a moving platform of solid air. Tetsu and Awase barreled into view, Awase looking to be wearing a suit of armor composed of rock. 1 minute warning. Present MIC announced. The girls should have been back by now, Rumi said. We have to assume they were taken out. Nobody touches our flag. No holding back, he instructed. Rumi grinned in a way that many would describe as frightening, but not him. To him it was appealing. Chaos erupted as everyone raced for either his flag, him, or Rumi. The first to move of course was Ida. Recipro overdrive. Flames erupted from the mufflers extending out of Ida's calves and elbows as he became a blur making a beeline straight for Izuku's flag. He was fast, faster than almost anyone could counter, but he was not faster than the speed of sound. Using Midnight Cowl, Izuku snapped a WHP faster than Mach 1. The WHP of energy coiled tight around Ida's ankle, causing him to trip and go flying back into the trees. Using empathy, despair exploded off Izuku in every direction, affecting everyone in the general area except for Rumi. The Titanic Yui snatched up the fallen tree that Shishida had thrown, the tree growing in her hand until it was a titanic baseball bat. She made to swing, seemingly aiming to thin the competition for the flag. The sky darkened as the sound of countless beating wings could be heard overhead. Ragnarok! Tokoyami yelled as Dark Shadow roared and grew to monstrous dimensions, catching Yui's makeshift bat and struggling for control of the weapon. A glacier exploded into being, headed straight for Izuku and Rumi. Not even needing a signal, he and his girlfriend kicked in perfect unison, the ice exploding out and away. Kuroiro stepped out of a shadow right next to his Izuku's flag. At the same time, Rumi and Izuku were encased in a box of solid air that quickly began to shrink. Rumi was faster than him, literally charging headfirst through the container and drop-kicking Kuroiro far faster than the boy had anticipated. The boy was sent sprawling all the way into the trees. The instant the box of air shattered, Izuku snapped a WHP at Tsuburaba only for it to be blocked by a shield of air that shattered but stopped the WHP anyway. Not wanting to deal with a battle of attrition, Izuku retracted his WHPs and covered his hands in black cowl again. He leaned forward and with a mighty jump, he exploded forward and through several barriers of air to connect his fist with the air user's jaw. Tsuburaba was still crumpling to the ground as Izuku turned away in search of a new target. Rumi kicked a vase in his stone armor, causing it to shatter upon impact and send him tumbling. As he began to stand, he touched a tree and Izuku watched as wood migrated from the tree to form a new set of armor. Upon a closer look, the armor wasn't just being worn, it moved as if it was part of his body without hindering him with its weight. Rumi didn't seem to share his fascination as she was on the poor boy before he could even fully stand. Lunar fall. She roared as she delivered a powerful axe kick that collapsed him into the ground. A punch to the side of the head was Izuku's punishment for becoming momentarily distracted. Tetsu's punch felt much stronger than the one that Monoma had delivered with the same quirk, it felt more solid. Izuku performed a cross-counter against the next punch and hit the boy square in the jaw. Instead of striking hard steel like he had anticipated, his fist sank into Tetsu's face that was suddenly behaving much more like mercury than steel. Pretty cool, right? Tetsu asked proudly, his head warping the side as he threw a punch at Izuku. Very. Izuku agreed, grabbing the incoming fist with ease and whirling, using the punch's momentum to toss the boy bodily at Todoroki, who looked about to fire off another glacier. The two boys went sprawling in a heap of twisted limbs. Honestly, Izuku was surprised that Todoroki had taken what amounted to over 5 feet of solid metal head-on and still managed to grab the boy. The metal boy frosted over, becoming slower and slower until he was frozen solid. Rats came swarming in from every direction at the same time that the swarm of birds dived downwards, all heading straight for his flag. The sound of trees shattering sounded as Yui slammed. Dark shadow into the forest, her titanic foot pinning Tokoyami to the ground at the same time. The tide of small animals were almost at his flag and obviously being controlled somehow. He felt bad for what he had to do, but he wasn't left with many options. Cover your ears. He called out Rumi, knowing she would do so. With all the power Black Cowl at 40% provided him, he clapped. The resulting shockwave of sound was far too much for the small animals as the horde of rats and birds fell to the ground either dead or stunned, he wasn't sure. Yui was on the move, but so was Rumi. As Yui lunged for his flag, Rumi was already mid-jump, the earth cratering beneath her. Rumi collided with Yui's stomach in another dropkick that had the titan reeling. Rumi wasn't done, however, as she began to sprint up Yui's body, kicking off and beginning a backflip. Blood moon rising. She yelled as she spun into a kick that connected with Yui's jaw. The sickening sound of clacking teeth echoed through the stadium as Yui dropped to a knee, but still conscious. She articulated in frustration, shaking the blow off. Izuku! Rumi yelled in warning. Todoroki was almost on his flag. Izuku launched for Todoroki, flying just barely above the ground, a sonic boom sounding as he broke the sound barrier. As expected, a glacier appeared in his path. Izuku punched with every single muscle, foe or not, every percentage of Black Cowl that he could muster, every bit of momentum he had built. The forming glacier didn't so much explode as it simply ceased to be. Izuku reared back his other fist as he closed in on Todoroki, the boy's mismatched eyes going wide as the fist closed in. The klaxons blared again, signaling the end of the round. Izuku's fist halted mere inches from Todoroki's face, the resulting wind snuffing out the small flames that wafted off the boy's left side. Flames. Did he imagine them? Izuku had the presence of mind to send out a tidal wave of calm with empathy while he thoughtfully watched Todoroki stalk off. That's the round, and what a round it was. Present MIC declared. The ones moving on are Midoriya, Oguro, Yorozu, Jiru, Hatsune, Kendo, Yanagi, Todoroki, Aizawa, Siro, Honinuki, Shiozaki, Kodai, Shoda, Bondo, and Fukudashi, Aizawa announced with zero fanfare. The participants of the round made their way off the field as Izuku pondered what he thought he had just seen from Todoroki. Flames. It had to be his imagination. Nothing else made sense. He was dragged from his thoughts by the muted sniffles of someone nearby as well as a spike in sorrow from whomever it was. Looking around, he spotted the Gen Ed boy with the rock formation forehead named Koda. He was kneeling amidst the battlefield and gathering up the corpses of birds and rats with the tender touch one might reserve for a family member. The birds and rats that were only stunned had left some time ago, but alas, not all had survived Izuku's attack. His stomach dropped at the scene. It was clear that the boy was heartbroken. Wordlessly, Izuku made his way to the boy and began to help gather the bodies with the same respect Koda was showing them. Koda turned to him with confusion being the predominant emotion. "I'm sorry about your friends," Izuku said, unsure how to convey his regret for doing what he had to. The boy seemed to struggle as he visibly mulled over his words before finally responding in a subdued voice, "Thank you, but it's my fault, I asked for their help." "Then you didn't force them," Izuku responded simply. Koda didn't respond, seeming to think his words over as they fell into a comfortable silence as they gathered the dead animals. It wasn't until they had finished that Koda spoke again. "I didn't make it into the hero course by 2 points, he said. Before Izuku could respond, he continued. "I'm glad I didn't. Nezu helped me realize a dream that will help animals instead of endangering them. With his help, I'm going to open a sanctuary for quirked animals. Their quirks inherently make them invasive species to their ecosystem, so they are usually put down. I'm going to save them, as many as I can," Koda declared clearly and with a conviction that left Izuku with no doubt that the soft-spoken man would realize his dreams. Izuku smiled. "Seems pretty heroic to me." After a standard check-in with Recovery Girl, Izuku made his way to the break room where the participants could gather, rest, and eat a light lunch while they waited for the next round. The sounds of chatter filled his ears as he entered. Everyone from Class 1B and 1A was chatting about the round, some with disappointment and others with triumph. The pitter-patter of small feet could be heard before small arms wrapped around his legs. "Papa," the owner of the small arms breathed out in relief. Looking down, Eri clinging to him with her face buried into his leg. Reaching down, he grabbed under the child's armpits and picked her up, placing her on his hip. "Hi, sweetheart," he greeted his daughter who just pressed further into him, suspiciously clingy. "There you are," Nejaya said as she approached, a smile playing on her lips. When she reached him she pushed herself onto her tiptoes and pressed a kiss to his lips. "She was worried when you didn't come back with everyone," she explained as she tousled their daughter's white hair. "Look at me, he said softly, smiling when she unburied her head and did as asked. "I'm okay, everyone is okay," he reassured before making a waving gesture to the rest of the assembled people, Eri's eyes following the motion. Seated at a table, Himiko was busy spinning a story, complete with sound effects and dramatic gestures with her hands. Rumi was seated directly across with Yuki in her lap, her strong arms wrapped around her kit. Rumi's ears were locked in a forward position as she leaned in closer. Yuki hung on every word. The snow white on her tail as well as the fur that went up to her elbows and knees bristled with every dramatic wave of Himiko's hands. He hoped that Himiko was downplaying any gory details there might be, but judging by the stars in Rumi's eyes she was not. Bakugo was off in a corner eating. Slowly and with far too much attention to detail, his usual anger overshadowed by shame and self-loathing. Near him were Kaminari and Kirishima who were making a fairly obvious attempt to lighten the mood despite the disappointment clung to them. He might be on the best terms with Bakugo, but he was glad that he wasn't alone right now. What really got his attention was Mai. Guilt was writhing under her skin like snakes. She was out of her sororitas armor and in her fiber muscle underlayer with not one but two of their partners on her lap. Akiko and Zu were both planting reassuring kiss after reassuring kiss onto Mai as the pinkette squeezed them as close to her body as physically possible. "Everything okay?" he asked, sensing Mai was upset about something. Akiko nuzzled her face into the hollow of Mai's neck as her fingers mapped the shape of her opposite ear. With a pop, Zu broke from a kiss Mai to answer. "She saw us get ambushed by Komori, ribbit. She thought we'd be upset that she didn't help us, so we're proving her wrong." That made sense. Mai did not like breaking or failing the rules she had set up for herself. Her main rule was simple: help partners if they need help. Since she was always the best at math and science, she would try and tutor the rest of them during study sessions. Problem is, she had a hard time teaching things in a way that made sense to them. It had frustrated Mai to tears on several occasions. "And you? Are you alright?" he asked Zu. "Just disappointed, ribbit. I don't want to see another mushroom for a while," Zu answered before turning her attention back to Mai. He was about to head over and listen in on Himiko's story but was waylaid by Todoroki approaching him. The low simmering rage that he had become accustomed to sensing from the boy had an aftertaste of shame this time. Midoriya, can we talk? He asked, his voice not betraying his emotions, as cool as ever. Izuku contemplated turning the boy down. He really wanted to be around his polycule and check in on everyone in the class as well. As class president, he felt that it was duty to check on everyone, but Todoroki asking to talk was a significant thing. Sure, he finally responded, giving a kiss on her horn and handing her off to Nejiya before trailing after Todoroki. Todoroki led him to an out-of-the-way hallway that led to the backside of the arena. It was the perfect spot for the clandestine conversation the boys seemed to want to have. Todoroki took up residence on the opposite side of the concrete hall but remained silent. If Izuku couldn't sense the boy's hesitation, he would have assumed Todoroki had meant to intimidate him. Izuku waited patiently for Todoroki to find his words. Finally, Todoroki spoke. "You overwhelmed me." Izuku nodded. He was pretty sure that Kodai had overwhelmed him in the first round too, but he wasn't going to point that out. "You forced me to break my pledge." Izuku raised an eyebrow at that. Todoroki looked at his left hand like it had offended him in some way before explaining. "You forced me to use my fire." The flames, he hadn't imagined it. Memories of the USJ flashed through his mind, of Toru putting her life on the line to defend her classmates against a villain twice her size with nothing more than steel batons, of Zu unmoving and curled up in a fetal position, half buried in the snow and defenseless, and of Todoroki shivering with blue lips and blackened fingers. Toru had nearly died trying to protect someone that could have saved all of them. Zu never would have been forced into hibernation and left defenseless if Todoroki had kept her warm. Even Todoroki wouldn't have lost a pinky and several toes if he had used his fire. Red began to crowd his vision as he struggled to tamp down on his rising anger. Todoroki continued to talk, unaware of the rising tide of rage within Izuku. He was speaking about Quirk marriages, Endeavor buying his wife for her Quirk, his mother being driven into insanity and giving him his scar, and how he was going to beat Izuku with only his ice to prove a point to his father. Izuku could barely make out Todoroki's words over the grinding of his own teeth. He had endangered Zu, Toru, and even himself. For what? Spite. Warm liquid begins to gather in his clenched fists. The adrenaline that was thrumming through his veins making him unable to feel his nails digging into his flesh. Through his haze of rage, he could gather that Todoroki had suffered much, but pain didn't excuse one's actions. He willed the muscles in his jaw to unclench enough to speak. "You've been through something terrible, but you endangered Zu, Toru, and even yourself at the USJ by not using your fire. Holding back is a luxury heroes can't afford, Todoroki," Izuku said, far calmer than he felt. Todoroki's voice was as cold as his ice as he bit out, "I didn't ask for their help." The dam holding back his rising anger broke, his wrath ready to wash away everything in its wake. Arcing green energy roared to life, chasing away the shadows and liking at the smooth concrete walls. "Midash, what the f is wrong with you?" He boomed, his voice still echoing down the hallway as he stomped forward and glared down at Todoroki with baleful eyes. Todoroki was initially shocked by Izuku's outburst, but that shock quickly morphed into a furious indignation. Todoroki glared at him and made to leave, seemingly done with the conversation. Izuku, however, was not. He had meant to plant his hand against the wall to cut the boy off. Instead, his hand buried itself wrist-deep into the concrete, his finely tuned control crumbling in the face of his terrible rage. "You gave me a declaration of war, I'll give you a warning. Face me in the arena at your own risk." Izuku extracted his hand from the concrete and let Todoroki walk away. He turned to the camera in the hallway. "Sir." "Yes, cub?" Nezu's voice asked from a nearby speaker. "You knew about this?" he asked, already suspecting the answer. "Of course," Nezu chirped. "How has he not been removed from the hero course for his inaction at the USJ?" He barely managed to ask, his jaw clenching so hard that he could barely speak the words. If he had his provisional license, he would have been, or worse. It was his first week as a hero course student, making him little more than a civilian. He had no more obligation to save anyone than a civilian would in a crisis. Unbidden, Black Whip snapped out and gouged a deep furrow into the concrete. Black Whip almost seemed to be writhing in anger as well. You can't possibly intend to let him become a hero that lets people die that could have been saved if he hadn't been holding back, Izuku challenged. Of course not. He has been warned that he needs to use his fire time and time again. He doesn't know it, but the festival is his last chance. If he does not properly use his fire, he will be removed from the hero course. Nezu happily explained. By the time Izuku had stomped his way back to the private cafeteria, there was only a minute or two left to eat. After grabbing a plate of food, he sat heavily into a seat and began shoveling food into his mouth. 𝐒𝐩𝐽 sat next to him and placed a warm hand on his back, rubbing it in calming circles, no doubt sensing his mood. What did Todoroki want to talk about? She asked. Fire, he gritted out between mouthfuls of food without looking at her. 𝐒𝐽 inhaled softly. Her gasp was a quiet thing, barely even noticeable, but he had heard it. Izuku froze, food halfway to his mouth. You knew. It wasn't a question. As dorm supervisor, I can't share students' personal information, and it's something he wanted to keep secret. I'm not sorry for doing my job, she said, proud and defiant, before asking a few silent seconds after, far less sure of herself, are you angry with me? He was certainly angry with Todoroki, but 𝐒𝐽. Irritated maybe, she had kept something important from him, but she had solid reasons for doing so. Seconds passed without him looking at her or answering. Hurt began to coil off of her, the sensation making him feel sick to his stomach. Izuku swallowed and turned to look at her. Moisture had begun to accumulate at the corners of her eyes and her jaw was clenched. She seemed resolved to weather his anger, to be the bigger person. It was heartbreaking that she felt the need at all. His anger vanished like smoke on the wind. No, he said finally in a whisper as he thumbed the forming tears away. I'm sorry for my tone, I shouldn't have spoken to you like that. 𝐒𝐽 only smiled in response and rested her head on his massive shoulder, Izuku leaning his head onto hers, their hands intertwining under the table. The two of them slipped into a comfortable silence until 𝐒𝐽 broke it with a question. Are you going to tell Zu and Toru? She asked under her breath. I don't know, he said. Suddenly, he realized how hard it must have been for 𝐒𝐽 to keep a secret like this. On one hand, Todoroki had told him all this in confidence. On the other hand, keeping things from the people he cared about rankled. An idea struck. If he could force Todoroki's flames out during their match, then this problem would solve itself. The first bracket consisted of Todoroki versus Honinuki, himself vs Shoda, Manga versus Hitoshi, and Momo versus Rumi. The second bracket consisted of Shiro versus Shiozaki, Kyoka versus Itsuka, Yanagi versus Mai, and Kodai versus Bondo. If Todoroki managed to half but his way past his first fight, then Izuku and he would fight in the second round of fights. That is, if Izuku could manage to focus on his first fight and not get caught daydreaming about punching Todoroki until flames came out like some kind of pyrotechnic pinata. Izuku couldn't stop glaring at the two-toned boy as he watched him take his place in the arena opposite of Honinuki. He worked his jaw as he clenched the armrests of his chair, the metal groaning under his hands. Yuki's sharp claws digging into his thighs snapped him out of his violent daydreaming. Looking down, he saw his little girl climbing her way onto his lap one-handed, her other arm wrapped possessively around a tub of popcorn that was nearly as big as she was. Momo had gotten Yuki and Eri more snacks than they could possibly eat. When Izuku tried to repay the ravinette, she had only smiled serenely and ignored him pointedly. When he had tried to press the issue, Kyoka had told him to save his breath because it was never going to happen. Ouch, he said with a small smile, causing the snow leopard girl to giggle mischievously as she plopped into his lap and turned to watch the upcoming match. Now that the 1 versus 1 matches were underway, Class 1A was seated together while they waited for their matches to come up. 𝐒𝐽 and their daughters had moved to the section to watch with them. 𝐒𝐽's hand pried his own from the now ruined armrest and squeezed it in silent comfort. Yuki, try to keep your fur clean or you'll have to have another bath, 𝐒𝐽 warned, Yuki's fur bristling at the threat before she noticeably began eating more carefully. From the opposite side, Toru leaned in to whisper in his ear, I haven't seen that look in your eye since the polar bear villain at the USJ. What's wrong? The genuine worry in her voice and aura made his heart clench, for he couldn't tell her, not yet. Why I'm mad will either become apparent soon or I'll tell you why later today, he said. Toru placed a hand on his shoulder. "Okay, but I don't like seeing that look in someone so kind," she said, her voice laced with too many emotions to decipher. Izuku turned to look into Toru's prismatic eyes that held all the colors of an ever-shifting rainbow. He saw only truth and care there. "Thank you for worrying about me," he said sincerely. The alabaster skin on Toru's cheeks reddened as her gaze flicked away for a moment. It was then that he realized how close they were. He thought that she might turn invisible in order to avoid her apparent embarrassment, but she didn't. Only a moment later her eyes slid back. Now, looking into her eyes again, he saw affection and maybe something more. "Fight!" Midnight shouted. The air took on a sudden chill as a veritable iceberg spawned into existence. Snapping his eyes to the match, he saw Todoroki's breath misting the air and the iceberg where Honinuki had been standing. Just as a shivering Midnight was about to call the match, something happened. The massive amount of ice began to wobble like jello before it began to turn liquid and collapse on itself. It didn't seem to be melting in a normal sense at all. Honinuki's head popped out of the blob of the liquid but not melted ice and cackled with his unhidden teeth on full display. Kek kek kek. The blob of ice began to shift quickly to form the shape of a massive hand that clenched into a fist and rocketed for Todoroki. Clearly agitated, Todoroki slammed his food down once more, but this time there was no iceberg. Instead, the fist of ice froze solid again, its collision course with him halted. What followed was a tug-of-war with Honinuki softening the ice and Todoroki freezing it solid again. It became a battle of attrition, Todoroki's shiver becoming more and more prevalent while Honinuki's chattering teeth could be heard from here. Minutes passed as the two were locked in a stalemate. The chill in the air became cold enough that he began to worry about Zu. When Izuku turned to check on the frog girl, he saw Momo producing one of Mai's wireless heated blankets and layering it atop two others that were already on a very toasty-looking Zu. Idly, he mused that Momo and Mai must be seriously getting along in their support class if Mai was sharing her schematics with her. He watched as Momo continued to fuss, Zu seemingly content to let her. Izuku had always taken to the caretaker role because that was simply who he was and because being able to feel other people's emotions made it so rewarding to be giving. To see someone else taking on the role so fervently for someone he loved warmed his very being. Todoroki wins. Izuku looked to see Honinuki's head was lolling to the side with his body trapped in the now solid ice. Todoroki was on his knees breathing shallow breaths that he could see from here. "Time for me to go," Izuku said. Yuki handed Nejaya her popcorn, clambered down from his lap, ran off to where Zu was and crawled underneath the blankets with her. A moment later, her head popped out from under the blankets to nuzzle under Zu's chin. He could hear her purring from here. After a round of good lucks, he made his way to the arena. A minute or two later, Izuku stood stock still as he waited for his mama to say the awaited word. Across from him stood Shoda, but Izuku wasn't looking at him. No, his eyes were unfocused as he fumed over Todoroki. Away from Nejaya's calming touch and Yuki's sheer adorableness, the rage had come roaring back. It was hot, too hot in his own skin. His BLD felt like it was boiling beneath the skin. Midnight looked at him with maternal concern but said nothing due to the many watching eyes. "Ready! Fight!" Midnight shouted. There was a sudden boom that had some in the stadium wincing in pain and holding their hands over their ears. Everyone looked on in shock at Izuku now standing where Shoda had been, and Shoda blooded and half buried into the stadium's concrete walls, unconscious, one arm dislocated. Not trusting his own restraint, Izuku had attempted to perform a shoulder throw to get Shoda out of bounds. Instead, he had done this. "Midoriya wins," Midnight said in shock. In the next instant, Izuku was gently pulling Shoda's unconscious form from the wall and lowering him to the ground where medical droids were already deploying a stretcher. Remembering the scant lessons he had with Recovery Girl and thanking that Shoda wasn't conscious, he popped the boy's shoulder back into its socket. When he began to channel cell activation, he felt his guilt and still boiling rage funnel into the Quirk, leaving him calm as Shoda began to emit a faint green glow. The moment he got the boy into a bed in the infirmary, a cane cracked against his shin, causing Izuku to wince in pain. He summoned Black Whip to armor his shins in time for the next blow, and when he didn't react, Recovery Girl's scowl deepened. "What the hell was that? You could have killed him." Recovery Girl shouted as she began to look over 𝐲𝐸 and run some tests. A minute later 𝐲𝐸 began to stir. What happened? 𝐲𝐸 asked as he blinked his eyes into focus. I lost control, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have hurt you as bad as I did, Izuku apologized, bowing deeply. 𝐲𝐸 blinked a few more times, confusion turning into realization and realization turning into frustration. Don't patronize me, Midoriya. I lost badly, by the sounds of it, the man said with a stern voice that Izuku had not expected. A moment of silence passed before 𝐲𝐸 let out a small laugh with little humor. You really kicked my butt, he said before laughing again, but this time genuinely. With the tension broken, the laugh proved to be infectious as Izuku began to laugh as well. I just wish I could have seen your quirk in action, Izuku said with a fading smile on his lips. I could just tell you, 𝐲𝐸 said. A tendril of black whip shot out to the other side of the room, Recovery Girl cursing loudly. The tendril returned with a pen and paper which Izuku grabbed. Please, Izuku all but begged, hands poised to write. 𝐲𝐸's eyes were as wide as dinner plates for a second before he began to guffaw until he was wheezing. Nearly a full minute passed before 𝐲𝐸 had calmed enough to speak. My quirk was called Twin Impact. It made it so after touching or hitting something I could trigger a second, more powerful blow. As far as I could tell, it was roughly 3 times the original hit strength. After you evolved it, it can trigger a third time for about 3 times the second's power, or 9 times the original's power. 9 times. He idly wondered what that quirk would do if he had it and fired off a 100% punch. If All Might could change the weather with a punch, then he would probably blow a hole in the atmosphere big enough to pop it like a soap bubble. You said it was called Twin Impact, what did you rename it? Izuku asked, pausing in his scribbling. Triple Trample, 𝐲𝐸 said with a grin. Knowing he wouldn't be able to make it to his seat in time, he and 𝐲𝐸 focused on the monitor in the room to watch the next fight. They didn't have to wait long to see Hitoshi and Manga taking their positions. Fight! Hitoshi began. Twang! Manga yelled. A decidedly cartoonish anvil appeared above Hitoshi and began to plummet for his head. Hitoshi barely managed to roll out of the way before the anvil struck the ground, splitting the concrete. Thwack! Manga yelled as Hitoshi righted himself, a cartoonish baseball bat spawning into his hands. You must like 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐴, manga. Hitoshi stated as the speech bubble head boy charged at him. It's peak comedy. Manga replied as he readied to swing his bat. Hitoshi snapped his fingers and winked. Walk out of bounds, he commanded, Manga following the orders without question. Aizawa wins. Izuku got back to 1A seats and saw that Eri was seated in Okiko's lap with her own tub of popcorn. She was busy trying to toss kernels into Kaminari's open mouth, the boy diving for each one. With each successful toss, Eri would look back over her shoulder at Okiko to make sure she had seen it, smiling brightly. Izuku took his seat between Nejiya and Mina. Next up was Rumi versus Momo. Izuku respected Momo, but in a straight-on fight against a foe that was far stronger, faster, and more durable like Rumi. With no cover. He doubted she would be fast enough to devise a way to put Rumi down before the berserker hair reached her. Fight! As predicted, Rumi exploded forward and low to the ground to reduce wind drag and to simultaneously present a smaller target. Momo was faster than he had given her credit for. The moment Rumi twitched forward, Momo fired a grenade round at the ground between them. Where the round struck, liquid fire spread and licked at the air. Rumi leaped through the curtain of fire, eyes wild and teeth bared in challenge. To Momo, she must have truly cast the visage of a demon clawing its way into the physical realm. What Rumi hadn't accounted for, however, was that Momo had been counting on this. Rumi was mid-air and unable to dodge. She had also lost sight of her quarry for a split second thanks to the flames. When Rumi caught sight of Momo again, the Ravenette was wearing dark sunglasses and thick headphones. The barrel of her automatic grenade launcher pointed directly at Rumi. Flashbang rounds began exploding directly against Rumi's torso in rapid succession. Rumi cried out in pain for the first time Izuku had ever witnessed. The sound was so alarming that he hadn't even realized that he was standing, nor did he notice that Himiko and Mai had stood as well. In all the time they had known each other, they had never once heard Rumi cry out in pain, swear in pain, sure, but not this. Rumi crumpled to the ground and rolled away, but Momo had wisely not stopped firing, the belt of ammunition feeding from her hip directly into her weapon in a never-ending stream. What was more, it seemed that Momo had taken to alternating the rounds from flashbang to concussive rounds like the ones she had used against 𝐬 in the battle trials. Explosive sound and light alternated with puffs of pink smoke as Momo pressed her advantage. It was painful to watch as Rumi was made deaf and blind as round after round struck her in a staccato of heavy gunfire. Even as round after round crashed against her and nearby, Rumi forced herself onto her hands and knees, her hands digging into the concrete to anchor herself. She lifted her head to glare unseeing straight at Momo with tightly closed eyes, blood now trickling from her ears to mix with her white hair. With a feral bellow that was far more animal than it was human, she blurred forward. Still mid-roar, Rumi released a wild kick at full power where she thought Momo was. It was lucky that the kick hadn't landed directly, because even the air pressure was enough to send Momo out of bounds and even Midnight bracing against the gale. 𝐂𝐵𝐻𝐼 wins. Unable to hear, Rumi kicked out again, and again, and again until, finally, she collapsed to her knees clutching her ears and breathing. To his surprise, Momo was by her side in less than a second and went red in the face with exertion as she tried to help Rumi stand. With Rumi pushing 400 pounds of pure muscle, he could understand her having difficulty. Even from here he could tell Momo was fussing, and what's more, she seemed to be apologizing even as she guided the victor off the field. By the time Rumi and Momo got back, 𝐂𝐸 and Shiozaki were already taking their positions. Izuku immediately noticed Momo's self-pitying mood even if she was hiding it well behind a mask. Good job, Momo. You were at a real disadvantage against Rumi in such a straight-on fight and you still almost won, Izuku praised. Immediately he noticed her mood lift even if it wasn't by much. Why, she really rang my bell, Rumi agreed as she still hung on to the ravinet despite having been healed up. Seeing as her mood wasn't much improved, he tried again. If it makes you feel any better, I've never beaten her. Oddly enough, it does. Thank you, Momo said sincerely if a bit quietly before making her way over to Kyoka, who was waiting with a hug ready. Izuku and Nejiya grunted as Rumi flopped bonelessly across their laps. My eardrums got blown out, I got shot in the melons, and now I'm tired from healing, Rumi huffed, Nejiya and Mina wincing in sympathy from either side of him. Nejiya leaned over Rumi, her periwinkle hair cascading over her shoulder and curtaining both of their faces. If he wasn't right next to them, he wouldn't have been able to hear Nejiya whisper low and full of promise, "Want me to kiss it and make it better?" He could feel Rumi give a full-body shudder in response. There was a quiet sound of lips parting before Nejiya sat back up, her eyes dark as she looked down. Izuku shuffled Rumi's significant weight, began channeling cell activation, and opened his mouth to speak but was cut off sharply. If you say I'm too heavy, I will bite, Rumi warned. He almost said it just to call her bluff, to dare her, because honestly that doesn't sound so bad, Mina says next to him with a thoughtful expression, her black sclera eyes tilted up and to the side, her full lips pursed in thought. In unison, Izuku, Nejiya, and Rumi all turned to stare at Mina, who had picked up Rumi's feet and placed them on her lap. What? She asked in incredulity as if it were a perfectly normal thing to say. Fight. There was a colossal tangle of tape and vine as both combatants attempted to land the first hit. Who was winning quickly became apparent. 𝐂𝐸 couldn't control his tape after he fired it out, the strands only going where he had aimed them. Shiozaki on the other hand could control her vines as if they were an extension of her own body, and he supposed they were, actually. Vines exploded from the ground by 𝐂𝐸's feet, neither him or Izuku having noticed them burrowing at Shiozaki's feet. The vines wrapped around 𝐂𝐸's feet, tying them together before coiling upwards to quickly mummify the boy head to toe. Midnight gave a 10-second countdown before shouting, "Shiozaki wins." Kyoka stole a quick kiss from Momo before standing up. "That's my cue," she said casually even if he could feel her nerves. "You'll do great, don't worry," Izuku commented. Kyoka flashed him a genuine smile at that before nodding sharply as marching out to her match with renewed confidence. "Mema." Eri said excitedly as she ran over from where she had been with Okako and crawled on top of Rumi's stomach. "Hi Kit, are you done feeding the wildlife?" Rumi asked, Kaminari squawking in protest and not helping his case at all. Eri giggled as Rumi wrapped her arms around her, squirming to get comfortable. I think I have a cavity now," Mina fake complained. Kyoka and Itsuka took the field. "Fight!" Midnight shouted. Itsuka grew to 20 feet tall faster than any gigantification quirk user he had ever seen. Kyoka's jacks clicked into her naturally occurring gauged earrings. Concrete exploded as Itsuka blurred forward faster than she ought to be able. She seemed far stronger than even her size would suggest. Shockwaves of sound blasted out in a sphere all around Kyoka and just in time. Itsuka's fist collided with the shield of sound, the barrier halting it but not doing any damage like it had with Mizo. A look of surprise crossed Itsuka's face. A second fist blurred forward faster than the last. That's when Izuku realized she had been holding back. This time when the colossal fist connected, it blew through the barrier of sound like it was tissue paper. Kyoka was sent flying, bouncing across concrete and finally coming to a stop just before going out of bounds. Kyoka pushed herself to her feet, everyone in 1A shouting encouragement. Itsuka may have gotten past the shield, but it wasn't a direct hit. Her fist's trajectory had been thrown off by the barrier. Itsuka's brows furrowed as she appeared ready to dash forward to finish off Kyoka. She didn't see Kyoka's jacks racing straight at her until too late. Itsuka tried to dodge, but the metal-tipped jack slammed into her shoulder and chest, piercing the skin even if only about an inch. Itsuka's entire body seemed to vibrate as she fought to keep standing. For a second, Itsuka tried to snatch Kyoka's jacks, but they proved to be evasive, one darting away while the other would stab a new area, the vibrations slowing her movements too much to catch them. BLD could be seen trickling from her nose. Persevering through the attack, Itsuku took a heavy step forward that cracked concrete. Overcoming the pain, she fought to lean forward into a sprinter's stance. Pain marred Itsuka's face, but there was confidence there as well. Half of the platform exploded in a shower of concrete. Itsuku planted a foot down hard right in front of Kyoka, arresting her immense momentum. The stomp was so powerful that the ground exploded from under Kyoka. The angle of the force was enough to carry her well out of bounds. Kendo wins. Mai got up reluctantly from where she had been seated between Okako and Zu. "Want me and Zu to help with getting YA in your armor?" Okako asked, seeming to be reluctant to part with the woman as well. "I don't need help," Mai said, somewhat disappointed. "What she means is, do you want kisses all the way to the arena entrance?" Zu asked, throwing all nuance and discretion over the railing. Okako's face went crimson, but she didn't dispute the statement. "Yes," Mai yelled before all but dragging her girlfriends away. Her cackling could be heard echoing in the hall long after they exited the viewing area. A few minutes later, and Midnight was impatiently tapping her foot, glaring at the entrance opposite of where Yanagi had come from. Yanagi was in position and looking unbothered as she waited. Rumi had Ai on her shoulders and was angrily pacing along the front row of seats. "Where is she?" Rumi questioned nobody in particular. Kyoka came meekly into the room then and tried not to make eye contact with anyone as she made her way to where Momo was waiting with worry in her eyes. "Kyoka," Himiko said suddenly, startling the punk girl. In Himiko's lap was a purring Yuki wrapped up into a heated blanket, her eyes drooping from the heat. "Kendo wiped the floor with my team last round and we never hurt her as bad as you did," Himiko finished once Kyoka had looked her in the eyes. Not waiting for a response, Himiko went back to nuzzling the burrito she was cradling. Danger sense pinged. It was little more demanding than a phone vibrating, but it was there and he suspected he knew why. Quick as lightning, he pulled out his phone and hit record. "Mommy," Yuki whines as Himiko rubbed her cheek against the child's head. Himiko's eyes snapped open, feline pupils dilated so much that no gold could be seen. She looked like she was doubting her own ears until her eyes softened into something so warm that he could almost feel it. She cradled the child even closer and pressed a kiss to the girl's head right between her rounded ears that fluttered in response. "My little kit," Himiko purred with a waver in her voice. A hand gripped Izuku's form and he turned to see Nejaya staring past him, her eyes misting and love radiating off of her like the sun that beat down overhead. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 whispers so quietly that it might be to herself, I was so afraid I wouldn't be able to give her a family. For a long moment he and anyone that had noticed the interaction basked in it, soaking it in as they watched Himiko forget the world around her. A second later Mai came flying, literally, out of the tunnel to land in her position. The faceplate on her helmet folded up to reveal her swollen lips and kiss-drunk expression. I'm ready, she shouted loud enough for Izuku to hear. Ha! Rumi guffawed from her belly, Eri laughing as well. Zu came running into the room with a breathing Okiko close behind. Their hair was a mess, their clothes were disheveled, and their lips were swollen as well. Good, we made it just in time, Ribbit, Zu said evenly, not out of breath in the least. Midnight dragged a hand down her face in exasperation for the girl that was essentially her daughter-in-law before snapping back to her role of referee. Fight! Mai drew her railgun pistol from where it was maglocked to her thigh and fired from the hip so fast that he doubted most people could have seen the motion. For a moment nobody made a sound as the gunshot echoed. Then everyone realized Yanagi was still standing, not having moved from her position. A blue gel coated an invisible hand that hovered in front of Yanagi. The hand shot forward. Mai raised her gun fully and began firing rapidly even as a cloud of Mai flies swarmed forward. The drones exploded into pink riot foam, the electrogel rounds striking yet more invisible hands. Izuku swayed to infrared, but even then the hands couldn't be seen, they gave off no heat. Wait. He refocused and saw that there was a displacement of warm air, it had to be the hands. Mai must be seeing the same thing with her own thermal vision. There were a dozen of them if he could see correctly, and they all connected with Yanagi's back. The now massive clump of riot foam was big enough to block line of sight. It fell to the ground, no longer being held up by the hands. Yanagi seemed surprised to not see Mai where she had been mere moments ago. Head turned this way and that, the most movement she had shown so far, then she looked up. With the midday sun at her back, Mai dive-bombed. She collided with the barely visible hands. She grabbed them and pushed them aside as her thrusters continued to burn. The hands were becoming more and more visible as they struggled to arrest Mai's movement. The servos in Mai's armor whined as she struggled to fight off the nearly visible appendages. Izuku swayed his thermal vision off and to his surprise, Yanagi's quirk was now visible to the naked eye, appearing like a shimmering mirage. Warp drive! Mai yelled through the speaker, or Vox as Mai called it, in her helmet. The wings-linked thrusters on Mai's back suddenly kicked into overdrive. Their plasma contrails grew larger and larger until they joined together to create what looked like massive wings of blazing plasma. She looked like an avenging angel descending on a battlefield. Yanagi stood no chance as Mai barreled through the now fully visible hands and punched her with an electric fist right in the face, flattening her to the ground with the force. Mai stood over Yanagi's limp form with one arm dangling, the armor too damaged to move properly. The other jerked and started as Mai fought to raise it above her head, fist clenched. Hatsune wins! Midnight announced. The crowd cheered and there was a scuffling sound from the speakers before Snipe's voice filled the stadium. That's MR protégé for y'all. She knows when ta hold 'em and when ta fold 'em. More scuffling. That's mine. Present MIC yelled in the background. Woo! Rumi cheered. Did you see your mama? She asked way too loudly to her small passenger. YA. Mama flew in like a bird. Eri answered, her mama's excitement rubbing off on her. Momo stood up, worry marring her appealing features. I'm going to see if Mai could use help repairing her armor. I'll come too, and don't worry, they have monitors showing the fights everywhere. We'll see your fight, Green. Kyoka said, getting up as well. It wasn't much later when Kodai and Bondo were facing off across the arena. Fight! Kodai began to grow larger but slowly, far slower than Kendo had and slower than Mount Lady by quite a lot as well. Bondo was not so slow. What looked like glue began pouring out of the boy's oddly shaped head. He raised his arms and the glue began to float, controlled by unseen puppeteer strings. The glue flew at Kodai and covered her head to toe, but she continued to grow. Bondo clenched one fist and the glue hardened instantly, Kodai trapped within. Midnight began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6 The Kodai statue shattered. Bondo attempted to capture her again, but she was growing too big to cover completely. His window of opportunity had closed. Kodai now towered at her full height of 60 feet. She bent down and flicked. Bondo tried to shield himself with a wall of glue, but it wasn't enough. The finger crashed through the substance and sent him sailing out of bounds limply. Kodai wins, Midnight announced. There was a round of cheers before President MIC's voice sounded. Next up, Todoroki vs Midoriya. Izuku turned in his seat to see Todoroki already glaring back at him. It was finally time. Just as before, the blind rage had come slingshotting back the moment he was away from his family. Izuku was so busy trying to calm himself down on the way to the arena that he nearly didn't see Endeavor standing in the middle of the hallway that led outside. Midoriya, a word, the number 2 hero commanded. Izuku's eyes narrowed at the tone but stopped to listen anyway, saying nothing in response. My boy is headstrong. I want you to push him until he accepts his birthright and uses his fire. Are you up to the task, boy? Endeavor might as well have commanded, clearly used to his word being law. Or what? You'll try to buy me like you bought your wife? Izuku asked sharply. The flames that normally wafted about the man roared into an inferno, the temperature in the hall increasing 100-fold. The air was nearly scared right out of Izuku's lungs, so hot was the blaze. What was that, boy? He told me everything, Izuku bit out with the little oxygen he had left in his lungs. Endeavor's flames guttered out in an instant, like a candle's flame being snuffed out betwixt thumb and forefinger. Gone was Endeavor the implacable hero. Todoroki Enji the man stood before him. Is that what he thinks? The man asked himself aloud, looking somewhere distant over Izuku's shoulder. His eyes returned to Izuku a moment later. I love my wife and children, he said firmly. The words sounded foreign on the man's tongue, yet Izuku could sense no lie. Izuku walked past the man and towards the arena. Over his shoulder, he asked, have you ever told them that? The sour taste of regret was answer enough. A moment later Izuku was standing before Todoroki in the arena. The proximity and the cold glare he was receiving was enough to make his blood boil all the hotter. He couldn't hear the actual words Midnight said over the sound of rushing blood in his ears, but he knew what she was asking. He nodded, answering the unheard question of if he was ready. The only way he even knew the fight had started was Todoroki slamming his right foot down, the move more predictable than Bakugo's right hook. He didn't even need to call on his quirks, they came unbidden. Muscles of black energy snapped into place underneath his clothes and green energy crackled. He brought his hands in front of himself, his energy-armored fingers digging into the oncoming glacier with ease. Muscles, organic and energy, bulged. With a great crack the iceberg split down the middle as it continued to race past him. The two halves of the glacier toppled away from him, colliding with a blue energy field composed of hexagons before it could hit the stands. Across the limited space of the arena, Todoroki looked on with shock written plainly on his face. Your ice won't be enough. He didn't notice Midnight swear under her breath before keying her MIC and saying to Cementos, be ready, he knows. Todoroki sent another glacier forward. It suffered the same fate as the last. Then another. And another. Todoroki was breathing, his breath misting the air, his fingers beginning to blacken at the tips. Izuku was heaving heavy breaths, not in exertion but self-restraint. He was barely holding himself back from lunging, but he had to. He had a goal, to expose Todoroki's flames to one ear objectively. He knew that Todoroki had suffered all his life if even half of what he had said was true, but right here. Right now. He was just angry to the point that he could barely think straight. Todoroki had the means to help people and chose not to. What was worse is that the people he had chosen to not help, to abandon to their fate, were people he cared deeply for. Trauma or not, Todoroki's reasons for not using his fire boiled down to spite for his father. He shook his head, clearing his rambling train of thought and focused on his current goal. How many people are you willing to sacrifice out of spite? Todoroki rushed at him, clearly unable to continue to fire off attacks with ice. Izuku planted a foot in the boy's stomach, air whooshing from his lungs as he tumbled and slid on his way out of bounds. Without conscious thought, Black Whip lashed out and snagged Todoroki's ankle, preventing the boy from losing via ring out. Todoroki took a wet and ragged breath as he tried to stand. Think, Shoto. You would have let Zu, Toru, and even yourself die. What if it had been Fuyumi? Your nieces. Why the F do you even want to be a hero? Izuku's booming voice rolled across the arena like a thunderstorm over a plain. From his seated position, Todoroki's rage-filled eyes went wide, too many emotions flashing through them to even begin to decipher. He planted his left foot and began to shakily stand, his mismatched eyes locked onto his as he did so. Fire erupted from Todoroki's left side as he slowly stood, the flames massive and oppressive. The temperature in the stadium began to skyrocket. Winds whipped at the combatants' clothes and hair due to the sudden and drastic temperature change. Izuku's facsimile of a smile was one of relief that he could finally stop holding himself back. Shut it down. Midnight yelled over the whipping winds, but not over the rushing in Izuku's ears. Todoroki raised his left hand to point his palm at him, steam coiling away from his right side in a billowing cloud. An inferno exploded forward from his palm. The heat was enough to vaporize the remaining icebergs in a steam explosion that rocked the very earth beneath them. Windows in the box seats warped and car alarms in the parking lot began blaring, the shield of blue hexagons protecting the stands coming alive and warping under the pressure from the blast. Midnight's gas raced to encompass the arena, concrete barriers sprang up between the combatants. A sonic boom could be heard over the roar of the flames and the shattering of concrete. Through the inferno, an arm covered in faintly glowing black muscle fibers reached to grab Todoroki by the face and lifted him off the ground. A second arm reached out and grabbed his left wrist in a vice grip that threatened to break bone, pointing the captured hand skyward, a pillar of fire now racing into the sky. With smoldering hair and half-burned clothes, Izuku snarled, simply beyond words at this point. The raging cyclone of fire above their heads waned as Todoroki changed tactics. Todoroki grabbed the now short and burned sleeve of Izuku's uniform, frost blooming immediately in a cold snap that flash froze the entire shirt. The shirt shattered like a pane of glass and fell to the ground. The chest beneath that bulged with muscles of energy was unscathed. Izuku's face twisted with anger as he slammed Todoroki's head into the ground with a resounding crack. Izuku dropped to a knee amidst a cloud of pink fog and powdered concrete, his vision swimming with exhaustion, Midnight's quirk affecting him as much as cell activation would allow. In his half-conscious state he could have sworn he could feel something within him that was at the same time not him. Still raging at Todoroki, its anger yet unsatisfied. Midoriya wins. Sit tight folks while we repair the arena again, Present MIC said. Izuku was walking back to the stands lost in thought. He was conflicted. After the haze of rage had lifted he couldn't help but feel somewhat guilty at how he had handled the situation. He had allowed his rage to consume him. Todoroki's spite-fueled vow had endangered people he cared about and Izuku's protectiveness had eclipsed his empathy as a result. The slight screech of hinges above him preceded an added weight to his left shoulder. "Hello, cub," Nezu greeted casually. Used to Nezu's eccentricities, Izuku returned the greeting. "Sir. Do you feel better now that you've taken out your anger on Todoroki?" His mentor asked in a squeaky voice. Izuku's shoulders slumped slightly at the subtle reprimand. "No, sir. I'm not sure how to feel. On one hand he almost let Toru and Zu die. On the other I can understand his logic, twisted as it may be, for refusing to use his fire. It just made me so angry that I couldn't bring myself to really care about why he would do it." Nezu intoned wisely. "After being bullied into submissiveness for most of your life I can reason that anger is something unfamiliar to you. Consider speaking to Hound Dog about it." A moment passed before he continued with a question. "Tell me, if one of your partners was hurt in a routine mugging, how would you feel?" Izuku blinked at the question before considering it, his hands curling into fists. "Angry," he answered predictably. Nezu hummed. "And if the mugger had a childhood that would make young Himiko's look bright? If they needed the money to feed their starving family?" Izuku blinked again. "It wouldn't change what they did to someone I love." Nezu clapped his paws together. "Exactly. Humans are inherently pack-oriented creatures and care more for the well-being of those in their pack than anyone else, reasoning BDM end. A long moment passed in silence as Izuku mulled over what Nezu had said, well besides the cheerful humming coming from his shoulder that is. "I'm sorry for damaging that hallway, sir. And the armrests." Nezu laughed. "Oh please, I have a budget set aside specifically for hero student outbursts." Izuku frowned, that didn't exactly make him feel better. Nezu's weight on his shoulder disappeared before he could hear the sound of small claws on metal above him, his mentor having jumped into a vent as they passed underneath. Izuku was alone when he got back one's seats. He could hear many voices speaking at once. Both Rumi and Himiko's eyes snapped to the door as he entered with murder in their eyes. Rumi had her muscular arms crossed in front of her chest tight enough that her muscles bulged, her foot tapping the ground hard enough to crack it. Himiko had her claws out and was slowly dragging them across her armrests, rending the metal with such ease that the metal didn't even make a sound as it was shredded like tissue paper. "Where's Todoroki?" Rumi ground out low and dangerous. "We just want to talk," Himiko said, sickly sweet. Her head was cutely lolled onto her own shoulder, but her eyes were cold and narrowed into slits. The dichotomy reminded him of a poisonous snake with its eye-catching colors and deadly venom. If it wasn't for Yuki and Eri sitting in their laps playing patty cake across the gap in the seats, blissfully unaware of the situation, he was pretty sure they would already be hunting Todoroki. "I handled it," Izuku said firmly, hoping to defuse the oncoming situation. "Come on, this can be our vigilante origin story," Rumi said a little calmer and with a hint of mirth. Eri noticed then that he had returned and smiled at him brightly. "Papa! Mema Rumi owes the swear jar." She got real mad when the fire went whoosh and started saying a bunch of bad words, she tattled. Rumi gasped, "Snitch," and began tickling the child. Yuki perked up. "Mommy," Himi said it. Yuki tried to say, but Himiko's hand clapped over her mouth in time. Leave it to his daughters to completely diffuse a tense situation. Toru and Zu approached him then. "If anyone has a right to be upset, it's you two," Izuku said. "I don't really get upset on my own account, Okiko usually does that for me," Zu said, pointing with her thumb over to where Okiko was seated, her bangs shadowing her face as she cracked her knuckles. "I'm disappointed in him, though I'm much happier to see that you don't have that look in your eyes anymore," Toru said warmly. "Well, I'm mad." Mina shouted and flailed her arms in a way that was more cute than threatening. "I don't get why he would hold back," Kirishima chimed in, shaking his head in disapproval. Next to him, Bakugo was grinding his teeth. It seemed that even he was mad at Todoroki, though Izuku would bet that it had more to do with him holding back than endangering anyone. Truly a poor example of a UA student. Ida chimed in. "Why hide his fire though?" Kaminari asked. "That's something you'll have to ask him about. It's personal, and even though I'm not happy with him, I won't repeat something he told me in confidence," Izuku said. Okiko laughed without humor. "Aho, I intend to." Nejaya flitted over to him and pressed herself into his side. "What was that big blue shield?" she asked. With her curiosity, he wasn't surprised that she was the one to ask first. "The quirk of a new staff member that Nezu personally hired for the tournament. He asked me to evolve her quirk as a favor after she passed a series of questions to determine her credibility. He apparently found her working at a convenience store, if you can believe it," he answered. "Wow," Nejaya said in wonder. Mai came marching in then, fully clad in her powered armor, Momo and Kyoka hot on her heels with worry on both their faces. "Please don't do anything rash," Momo pleaded. "At least not get kicked out of Urash," Kyoka bargained. Mai gripped her Exitus pistol that was still mag-locked to her armored thigh, lightning crackled over her knuckles on both hands. "Come forth, heretic, and be purged," she demanded, her warbling voice menacing as it sounded. From her vox. "Whoa!" Zero yelled in alarm. "You're going to lose your carry license," Izuku warned. It took a few minutes to get Mai to calm down, and by then the arena had been nearly repaired. Next up was Rumi versus Hitoshi, and he could sense Rumi's uncharacteristic doubt as she stood to leave after Hitoshi. "Do you have a plan to deal with Hitoshi?" Izuku asked from his seat next to her. "Yup. Kick him," Rumi said proudly. Izuku sighed. "You can't just bludgeon your way past every problem." Rumi snorted in derision. I can bludgeon pretty hard. He face-palmed hard enough to ruffle his hair. Okay, fine, what do you suggest? She asked, her voice quiet and finally reflecting her doubt. Even now, asking for help was a struggle for her. When he fought Manga, he didn't take control right away, only after Manga had responded to him. I think the wink and snap of his fingers is a diversion. Just don't speak to him and you should be fine. But then again, Mai responded and didn't get hypnotized. Maybe it didn't work because it was being relayed through the electronics in her helmet. He mused aloud. Rumi bent at the waist and kissed him on his cheek before whispering into his ear, "Thanks," snapping him out of his musings and sending a shiver running down his spine. Barely 2 minutes later, Rumi and Hitoshi faced off. Fight. What's up, Doc? Hitoshi asked immediately. Rumi smiled, showing all her teeth as she shook her head. Hitoshi winked and snapped his fingers. Just as it looked as if she was about to lunge for him, her red eyes dulled, her features going slack. Walk out of bounds, Hitoshi said calmly, and she did just that. Rumi snapped out of it after Hitoshi was announced the winner and whirled, shock evident on her face. Her muscular shoulders slumped as she saw that the match was over with the screens all saying Aizawa wins. Her slow, almost dazed walk back into the tunnel had Izuku's heart clenching. He couldn't help but feel that he had let her down. He was waiting for her outside of the viewing area when Rumi finally shuffled her way there a full 2 minutes after Hitoshi had returned. She hadn't noticed him yet, she was too busy looking at her feet and attempting to put on a smile that looked natural. She halted her shuffling pace when she got close enough to see his shoes. She looked up slowly, and when her red eyes met his green, he saw a rare vulnerability shining in them. She stepped forward quickly and pressed herself against him, her head resting on his shoulder, her arms folded between them. He wrapped his arms around Rumi and whispered, "I'm sorry, my advice was wrong." Rumi shook her head. Losing like that, without even getting a chance to fight back, just brought up some memories. Right. Her BRTH parents. They had died buying her time to run from a villain, but she was too afraid to even move. Her fear of not being able to at least go down swinging had just been shoved in her face. It was no wonder she was feeling vulnerable. He tightened his embrace and kissed one of Rumi's long ears. The ear twitched and audibly slapped him in the face. "Heh," Rumi couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't make me laugh." Izuku let out a strangled laugh that was more of a wheeze. Rumi began releasing muted chuckles into his shoulder that may have been part sobs. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle quietly into her hair as well. It wasn't long before Itsuka and Shiozaki faced off. Fight. Itsuka was at her full height of 20 feet by the time thorny vines encapsulated her. Itsuka merely had to spread her stance wide and the vines ripped away, not even a mark on her skin. "I concede defeat, I know when I am beaten," Shiozaki intoned calmly. Itsuka seemed to sigh, expecting this outcome. Kendo wins. Well, that was somewhat anticlimactic. "My turn," Mai shouted as she stood. On her way out, she halted in front of Nejiya and seemed to be considering something. He could almost see a light bulb light up as she spun to Nejiya, who let out a startled laugh as Mai scooped her up in a princess carry, the strength of her power armor making the move effortless. "Come help me put my armor on," she asked with a waggle of her eyebrows. Nejiya looked Mai's armored form up and down before leaning in until her lips grazed the shell of Mai's ear and whispered, "You'll have to teach me how, preferably hands-on." Mai went into meltdown, her face nearly glowing red even as her smile became manic before she all but sprinted out of the room with a giggling Nejiya in her arms. Seated on Izuku's left, Okiko said, "I think we might have created a trend." A few minutes later, Nejiya returned all smiles as she floated in on her quirk. At nearly the same time, Mai was taking her place on the field, thankfully not late. Mai and Kodai faced off as Midnight stayed the rules and asked if they were ready. After they both nodded, Midnight shouted, "Fight." Mai had her Exeter's pistol drawn faster than any cowboy of old would be physically capable of. It aimed squarely at Kodai's center mass. Kodai had barely grown an inch by the time Mai fired off 3 shots dead center. Kodai fell to the ground like a puppet with cut strings with the exception of a few twitches. Izuku had figured this would happen. Mai was just too fast for Kodai's slow growth. Maybe with more training Kodai would have stood a chance. The semi-finals bracket plastered over every screen. Midoriya Izuku vs Aizawa Hitoshi Kendo Itsuka vs Hatsumi Izuku was racking his brain as he walked out onto the arena. How did Hitoshi's quirk work? He was positive it had to do with speech, but what exactly? Rumi hadn't said anything to him and was still hypnotized. He had half a mind to simply blow his own eardrums out with a quick clap of his hands, but he didn't want to set that particular example for his kids. Resolved to simply empty his mind and not respond at all, he took his place across from Hitoshi. Fight! Black cowl snapped into place even as he was mentally repeating the mantra of empty mind, empty mind, empty mind. It was only thanks to this that he could feel something deep within him thrashing to get out. It was such an odd sensation that he paused long enough for Hitoshi to speak. Are you going to fracture my skull like you did Shoto? Break my ribs badly enough that they puncture a lung? Hitoshi asked with an edge of accusation. Izuku's eyes went wide in response. He didn't know, he would have healed him, he would have. You didn't know. Well, you would have if you cared to check on him like you did Narenjiki. He felt guilt. He felt regret. And then, he felt nothing. Walk out of bounds. He had never heard Hitoshi sound so cold. Izuku's body betrayed him and began to walk towards the nearest boundary when he felt something break free, like a leash he hadn't even realized he had been holding slipping through his fingers. The question was, what had been pulling it? He got his answer a mere moment later when Black Whip exploded out and stabbed into the ground like so many legs, lifting him into the air, his legs still making walking motions. Slowly, the tendrils turned his body so he was facing Hitoshi again. What the hell is happening? Hitoshi asked, and Izuku could feel his fear, and an animalistic fury coming from Black Whip. The tendrils of Black Whip vibrated, creating a mockery of vocal cords. The resulting roar was discordant, impossibly deep, and otherworldly. Izuku wanted to yell a warning, to scream for Hitoshi to run, but he could only rail against the barrier inside his mind that kept him a passenger. Hitoshi must have seen something in his eyes, because he jumped backwards just in time to dodge a black tendril that speared the concrete where he had just been standing. Izuku was jerked forward as more and more tendrils began spearing for Hitoshi, the unearthly howl accompanying every narrow miss. Hitoshi yelled as a tendril grazed his shoulder, drawing BLD. As if a predator sensing BLD, Black Whip's attacks became frenzied. Concrete was exploding as spears of black missed Hitoshi by a hair's breadth. Hitoshi was so occupied with dodging backwards that he didn't realize he had run out of arena. His foot stepping through air, he fell onto his back in the grass. Midnight shouted an end to the match. Izuku jerked forward unwillingly. A dozen spears of black loomed above Hitoshi. The spears raced downward, intent on skewering the prone boy. The tendrils halted inches away from their target and shivering before retreating back into Izuku's body. Hitoshi had finally released his quirk. Izuku was gasping in lungfuls of air as he tried to get his racing heart under control. What was gasped at? Hitoshi, panicked, demanded around a gasp for air, fear still coating his words. I don't know. I couldn't control gasp it while your quirk was active. Why didn't you end it sooner? Izuku asked, gasping between a few words as well. How was I supposed to know that? They sat there trying to calm down for a minute or two in silence. Izuku was trying to wrap his brain around what the hell had just happened. When they had finally calmed themselves enough to get up and walk out of the arena, Izuku had followed Hitoshi. The walk back to the stand was silent and more than a little uncomfortable. When Hitoshi finally spoke, it nearly startled Izuku. I understand why you were so angry with Shoto, but hurting him the way you did. Izuku's eyes became downcast as he looked at his closed fist. I'm not proud of hurting him as bad as I did. He sighed. I can punch through concrete like it was made of styrofoam. It actually takes a lot of concentration to not put my punch through someone. I've never had a problem controlling my strength until now, but I know it's no excuse. Maybe I should go dash. It's probably not a good idea to see him now. His sleeping off recovery girl's healing. That, and I'm not sure what it was about, but Endeavor and Ryukyu were there and they were screaming at each other until recovery girl kicked them both out. I doubt she'll let anyone in right now, Hitoshi interjected. They lapsed into silence again for a minute before it was Izuku's turn to break the silence. "So, Shoto here. Didn't realize you were on a first-name basis with him," Izuku asked, daring to hope to lift the mood. Hitoshi blushed furiously. "Shut up," he said without any real venom. By the time he got back to the seats with Hitoshi, Mai was already gone. Now that he was counting heads, Tokoyami was gone too. A shame, he had been hoping to pick his brain about sentient quirks. He wondered where he could He gasped as the air was knocked from his lungs by a blur of white. "Daddy is the strongest." Yuki cheered from his waist where she was latched onto and peering up at him, sharp teeth on full display. He was about to lift the girl up when something collided with the back of his legs, nearly sending him sprawling. Looking back, he saw that Eri had attempted her own tackle but only made it part way up his legs with her jump. "Papa always wins," Eri said excitedly, yet far more subdued than her sister. Laughing, stooping, and twisting awkwardly, he scooped his girls up so they both sat on his forearms giggling. Izuku was euphoric as he found a seat next to Himiko and Okiko. "What happened out there?" Rumi questioned even as she tousled Yuki's and Eri's hair a little too roughly, their hair a total mess now. "YA had me worrying," Okiko added, her warm brown eyes filled with the mentioned emotion. He adjusted his squirming daughters before responding. Searching within him for anything amiss and finding nothing, he let a single tendril of Blackwhip out from his open palm. "It seems Blackwhip is more sentient than I thought, and being under Hitoshi's quirk allowed it to run loose. I'm only guessing, but I think it fed off my anger with Todoroki." Before either could respond, Mai took the field. "Fight!" As quick as ever, Mai fired her pistol from the hip only for the round to splat against Itsuka's massive palm that was shielding her normal-sized body. Itsuka's huge hand tensed and spasmed again and again as Mai unleashed rapid-fire shots. The instant Mai paused to reload after a dozen shots, Itsuka made her move. Mai was just slotting the fresh magazine in with quick and sure movements. When Itsuka reached her full height of 20 feet, Mai didn't seem keen on sticking around on the ground as she leaped into the air, plasma thrusters flaring. Itsuka turned her back to Mai as she opened fire again. The giant redhead was shuddering from the blows and electricity of the electrogel rounds, but she didn't go down. She did, however, bend down and place a hand on the ground, perhaps to keep herself upright. It was a testament to her durability that Itsuka could take that many rounds. The rounds traveling at several times the speed of sound would splatter when they struck, transferring all of their kinetic energy in an instant. If that wasn't enough, the rounds splattering would cause their components to mix. The resulting chemical reaction was instantaneous and produced an electronic charge on par with a stun gun. Mai paused to reload. Itsuka whirled with what looked like a giant fistful of crushed concrete from the arena floor. She threw flak cannon. Izuku could feel Bakugu's temper flare. The spread shot of concrete, that varied from golf ball to softball in size, whistled through the air like so many bullets. Mai tried to dodge as her Mai flies swarmed to intercept the debris, but the debris was simply too large, too many, and traveling too fast. The impromptu flak hit Mai like a rock slide, chunks of concrete battering her mid-air. Like a bird being shot from the sky, Mai fell from at least 100 feet up, her thrusters mangled and unable to keep her aloft. The thrusters sputtered out as Mai began to fall limply, the concrete of the arena racing up to meet her. Izuku was pushing his daughters onto the laps of Okiko and Rumi and was a moment away from rocketing out of the stands when Itsuka jumped 50 feet into the air and caught Mai in her open palms. She landed gracefully despite the boom and gently lowered Mai's unmoving form to the grass outside the arena's edge. "Kendo wins," Midnight announced. President MIC took no time in announcing, "Next up is the championship bout, Kendo Itsuka of 1B versus Midoriya Izuku of 1A. The fight will take place in 15 minutes, so stretch out those legs, grab a snack and get ready for a throwdown between two powerhouses." Izuku stood. He needed to make sure Mai was all right. Mai blinked her eyes open only to close them, the harsh glare of fluorescent lights making her head PND. Groaning, she fumbled for her welding goggles. They weren't there. If someone stole them, she was going to go full inquisition on their butt. The glaring light softened then, so she tried opening her eyes again. Slowly. Izuku's worried face was hovering over her and he wasn't alone. Zu, Rumi, Okako, Nejaya, Himiko, and even Momo were there. Not directly above her, but still near enough to see peeking between bodies was Mina, Kyoka, and Toru. Glancing down, she could see Yuki and Eri laying on her stomach, their arms pressing themselves up to look at her better. She couldn't help but smile in the way some people had said made her look crazy. They weren't entirely wrong after all, she was definitely crazy for these people. Izuku's glowing hand pressed to her forehead as Momo placed a newly made thermometer in her ear. Her headache ebbed. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief when Mai smiled. She was only out for 10 minutes and had a clear bill of health from Recovery Girl, but he was more than a little worried when he saw the state of her armor. Pieces were bent, joints were locked up, some sections had even been sheared off entirely. If it wasn't for the layer of kinetic absorption gel that doubled as an insulator against her suit's electricity, she might have been seriously hurt. It took a combined effort from himself, Momo, Rumi, and Himiko to get the mangled armor off of her. He had never been more glad for their late nights helping Mai in her workshop. It was a small surprise that Momo seemed so familiar with the armor, though it probably shouldn't have been since she had helped repair it earlier. "How are you feeling?" Momo asked as she checked her temperature. Mai hummed happily at all the attention. "Great," she said through curved lips. "You're not upset about losing or the damage to your armor?" Nejaya asked as she brushed Mai's pink dreadlocks behind a reddening ear. "Some field tests end in failure. Nothing wrong with that. Besides, now I get to make my armor even better." Mai cheered. Izuku rolled his eyes with fondness. He loved her attitude when it came to obstacles. To her, a failure was nothing more than an opportunity to learn from and a necessary step in achieving anything worthwhile. It's what he loved most about her. Momo cleared her throat and squared her shoulders. "I have been reading some books you recommended about Warhammer 40k and I may have a few ideas on how to improve your armor. That is, if you wish for my assistance." The emotion that sparked off Momo was full of potential energy and seeking a target. It was like the hopeful, nervous energy of someone asking a crush to a dance. Mai began vibrating, literally, setting Yuki and Eri giggling atop her. Yes. The curtain flew open to reveal an irate Recovery Girl. "Out." Fuyumi sighed. She was seated in a box seat, a privilege of being married to a top 10 hero. Her twins, Mika and Rin, were wrestling on the floor in a heap of tangled limbs. Her wife, Ryako, was seated to her left and was currently watching their girls. "Hey!" Ryako snapped. "No biting." The whelps didn't stop wrestling for even a second, but she no longer saw flashes of teeth. Next to her was a very tired-looking Shoto that had just explained why Midoriya had seemed so upset. At first, she had been livid that Shoto was hurt so badly and had asked why Midoriya hadn't gotten in trouble. Ryako had answered her question by asking one of her own. What was she expecting to happen when someone like the boy that sprouted swords, Kamakiri, inevitably used their quirk on an opponent? The answer was simple: violence of this level was to be expected. Fuyumi sighed again. "I never should have left you home alone with Dad." Ryako turned to her sharply. "You were the only one trying to hold your family together. I saw what it was doing to you." "Shoto thought I abandoned him," Fuyumi countered, her shoulders sagging with the guilt she felt. "I didn't," Shoto tried to say. "You might not have said it so directly, but that's what you meant even if you didn't fully understand." Fuyumi interrupted. Something was wet on her cheek. Great, now she was crying. "Love," Ryako said softly. "We cleared up that misunderstanding when Shoto stayed with us. You can't keep trying to blame yourself." The three sat in silence while Fuyumi gathered herself. Well, near silence. Rin and Mika were still wrestling, little grunts, snarls, and snapping of teeth filling the private box seats. "I said no biting." Ryako growled. The snapping of teeth stopped. "What should I do?" Shoto asked, his eyes locked on his nieces. "What do you think you should do?" Fuyumi asked. She might have just told her brother how he felt, but she didn't exactly want to tell him what to do and feel if she could avoid it. Shoto stayed silent for a long while, his eyes never leaving the wrestling forms of his nieces. "Apologize," he finally said. Ryuko spoke up before Fuyumi could. Better make it a good one. If someone did what you did, but to your sister, I'd eat them. Literally. Fuyumi slapped her wife in the stomach. What? Ryuko asked. I'm just being honest, she protested. Shoto smiled. It was a small thing, barely an upwards twitch of his lips, but from him it was shocking enough for his sister and sister-in-law to stop mid-bicker. Izuku found himself standing across from Kendo, the roar of the crowd louder than it had been at any point before. Midoriya, are you ready? Midnight asked. He nodded. Kendo, are you ready? Kendo nodded. Midnight snapped her flogger. Fight! Black Cowl at 40% snapped into place like a second skin. Activating float, he flew forward to meet Kendo at her level, the woman already at her full height and charging. The two clashed with the force of tectonic plates shifting. His fist was pressed into Kendo's palm and her rising knee was stopped dead with Izuku's free arm. Kendo grunted. Maybe you can actually handle me at full strength. Izuku half laughed, half grunted. Bring it on. Kendo's knee retreated as her free hand came blurring forward, causing time to slow. The fist was so DMN big that Izuku nearly had to jump away in order to dodge it. He countered with a punch to Kendo's solar plexus, causing the redhead to gasp. Each blow was stronger than the last as they began to gradually stop holding back their full power. The ground beneath them jumped as they began an exchange of blows that could level buildings and split the earth. Time ceased meaning as the exchange went on for what felt like an eternity. Beginning to flag, Izuku caught a jab to his everything that was so fast he was pretty sure he heard a sonic boom. The hit had hit him at a downward angle, causing him to be buried under nearly a foot of concrete. He exploded from the rubble, the dust flying free from him as he spat BLD from his mouth. My dad is watching right now. Kendo roared as she swung a tree trunk-sized leg at Izuku. I won't disappoint him. Izuku grabbed the huge leg and, using its momentum, swung its owner into the ground. Kendo gasped as the air was knocked from her lungs, but recovered frighteningly fast and was back on her feet with a quick kip up that shook the ground. Kendo was as strong if not stronger than him, but her size made her movements somewhat predictable with the added aid of danger sense. There was another downside to her size. Izuku's punches were a lot of force in a small area. He landed a resounding hit to Kendo's liver, causing her to curl in on herself. That was a reaction no amount of training could curb. If there's anything I know about your father, it's that he'll always be proud of you. He yelled as he flew in for the finishing blow. His fist collided with a boom to the underside of Itsuka's jaw in an uppercut that managed to actually lift the Titan off her feet. She was out cold by the time she crashed to the ground of the arena. He realized then that the raised concrete arena was nearly completely destroyed with patches of dirt poking through from underneath. Midoriya wins. There was for only a moment before the stands came alive with thunderous applause and cheers. Izuku raised his fist in victory and he took it all in. He had won. He had shown the world that he was here. In a poorly lit room, a man with only scar tissue for a face hummed to himself. The many tubes connected to him jostled and the machines keeping him alive hummed. The quirk he used in lieu of eyes to see screens had just shown him something truly surprising, and he was not oft surprised. Those quirks the Midoriya child had used, he recognized them. You see, sensei, his pupil said through a speaker on the television. None of their quirks match what we got from the files we stole. Then there's the BSA that cost me an arm. He's like a secret boss showing up while you're farming mobs for XP. All for one held back a sigh. Tomura was exceptionally gifted in both strategy and cruelty, but his vernacular was something he would never grow fully accustomed to. All for one spoke, his every word filled with power. I can certainly see how things went awry now. Worry not, young Tomura, I have a lesson for you. Yes, sensei, Tomura dutifully replied. If your enemy is too strong to attack directly, then attack something they hold dear, All for One said, smiling wide as he watched Midoriya accept his gold medal. Besiege Wei to rescue Zhao, the second stratagem, Tomura said, before trailing off. What does he hold dear? All for One's smile grew as he watched Midoriya be swarmed by women and 2 children. Look and see, he instructed. Tomura began laughing before he cut the call. The good doctor wrung his hands together, an annoying gesture he usually did when waiting for permission to speak. Yes. Is that him? I believe so, the one that got away.